I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
The four rings. A symbol for advanced technologies. For quality. And for iconic design. Determined to push the boundaries. Ready to herald the future of progressive premium mobility. Ready to bring iconic cars on the road. Taking Vorsprung durch Technik to the next level.
जो सोचा ना था वो सब होगा, जो पहले न हुआ वो अब होगा, जो अब होगा गजब होगा। समझेंगे मिनटों में दुनिया की बातें, जो भी हमारा मन होगा। और अल्फाजों से जादू दिखाना हर किसी में दम होगा। तरक्की का प्याला लबालब होगा। एक अकेला हजारों की मदद होगा। और उंगलियों को ऐसे पर लगेंगे, काम नहीं करतब होगा।
आज हम बनाएंगे मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट अचारी आलू टिक्का।
हर जगह पे तू जाहिर होगा, हर जुबान में तू माहिर होगा। और चाहे जितने भी हो फासले, चैन की तू सांस ले। बुरी नजर पे तेरा कहर, दिन दोपहर हर शब होगा। और पहले ही भांप लेंगे मर्ज कि क्या और कब होगा, कुछ ऐसा अजब होगा। गूगल AI, सोच बनाओ सच, चाहो जब। जो अब होगा गजब होगा।
What do 25 years of experience look like? It all began in 1998. Every passing years we evolved ourselves, and we are now a diversified group having businesses ranging from manufacturing of diagnostic devices to setting pathology labs to promoting renewable energy via solar street lights, smart meters, and manufacturing of electric vehicles, to equip our country's defense in anti-drone technology, to providing affordable insurances to masses, to helping farmers with eco-friendly fertilizer products. Lord's Mark Industries. Sustainable business with a global vision.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा मेरा फ्यूल तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक, पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
Under Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, more than 14,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendra have been opened, and it is now the largest pharmacy retail chain of the country. Jan Aushadhi provides assured quality at affordable prices, be it Kashmir or Kanyakumari. Jan Aushadhi is everywhere, and around 1 million citizens visit daily to avail the benefits of the scheme. An initiative of Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at GAIL, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. GAIL, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. GAIL has grown organically and established its international presence in multiple key markets and gas trading across varied geographical and price indexations, positioning GAIL amongst the top 10 LNG portfolio marketers globally. All these attributes make GAIL the undisputed leader and preferred partner of choice of gas market in India. GAIL's pursuit to expand the natural gas network in India continues while ushering in the winds of change towards a greener world. With its unflinching commitment to achieve sustainable development goals and net zero target, GAIL has diversified into renewable energy resources. A slew of strategic moves have been adopted to achieve these targets. The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce, who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. GAIL has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in GAIL, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation that have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea. The golden sun casting bright light in our lives. This dream of an evergreen future is the reason for Young India's smile. And the commitment to bring it to life is GAIL India's passion till the last mile. Guided by the same passion and its goals of availability, accessibility, affordability and acceptability of natural gas, GAIL continues to strive for the nation's self-reliance and energy security. As a conscious corporate citizen, GAIL believes in its social purpose and actively engages in improving the lives of the marginalized and those at the periphery of economic and social development through its CSR interventions. GAIL has been running a digital advocacy initiative, the Hawa Badlo campaign, to combat the problem of air pollution by sharing real stories and several social experiments, resulting in visible behavioral changes in individual citizen level. In the pursuit of excellence and success, GAIL has shown exemplary courage, resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
हिमालय की शांत घाटियों से लेकर भारत के जीवंत शहरों तक एक अदृश्य धारा बहती है। ये है प्रगति की ऊर्जा, जिसे संजोकर आगे बढ़ाने में जुटी है NHPC। देश के स्वच्छ भविष्य को आकार देने में कंपनी के निपुण हाथों, बुद्धिमत्ता और कौशल का योगदान रहा है। ये गाथा है NHPC लिमिटेड की। भारत की सबसे बड़ी जल विद्युत कंपनी, जो अपने 50 वर्षों के समर्पण और निष्ठा के साथ राष्ट्र के सतत निर्माण की राह पर निरंतर बढ़ रही है। ये विलक्षण कथा 1975 में शुरू हुई, जब NHPC का जन्म एक स्पष्ट और गहन उद्देश्य के साथ हुआ, जल की अपार शक्ति का देश के लिए दोहन करना और इसे ऊर्जा के एक स्थायी स्रोत में बदलना। तब इस कंपनी को नेशनल हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक पावर कॉरपोरेशन के नाम से जाना जाता था। अपने शुरुआती वर्षों में एनएचपीसी ने हिमाचल प्रदेश में बैरासियूल, मणिपुर में लोकतक और जम्मू और कश्मीर में सलाल जैसी परियोजनाओं को अपने कुशल हाथों में लिया और इस तरह जल के प्रवाह से विद्युत बनने की विरासत की शुरुआत हुई। ये सिर्फ परियोजनाएं नहीं थी, ये वो आधारशिला थी जिस पर भारत का ऊर्जा भविष्य निर्मित होने वाला था। एनएचपीसी के इंजीनियरों ने हिमालय की चुनौतीपूर्ण पहाड़ियों पर बहादुरी से काम किया और साबित कर दिखाया कि दृढ़ संकल्प और लगन के साथ किसी भी चुनौती पर विजय प्राप्त करना असंभव नहीं है। 1982 तक एनएचपीसी ने केवल बिजली उत्पादन ही नहीं बल्कि लाभ कमाना भी शुरू कर दिया था। आज एनएचपीसी भारत की सबसे बड़ी जल विद्युत कंपनी के रूप में स्थापित है और 100% ग्रीन पावर उत्पादन करने का उसका प्रण और भी मजबूत हो गया है।
वर्तमान में एनएचपीसी के पास 28 पावर स्टेशन है और 7,200 मेगावाट से अधिक की संस्थापित क्षमता है।
हर मेगावाट ऊर्जा भारत के उज्जवल और हरित भविष्य की दिशा में एक कदम है। 2009 में बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज और नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में सूचीबद्ध होने के साथ ही एनएचपीसी ने एक ऐतिहासिक कदम उठाया। 6,000 करोड़ रुपए के आईपीओ ने कंपनी की वित्तीय स्थिरता को मजबूत किया। जैसे जैसे समय बीता, मेहनत और लगन से अगस्त 2024 में एनएचपीसी को एक प्रतिष्ठित नवरत्न कंपनी बनने का सम्मान प्राप्त हुआ और अब अपने सतत प्रयासों से ये कंपनी महारत्न बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। आज एनएचपीसी दिबांग और सुबनसिरी जैसी विशाल परियोजनाओं के साथ जल विद्युत ऊर्जा में नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित कर रही है। 2000 मेगावाट की सुबनसिरी लोअर परियोजना और 2880 मेगावाट की दिबांग परियोजना न केवल इंजीनियरिंग के अद्वितीय उदाहरण हैं, बल्कि देश की ऊर्जा आत्मनिर्भरता के पथ पर मील के पत्थर हैं। एनएचपीसी देश की लगभग 66% निर्माणाधीन जल विद्युत परियोजनाओं का निर्माण कर रही है, जो दर्शाता है कि कंपनी राष्ट्र निर्माण में एक अग्रणी भूमिका निभा रही है। जल विद्युत ऊर्जा का एक स्वच्छ और नवीकरणीय स्रोत है, जो कार्बन न्यूट्रल फ्यूचर की ओर हमारी यात्रा के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। कम कार्बन फुटप्रिंट के साथ विश्वसनीय बिजली प्रदान करके एनएचपीसी भारत के एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है और साथ ही 100% ग्रीन एनर्जी का उत्पादन कर ये देश के कर्मठ नायकों के संकल्प को बल देती है।
भारत रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिसोर्सेज में जितना कमांडिंग पोजीशन में होगा, उतना ही बड़ा बदलाव वो पूरे विश्व में ला सकता है।
लेकिन एनएचपीसी का योगदान केवल विद्युत उत्पादन तक सीमित नहीं है। एनएचपीसी सीएसआर के तहत विभिन्न विकासात्मक कार्य करके देश के सुदूर क्षेत्रों में सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास को भी गति प्रदान कर रही है। एनएचपीसी की कर्मभूमि भारत की सीमाओं से परे भी फैली हुई है। भूटान, नेपाल में परियोजनाओं और दुनिया भर में साझेदारी के साथ एनएचपीसी दुनिया के साथ ऊर्जा समाधान साझा करने में लगी है। कंपनी की परामर्श सेवाओं ने जल विद्युत इंजीनियरिंग में नए मानक स्थापित किए हैं, जिससे कंपनी को वैश्विक स्तर की प्रतिष्ठा मिली है। जल विद्युत के साथ ही एनएचपीसी अब सौर ऊर्जा, पवन ऊर्जा और ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के क्षेत्र में भी नए क्षितिज तलाश रही है। लेटेस्ट जियोलॉजिकल और जियो टेक्निकल स्टडीज से लेकर उन्नत निर्माण तकनीकों तक कंपनी की विशेषज्ञता ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हर परियोजना एक सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर की कारक बने। कंपनी का लक्ष्य 2029 तक अपनी क्षमता को दोगुना करना है और 2047 तक विद्युत उत्पादन को 50,000 मेगावाट तक बढ़ाना है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब NHPC विश्व पटल पर नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा के क्षेत्र में अग्रणी कंपनी होगी।
NHPC का अपने स्वर्णिम 50वें वर्ष में प्रवेश करना और नवरत्न का दर्जा हासिल करना जितना महत्वपूर्ण है, उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है NHPC का निरंतर प्रगति पथ पर अग्रसित होते रहना। इस उपलब्धि का सबसे अधिक श्रेय यदि किसी को जाता है तो वह हैं NHPC के सेवानिवृत्त।
That since its inception in 2003 has emerged as one of India's most distinguished stages, where global visionaries, thought leaders, and changemakers convene each year to spark powerful discourse on the issues shaping our world. We are now in our 22nd edition, and this year's summit carries added significance, marking a century of the Hindustan Times' commitment to fearless journalism and inspiring dialogue. For a century, Hindustan Times has been more than a newspaper, documenting India's history. From the struggle for independence to the establishment of the world's largest democracy, and from national achievements to global challenges, Hindustan Times has consistently maintained journalistic integrity and national accountability. Through the year, Hindustan Times will feature a series of events across print, digital, and social platforms, through special publications and community engagements that will reflect and showcase our legacy and commitment to the future. Over 2 decades, the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit has attracted an illustrious array of leaders, senior politicians, diplomats, business magnates, intellectuals, and influencers to converge to share insights, challenge norms, and ignite new ideas. Every year, the summit tackles the most pressing issues facing India and the world, bridging perspectives and fostering connections that extend far beyond the event itself. Like in the past years, our summit has been a mix of the virtual and physical, and the past 2 days have seen sessions with a host of luminaries from different fields. And today is the third and concluding day, and we'll be soon joined by leaders and icons from across the fields of politics, sports, business, health and science, and entertainment. The summit's theme this year, Ideas That Inspire, promises to be nothing less than extraordinary. In this, our centennial year, we eagerly anticipate once again a gathering of relevant voices whose ideas will shape the next century, bringing together the most influential speakers from around the globe to inspire, engage, and lead. And who better to open the summit than the awe-inspiring Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, who will be with us very soon in the hall. May I request you all to please remain seated or be seated as you come in. Please keep your mobile phones switched off or in the silent mode. We're about to begin.
future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तभी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
The four rings. A symbol for advanced technologies. For quality. And for iconic design. Determined to push the boundaries. Ready to herald the future of progressive premium mobility. Ready to bring iconic cars on the road. Taking Vorsprung durch Technik to the next level.
जो सोचा ना था वो सब होगा, जो पहले न हुआ वो अब होगा, जो अब होगा गजब होगा। समझेंगे मिनटों में दुनिया की बातें, जो भी हमारा मन होगा। और अल्फाजों से जादू दिखाना हर किसी में दम होगा। तरक्की का प्याला लबालब होगा। एक अकेला हजारों की मदद होगा। और उंगलियों को ऐसे पर लगेंगे, काम नहीं करतब होगा।
आज हम बनाएंगे मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट अचारी आलू टिक्का।
हर जगह पे तू जाहिर होगा, हर जुबान में तू माहिर होगा। और चाहे जितने भी हो फासले, चैन की तू सांस ले। बुरी नजर पे तेरा कहर, दिन दोपहर हर शब होगा। और पहले ही भांप लेंगे मर्ज कि क्या और कब होगा, कुछ ऐसा अजब होगा। गूगल AI, सोच बनाओ सच, चाहो जब। जो अब होगा गजब होगा।
What do 25 years of experience look like? It all began in 1998. Every passing years we evolved ourselves, and we are now a diversified group having businesses ranging from manufacturing of diagnostic devices to setting pathology labs to promoting renewable energy via solar street lights, smart meters, and manufacturing of electric vehicles, to equip our country's defense in anti-drone technology, to providing affordable insurances to masses, to helping farmers with eco-friendly fertilizer products. Lord's Mark Industries. Sustainable business with a global vision.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर। तू मेरा फ्यूल तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
Under Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, more than 14,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendra have been opened, and it is now the largest pharmacy retail chain of the country. Jan Aushadhi provides assured quality at affordable prices. Be it Kashmir or Kanyakumari, Jan Aushadhi is everywhere, and around 1 million citizens visit daily to avail the benefits of the scheme. An initiative of Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at GAIL, we energize such dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, and the Chairperson and Editorial Director of HT Media Limited, Mrs. Shobna Bhartiya. May I request Mrs. Bhartiya to please present the Honorable Prime Minister with a special archival memento of select photographs to mark this momentous occasion. May now request the Chairperson and Editorial Director, HT Media, Ms. Shobna Bhartiya, to please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister.
भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी और सम्मानित अतिथियों, आज यहाँ आपका स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है। हम ऐतिहासिक क्षणों के साक्षी बनने जा रहे हैं। आज हम हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का शताब्दी समारोह मना रहे हैं। इस मौके पर प्रधानमंत्री जी, विशेष करके आपका स्वागत है। पहले मैं आपको 100 वर्ष पीछे ले चलना चाहती हूँ। वह साल 1920 था जब महात्मा गांधी ने असहयोग आंदोलन शुरू किया था। समूचे देश में उस समय परिवर्तन की क्रांतिकारी लहर बह रही थी। बस एक कमी थी और वह थी एक अच्छे अंग्रेज़ी अखबार की जो समाज की सोच को जगजाहिर कर सके। उसी माहौल में सितंबर 1924 की एक शाम नई दिल्ली में कुछ राष्ट्रवादी अकालियों ने एक अंग्रेज़ी अखबार का प्रकाशन आरंभ किया था। इस अखबार के शुभारंभ के लिए गांधी जी से बेहतर भला कौन हो सकता था। प्रधानमंत्री जी, शताब्दी वर्ष में भी हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स आज भी एक यंग अखबार है, एक ऐसा अखबार जो भारत की युवा आबादी को एक्सप्रेशन देने में कभी पीछे नहीं रहता। यह हमारे गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल्स का हिस्सा है। हमारे देश और इस अखबार का अतीत एक दूसरे से जुड़ा हुआ है। हमारे न्यूज़रूम में हमेशा इंडिया फर्स्ट की भावना को पहला स्थान दिया है। आज हम सन 2047 में विकसित भारत के संकल्प की पूर्णता के लिए कमिटेड हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, ऐतिहासिक अवसर पर हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स पर डाक टिकट रिलीज़ करने के लिए आपको दिल से धन्यवाद देती हूँ। हमारी लंबी यात्रा का यह एक माइलस्टोन है। हम अमृतकाल से शताब्दी काल की ओर बढ़ते भारत के साथ कदम ताल करने के लिए दृढ़ संकल्प हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने शताब्दी काल की बिल्कुल परफेक्ट व्याख्या की है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत, विकसित भारत और विश्व गुरु भारत। समय के साथ बहुत कुछ बदला है, पर अगर कुछ कायम है तो वह है सर्वश्रेष्ठ पत्रकारिता के प्रति हमारा कमिटमेंट। मैं यहाँ एक उदाहरण देना चाहूँगी। सन 1941 में महात्मा गांधी के पुत्र देवदास गांधी हमारे संपादक थे। वे हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के सबसे लंबे समय तक संपादक भी रहे। एक आलेख के सिलसिले में उन पर मुकदमा चला। कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया कि या तो वो जुर्माना अदा करें अथवा जेल जाएं। उन्होंने सिर्फ इसलिए जेल जाना कबूल किया क्योंकि उस रिपोर्ट को लिखने वाले कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट को जज ने जुर्माने का विकल्प नहीं दिया था। उसे हर हाल में जेल जाना था और संपादक के नाते देवदास गांधी उसका साथ नहीं छोड़ना चाहते थे। इस विरासत को हमने आज तक संजो रखा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, निजी तौर पर मेरे लिए ये बेहद भावुक क्षण है क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स हमेशा हमारे परिवार के लिए बहुत खास रहा है। मेरे दादा जीडी बिरला ने महात्मा गांधी के आग्रह पर हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की जिम्मेदारी संभाली थी। वे गांधी जी के करीबी सहयोगी थे। गांधी जी दिल्ली में हमारे आवास पर ही ठहरते थे। ये अखबार जीडी बिरला के लिए न केवल राष्ट्र की आवाज़ था, बल्कि ऐसा धर्मयुद्ध था जो संकट के समय में पूरे देश को एकजुट रखने में सेतु की भूमिका अदा करता था। जब मेरे पिता के बिरला ने हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का दायित्व संभाला, तब भी यही सोच कायम रही। आज़ादी के बाद उनकी लीडरशिप में हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स नए मजबूत और डेमोक्रेटिक भारत के निर्माण में मुखर पार्टनर बना रहा। हम आज भी हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स को देश की आवाज़ के रूप में देखते हैं। इस मिलेनियम में कदम रखने के साथ हमारी कंपनी ने खुद को बदला है। हम अपने कारोबार में विविधता ला रहे हैं। हमने एफएम रेडियो स्टेशन, देश के सबसे प्रतिष्ठित बिजनेस पेपर और वेबसाइट मिंट और लाइव मिंट के साथ कई डिजिटल और फिजिकल इनिशिएटिव्स लॉन्च किए हैं। यहाँ हमारा हिंदी दैनिक हिंदुस्तान का जिक्र जरूरी है। अपने प्रकाशन के 88 वर्ष में हिंदुस्तान 5 हिंदी भाषी राज्यों की विशाल आबादी के हितों की रक्षा के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। HT ने शताब्दी वर्ष में देश में कई शहरों में हम छात्रों के लिए हमने नेशनल डिबेट की मेज़बानी कर रहे हैं। इस मौके पर हमने एक फ़ोटोग्राफ़ी प्रतियोगिता भी शुरू की है। इसमें बड़ी संख्या से लोग के देश अलग अलग हिस्सों को एक्सप्लोर करते हुए अपने द्वारा खींची गई तस्वीरें भेज रहे हैं। ये बेहतरीन सुझाव खुद प्रधानमंत्री जी की ही देन है। हम पत्रकारिता के क्षेत्र में छात्रों के लिए फेलोशिप भी घोषित करने जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके नेतृत्व में भारत ने तेज़ी से प्रगति की है। आज यह दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी है और अगले चंद वर्षों में हम 3री सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन जाएंगे। आपने आम आदमी के संस्कार और बुनियादी सुविधाओं पर गजब का काम किया है। रूरल ज्योग्राफीज़ में महिलाओं के एम्पावरमेंट के साथ इंफ्रा डेवलपमेंट में जमकर काम हुआ है। एक तरफ हम गति शक्ति मिशन के साथ बुलेट और रैपिड ट्रेन्स को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ स्पेस में भी छलांग लगा रहे हैं। आपकी प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना को समूची दुनिया में सराहना मिली है। डिजिटल इंडिया का आपका सपना भी तेज़ी से साकार हो रहा है। आज विश्व के 46% डिजिटल पेमेंट भारत में किए जाते हैं। अब हम समूची दुनिया के सामने सर उठाकर कह सकते हैं कि हमने ये अचीवमेंट डेमोक्रेसी के सर्वोच्च सिद्धांतों पर चलकर हासिल किया है। हमारा लोकतंत्र सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम के भारतीय कॉन्सेप्ट पर आधारित है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आज इतिहास के साक्षात्कार के इन गरिमापूर्ण लम्हों में मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाना चाहती हूँ कि हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स इंडिया फर्स्ट की अपनी 100 साल पुरानी नीति पर चलते हुए नए भारत के निर्माण में अपनी सकारात्मक भूमिका अदा करता रहेगा। यही हमारा ध्येय है और यही धर्म भी। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
May I now request the directors of Hindustan Times, Mr. Priyavrat Bhartiya and Mr. Shamit Bhartiya, to please join us on stage. May I also request Ms. Vandita Kaul, Secretary, Department of Posts, Ministry of Communications, to please present the first album to the Honorable Prime Minister for the release of the commemorative postage stamp for 100 years of Hindustan Times. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ma'am, please take your seat.
अब मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वो हमें संबोधित करें।
आप सबको नमस्कार। 100 साल पहले हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का उद्घाटन पूज्य बापू ने किया था। वे गुजराती भाषी थे और 100 साल के बाद एक दूसरे गुजराती को आपने बुला लिया। इस ऐतिहासिक यात्रा के लिए मैं हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स को और 100 साल की यात्रा में जो लोग इससे साथ जुड़े हैं, जिन लोगों ने खाद पानी का काम किया है, संघर्ष किया है, संकट झेले हैं, लेकिन टिके रहे हैं, वे सब आज बधाई के पात्र हैं, अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं। मैं आप सबको 100 साल की यात्रा बहुत बड़ी होती है। आप सब इस अभिनंदन के हकदार हैं और मेरी तरफ से भविष्य के लिए भी आपको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। अभी जब मैं आया तो फैमिली के लोगों से मिलना तो हुआ ही हुआ, लेकिन मुझे 100 साल की यात्रा, एक शानदार एग्जीबिशन देखने का अवसर मिला। मैं भी आप सबको कहूँगा, अगर समय है तो कुछ समय वहाँ बिता करके ही जाना। ये सिर्फ एक एग्जीबिशन नहीं है, मैं कहता हूँ ये एक एक्सपीरियंस है। ऐसा लगा जैसे 100 साल का इतिहास आंखों के सामने से गुजर गया। मैंने उस दिन के अखबार देखे जो देश की स्वतंत्रता और संविधान लागू होने के दिन छपे थे। एक से बढ़कर एक दिग्गज महानुभाव हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के लिए लिखा करते थे। मार्टिन लूथर किंग, नेताजी सुभाष बाबू, डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, डॉक्टर MS स्वामीनाथन, इनके लेखों ने आपके अखबार को 4 चांद लगा दिए। वाकई हम बहुत लंबी यात्रा करके यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। स्वतंत्रता की लड़ाई लड़ने से लेकर आज़ादी के बाद आशाओं के अथाह समंदर की लहरों पर सवार होकर हम आगे बढ़े हैं। ये यात्रा अपने आप में अभूतपूर्व है, अद्भुत है। मैंने आपके अखबार की खबर में उस उत्साह को महसूस किया जो अक्टूबर 1947 में कश्मीर के विलय के बाद हर देशवासी में था। हालांकि उस पल मुझे इसका भी एहसास हुआ कि कैसे अनिर्णय की स्थितियों ने 7 दशक तक कश्मीर को हिंसा में घेर के रखा। आज आपके अखबार में जम्मू कश्मीर में हुई रिकॉर्ड वोटिंग जैसी खबरें छपती है। ये कॉन्ट्रास्ट है। एक और न्यूज़पेपर, प्रिंट, एक प्रकार से नजर हर एक की जाएगी, वहां आपकी नजर टिकेगी। उसमें एक तरफ असम को अशांत क्षेत्र घोषित करने की खबर थी, तो दूसरी ओर अटल जी द्वारा बीजेपी की नींव रखे जाने का समाचार था। और यह कितना सुखद संयोग है कि बीजेपी आज असम में स्थायी शांति लाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभा रही है। अभी कल ही मैं बोडो क्षेत्र के लोगों के साथ एक शानदार कार्यक्रम में मौजूद था और मैं हैरान हूं कि दिल्ली के मीडिया ने इस बड़ी घटना को मिस किया है। उन्हें अंदाज ही नहीं है कि 5 दशक के बाद बम, बंदूक और पिस्तौल छोड़ करके, हिंसा का रास्ता छोड़ करके दिल्ली के छाती पर बोडो के नौजवान बोडो कल्चरल फेस्टिवल बना रहे हैं। इतिहास की बहुत बड़ी घटना है। मैं कल वहां था, मैं हृदय से फील कर रहा था। बोडो शांति समझौते कारण इन लोगों का जीवन बदल गया है। एग्जीबिशन के दौरान 26/11 के मुंबई हमले की रिपोर्ट्स पर भी मेरी नजर गई। ये वो समय था जब पड़ोसी देश की आतंकवादी हरकतों की वजह से हमारे लोग अपने घर और शहरों में भी असुरक्षित रहते थे। लेकिन अब स्थितियां बदल गई हैं। अब वहां के आतंकवादी ही अपने घर में सुरक्षित नहीं है। साथियों, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ने अपने 100 साल में 25 साल गुलामी के देखे हैं और 75 साल आजादी के देखे हैं। इन 100 वर्षों में जिस शक्ति ने भारत का भाग्य बनाया है, भारत को दिशा दिखाई है, वो है भारत के सामान्य मानवी की सूझबूझ, भारत के सामान्य मानवी का सामर्थ्य। भारत के सामान्य नागरिक के इस सामर्थ्य को पहचानने में बड़े बड़े जानकारों से अक्सर गलतियां हुई है। अंग्रेज जब भारत छोड़कर जा रहे थे तो ये कहा गया कि ये देश बिखर जाएगा, टूट जाएगा, इसका कोई भविष्य नहीं है। जब इमरजेंसी लगी तो कुछ लोगों ने मान लिया था कि अब तो इमरजेंसी हमेशा ही लगी रहेगी, अब लोकतंत्र गया। कुछ लोगों ने, कुछ संस्थानों ने इमरजेंसी थोपने वालों की ही शरण ले ली थी। लेकिन तब भी भारत का नागरिक उठ खड़ा हुआ और इमरजेंसी को उखाड़ फेंकने में बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं लगा। आप याद कीजिए, जब कोरोना का मुश्किल समय आया तो दुनिया को लगता था कि भारत पूरे विश्व समुदाय के लिए बहुत बड़ा बोझ बन जाएगा। लेकिन भारत के नागरिकों ने कोरोना के खिलाफ एक मजबूत लड़ाई लड़कर के दिखाई। साथियों, आपको 90 के दशक का वो दौर भी याद होगा जब भारत में 10 साल में 5 चुनाव हुए थे। इतने बड़े देश में 10 साल में 5 चुनाव, देश में कितनी अस्थिरता थी। जानकारों ने, अखबारों में लिखने वालों ने भविष्यवाणी कर दी थी कि अब भारत को ऐसे ही गुजारा करना है, हिंदुस्तान में सब ऐसे ही चलने वाला है। लेकिन भारत के नागरिकों ने फिर से ऐसे जानकारों को गलत सिद्ध किया। आज दुनिया में चारों तरफ अनसर्टेनिटी की, इंस्टेबिलिटी की चर्चा भी है और दिखता भी है। दुनिया के अनेक देश ऐसे हैं जहां पर हर चुनाव में सरकारें बदल रही है। वहीं भारत में लोगों ने तीसरी बार हमारी सरकार को चुना है। साथियों, आप में से अनेक साथियों ने लंबे समय तक भारत की पॉलिटिक्स और पॉलिसीज को ट्रैक किया है। पहले हम एक फ्रेज अक्सर सुना करते थे, गुड इकोनॉमिक्स इज बैड पॉलिटिक्स। एक्सपर्ट कहे जाने वाले लोग इसे खूब बढ़ावा देते थे। लेकिन इससे पहले की सरकारों को हाथ पर हाथ रखकर बैठे रहने का बहाना मिल जाता था। ये एक तरह से बैड गवर्नेंस को, इनएफिशिएंसी को कवर करने का माध्यम बन गया था। पहले सरकार इसलिए चलाई जाती थी कि बस अगला चुनाव जीत लिया जाए। चुनाव जीतने के लिए एक वोट बैंक बनाया जाता था और फिर उस वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए योजनाएं बनती थी। इस प्रकार की पॉलिटिक्स ने सबसे बड़ा नुकसान ये किया कि देश में असंतुलित, असमानता, इसका दायरा बहुत बढ़ता गया। कहने को विकास बोर्ड लग जाता था, दिखता नहीं था। असंतुलित अवस्था ने, इस मॉडल ने जनता का सरकारों के प्रति विश्वास तोड़ दिया। हम आज इस विश्वास को वापस लाए हैं। हमने सरकार का एक पर्पस तय किया है। ये पर्पस वोट बैंक वाली जो पॉलिटिक्स होती है ना, उससे हजारों मील दूर है। हमारी सरकार का पर्पस, उसका उद्देश्य एक बड़ा है, विराट है, व्यापक है। हम प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द पीपल, प्रोग्रेस बाय द पीपल, प्रोग्रेस फॉर द पीपल के मंत्र को लेकर चल रहे हैं। हमारा उद्देश्य नया भारत बनाने का है, भारत को विकसित बनाने का है। और जब हम इस विराट लक्ष्य को लेकर निकल पड़े हैं, तो भारत की जनता ने भी हमें अपने विश्वास की पूंजी सौंपी है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं, सोशल मीडिया के इस जमाने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन, डिसइन्फॉर्मेशन, सब कुछ चारों तरफ अपने पैर जमा करके बैठा है। इतने सारे अखबार हैं, इतने सारे चैनल्स हैं। उस दौर में भारत के नागरिक का विश्वास हम पर है, हमारी सरकार पर है। साथियों, जब जनता का विश्वास बढ़ता है, आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है, तो देश के विकास पर एक अलग ही प्रभाव दिखता है। आप जानते हैं, पुरानी विकसित सभ्यताओं से लेकर आज के विकसित देशों तक एक चीज हमेशा से कॉमन रही है। ये कॉमन चीज है रिस्क टेकिंग का कल्चर। एक समय था जब हमारा देश पूरे विश्व के कॉमर्स और कल्चर का हॉटस्पॉट था। हमारे मर्चेंट्स और सेलर्स एक तरफ साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के साथ काम कर रहे थे, तो दूसरी ओर अरब, अफ्रीका और रोमन एम्पायर से भी उनका गहरा नाता जुड़ता था। उस समय के लोगों ने रिस्क लिया और इसलिए भारत के प्रोडक्ट्स और सर्विसेज सागर के दूसरे छोर तक पहुंच पाए। आजादी के बाद हमें रिस्क टेकिंग के इस कल्चर को और आगे बढ़ाना था। लेकिन आजादी के बाद की सरकारों ने तब के नागरिकों को वो हौसला ही नहीं दिया। इसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि कई पीढ़ियां एक कदम आगे बढ़ाने और 2 कदम पीछे खींचने में ही गुजर गई। अब बीते 10 सालों में देश में जो परिवर्तन आए हैं, उन्होंने भारत के नागरिकों में रिस्क टेकिंग कल्चर को फिर से नई ऊर्जा दी है। आज हमारा युवा हर क्षेत्र में रिस्क टेकर बनकर उभर रहा है। कभी एक कंपनी शुरू करना रिस्क माना जाता था। 10 साल पहले तक मुश्किल से किसी स्टार्टअप का नाम सुनते थे। आज देश में रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप की संख्या 1.25 लाख से ज्यादा हो गई है। एक जमाना था कि खेलों में, और खेलों को प्रोफेशन के रूप में अपनाने में भी रिस्क था, लेकिन आज हमारे छोटे शहरों के नौजवान भी ये रिस्क उठाकर दुनिया में देश का नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं। आप सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी महिलाओं का भी उदाहरण लीजिए। आज देश में करीब 10 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनी है। ये गांव-गांव में उद्यमी बनकर अपना कोई बिजनेस चला रही है। मुझे कुछ समय पहले एक ग्रामीण महिला से संवाद करने का अवसर आया। उस महिला ने मुझे बताया था कि कैसे उसने एक ट्रैक्टर खरीदा और अपनी कमाई से पूरे परिवार की आय बढ़ा दी। एक महिला ने एक रिस्क लिया और अपने पूरी परिवार का जीवन बदल डाला। जब देश के गरीब और मिडिल क्लास के लोग रिस्क लेना शुरू कर दें, तब बदलाव सही मायने में दिखने लगता है। यही हम भारत में आज होते देख रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत का समाज अभूतपूर्व एस्पिरेशन से भरा हुआ है। इन एस्पिरेशंस को हमने अपनी पॉलिसीज का बड़ा आधार बनाया है। हमारी सरकार ने देशवासियों को एक बहुत यूनिक कॉम्बिनेशन दिया है। ये कॉम्बो इन्वेस्टमेंट से एम्प्लॉयमेंट, डेवलपमेंट से डिग्निटी का है। हम विकास का ऐसा मॉडल लेकर चल रहे हैं जहां इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, इन्वेस्टमेंट से एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट हो, डेवलपमेंट हो और वो डेवलपमेंट भारत के नागरिकों की डिग्निटी बढ़ाए, डिग्निटी सुनिश्चित करें। अब जैसे देश में टॉयलेट्स बनाने का एक एग्जाम्पल है। मैं छोटी चीजें इसलिए हाथ पकड़ रहा हूं कि कभी कभी हमें लगता है इसका कोई मूल्य ही नहीं है, लेकिन इसकी कितनी बड़ी ताकत होती है मैं आपको उदाहरण से बताना चाहता हूं। हमारे देश में हमने एक मिशन लिया टॉयलेट बनाने का। देश की बहुत बड़ी आबादी के लिए ये सुविधा के साथ साथ सिक्योरिटी और डिग्निटी का भी माध्यम है। इस योजना की जब बात होती है तो अक्सर कहा जाता है कि इतने करोड़ शौचालय बने, ठीक है, बन गए होंगे, लेकिन ये जो शौचालय बने हैं ना, उनको बनाने में ईंटें लगी हैं, लोहा लगा है, सीमेंट लगा है, काम करने वाले लोग हैं, और ये सारा सामान किसी दुकान से गया है, किसी इंडस्ट्री से बना है, किसी ने किसी ट्रांसपोर्टर्स ने किसी के घर तक पहुंचाया है। यानी इससे इकोनॉमी को गति मिली है, बड़ी संख्या में जॉब क्रिएट्स हुए हैं। जब टॉयलेट बना तो लोगों का जीवन आसान हुआ, लोगों में सम्मान और स्वाभिमान का एक भाव पैदा हुआ, और साथ ही इसने डेवलपमेंट को भी गति दी। यानी इन्वेस्टमेंट से एम्प्लॉयमेंट, डेवलपमेंट से डिग्निटी, इस मंत्र की सफलता जमीन पर दिख रही है। साथियों, एक और उदाहरण एलपीजी गैस सिलेंडर का है। पहले जब किसी के घर में गैस होती थी तो अड़ोस पड़ोस के लोग ये सोचते हैं कोई बड़ा व्यक्ति है, उसका बड़ा रुतबा माना जाता, उनके पास गैस का चूल्हा है। जिसके पास गैस कनेक्शन नहीं होता था वो सोचता था कि काश उसका खाना भी गैस के चूल्हे पर बनता। हालत ये थी कि गैस कनेक्शन के लिए सांसदों से, पार्लियामेंट मेंबर से चिट्ठियां लिखवानी पड़ती थी। और मैं 21वीं सदी की शुरू की बात कर रहा हूं, मैं ये कोई 18वीं शताब्दी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं। 2014 से पहले सरकार डिबेट करती थी, और डिबेट क्या करती थी? डिबेट ये होती थी कि साल में 6 सिलेंडर देने हैं या फिर 9 सिलेंडर देने हैं, इस पर डिबेट होती थी। हमने सिलेंडर कितने देने हैं इस डिबेट के बजाय हर घर गैस के चूल्हे का कनेक्शन पहुंचाने को प्राथमिकता बनाया। जितने गैस कनेक्शन आजादी के बाद के 70 साल में दिए गए, उससे ज्यादा हमने पिछले 10 साल में दिए हैं। 2014 में देश में 14 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन थे, आज 30 करोड़ से ज्यादा है। 10 साल में इतने कंज्यूमर बढ़ गए, लेकिन क्या आपने कभी सुना है कि गैस की किल्लत है? नहीं सुना है। हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में छपा है कभी? नहीं छपा है। हुआ ही नहीं तो छपेगा कैसे? ये इसलिए नहीं सुनाई देता क्योंकि हमने एक सपोर्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया, उस पर इन्वेस्ट किया। हमने जगह जगह बॉटलिंग प्लांट लगवाए, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेंटर बनाए, बॉटलिंग से लेकर सिलेंडर की डिलीवरी तक, इससे हर जगह रोजगार का निर्माण हुआ। साथियों, मैं आपको ऐसे कितने ही उदाहरण दे सकता हूं। मोबाइल फोन का उदाहरण है, रुपे कार्ड का उदाहरण है। पहले डेबिट क्रेडिट कार्ड रखना कुछ लोगों को एक अलग गर्व महसूस करवाता था। जेब में से ऐसे निकालता था और लोग देखते थे, और गरीब उसी कार्ड को देखकर सोचता था, काश कभी मेरी जेब में भी। लेकिन रुपे कार्ड आया और आज मेरे देश के गरीब की जेब में भी क्रेडिट डेबिट कार्ड मौजूद है दोस्तों। और उसी पल वो उसको बराबरी महसूस करता है, उसका सेल्फ रिस्पेक्ट बढ़ जाता है। आज गरीब से गरीब ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन करता है। बड़े शॉपिंग मॉल में कोई महंगी कार से उतरकर भी वही यूपीआई इस्तेमाल करता है जो मेरे देश का रेहड़ी पटरी पर बैठा हुआ एक सामान्य इंसान भी उसी यूपीआई का उपयोग करता है। ये भी इन्वेस्टमेंट से एम्प्लॉयमेंट, डेवलपमेंट से डिग्निटी का बेहतरीन उदाहरण है। साथियों, भारत आज जिस ग्रोथ ट्रेजेक्टरी पर ही है, उसे समझने के लिए हमारी सरकार की एक और अप्रोच पर गौर करना जरूरी है। ये अप्रोच है स्पेंडिंग बिग फॉर द पीपल। लेकिन साथ साथ दूसरा भी एक अप्रोच है सेव बिग फॉर द पीपल। हम ये कैसे कर रहे हैं, यह जानना शायद आपको दिलचस्प होगा। 2014 में हमारा यूनियन बजट 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए के आसपास था। आज ये बजट 48 लाख करोड़ रुपए का है। 2013-14 में हम कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर में करीब 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए खर्च करते थे, लेकिन आज का कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर 11 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा है। ये 11 लाख करोड़ रुपए आज नए अस्पताल, नए स्कूल, सड़क, रेल, रिसर्च फैसिलिटी, ऐसे अनेक पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर खर्च कर रहे हैं। पब्लिक पर खर्च बढ़ाने के साथ ही हम पब्लिक का पैसा भी बचा रहे हैं। मैं आपके सामने कुछ आंकड़े रख रहा हूं और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि ये आंकड़े सुनकर के आपको लगेगा अच्छा ऐसा भी हो सकता है। अब जैसे डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, डीबीटी से जो लीकेज रुकी है, उससे देश के 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत मुफ्त इलाज से गरीबों के 1,10,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। जन औषधि केंद्रों में 80% डिस्काउंट पर मिल रही दवाइयों से नागरिकों के 30,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। स्टेंट और नी इम्प्लांट कीमतों को नियंत्रित करने से लोगों की हजारों करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। उजाला स्कीम से लोगों को एलईडी बल्ब से बिजली बिल में 20,000 करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन के कारण बीमारियां कम हुई और इससे गांवों में हर परिवार के करीब 50,000 रुपये बचे हैं। यूनिसेफ का कहना है कि जिस परिवार के पास अपना टॉयलेट है उसके भी करीब 70,000 रुपये बचे हैं। साथियों, जिन 12 करोड़ लोगों के घर पहली बार नल से जल आया है, WHO ने उन पर भी एक स्टडी कराई है। अब साफ पानी मिलने से ऐसे परिवारों को हर साल 10,000 रुपये से ज्यादा की बचत हुई है। साथियों, 10 साल पहले किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि भारत में इतना बड़ा बदलाव होगा। भारत की सफलता ने हमें और बड़ा सपना देखने और उसे पूरा करने की प्रेरणा दी है। आज एक उम्मीद है, एक सोच है कि ये सेंचुरी इंडिया की सेंचुरी होगी। लेकिन ऐसा करने के लिए और तेजी से काम करने के लिए हमें कई सारे प्रयास भी करने होंगे। हम उस दिशा में भी तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं। हमें हर सेक्टर में बेस करने के लिए आगे बढ़ना होगा। पूरे समाज की सोच बनानी होगी कि हमें बेस से कम कुछ भी स्वीकार नहीं करना है। हमने अपने प्रोसेस को ऐसा बनाना होगा कि भारत का स्टैंडर्ड वर्ल्ड क्लास कहा जाए। हमें ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने होंगे कि भारत की चीजें दुनिया में वर्ल्ड क्लास कही जाए। हमारे कंस्ट्रक्शन पर ऐसे काम हो कि भारत का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वर्ल्ड क्लास कहा जाए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारा काम ऐसा हो कि भारत के एजुकेशन को वर्ल्ड क्लास स्वीकृति मिले। एंटरटेनमेंट के क्षेत्र में ऐसे काम हो कि हमारी फिल्मों और थिएटरों को दुनिया में वर्ल्ड क्लास कहा जाए। और इस बात को, इस अप्रोच को लगातार जनमानस में बना रखने के लिए हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आपका 100 साल का अनुभव विकसित भारत की यात्रा में बहुत काम आएगा। साथियों, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम डेवलपमेंट की इस पेस को बरकरार रखेंगे। बहुत जल्द हम दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। और भारत जब शताब्दी मनाएगा आजादी की, भारत की आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब आप भी करीब करीब 125 साल के हो जाएंगे। और तब हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स लिखता होगा कि विकसित भारत का ये शानदार अखबार है। इस यात्रा के आप भी साक्षी बनेंगे। लेकिन जब मैं आपके बीच आया हूं तो कुछ काम भी आपको बताना चाहता हूं, और ये भरते जी आपकी जिम्मेवारी रहेगी। देखिए, हमारे यहाँ बड़े बड़े साहित्यकारों के रचनाओं पर पीएचडी होती है, अलग अलग शोध पर पीएचडी होती है। शशि जी, क्या कोई हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के 100 साल उस पर ही पीएचडी करे? ये बहुत बड़ी सेवा होगी। उससे रिसर्च होगा, यानी एक ऐसी चीज निकल करके आएगी जो हमारे देश की पत्रकारिता की जो जर्नी है, और उसने दोनों कालखंड देखे हैं, गुलामी का कालखंड भी देखा है, आजादी का भी देखा है। उसने अभाव के दिन भी देखे हैं और प्रभाव के दिन भी देखे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ एक बहुत बड़ी सेवा हो सकती है। और बिरला परिवार तो पहले से चैरिटी में विश्वास करने वाला परिवार रहा है। क्यों न किस यूनिवर्सिटीज में, हिंदुस्तान में भी और हिंदुस्तान के बाहर भी, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की चेयर हो, और जो भारत को वैश्विक संदर्भ में उसकी सही पहचान के लिए रिसर्च के काम करवाती हो। एक अखबार अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा काम है जो आपने किया है, लेकिन आपके पास इतनी बड़ी पूंजी है। 100 साल में आपने जो इज्जत कमाई है, जो विश्वास कमाया है, वो शायद आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के दायरे से बाहर निकल करके भी उपयोगी हो सकता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आप इस 100 वर्ष सेमिनार तक सीमित नहीं रहेंगे, इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। दूसरा, मैंने जो एग्जीबिशन देखा वाकई वो प्रभावित करने वाला है। क्या आप इसका एक डिजिटल वर्जन और बहुत अच्छी कमेंट्री के साथ, और वे हमारे देश के सभी स्कूल के बच्चों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं? इससे पता चलेगा कि भारत में ये क्षेत्र कैसा है, कैसे कैसे भारत की विकास यात्रा में उतार चढ़ाव आए हैं, किन किन परिस्थितियों से भारत गुजरा है। ये बहुत जरूरी होता है और मैं मानता हूं कि आपने इतनी मेहनत तो की है, इसका एक डिजिटल वर्जन बना करके आप देश की हर स्कूल में पहुंचा सकते हैं, तो बच्चों के लिए भी एक बड़ा आकर्षण का केंद्र बनेगा। साथियों, 100 साल बहुत बड़ी बात होती है जी। मैं इन दिनों थोड़े अलग कामों में ज़रा ज़्यादा व्यस्त हूँ, लेकिन एक ऐसा अवसर था कि मैं छोड़ना नहीं चाहता था, मैं खुद आना चाहता था, क्योंकि 100 साल की यात्रा अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होती है। और इसलिए मैं आपको, आपके पूरे साथियों को, सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद जी।
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, sir, for being with us and sharing your invaluable thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your places until the Honorable Prime Minister has left the hall. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to remind you to please find time to visit the special HT at 100 exhibit that we have on the premises, set up in Rajabagh, that the Honorable Prime Minister referred to, that will take you through the 100-year journey of our country through HT's lens as its chronicler. Please remain seated as we make the changes on the dais for the next session.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance to stand for progress, the planet, and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तभी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
The four rings. A symbol for advanced technologies. For quality. And for iconic design. Determined to push the boundaries. Ready to herald the future of progressive premium mobility. Ready to bring iconic cars on the road. Taking Vorsprung durch Technik to the next level.
जो सोचा ना था वो सब होगा, जो पहले न हुआ वो अब होगा, जो अब होगा गजब होगा। समझेंगे मिनटों में दुनिया की बातें, जो भी हमारा मन होगा। और अल्फाजों से जादू दिखाना हर किसी में दम होगा। तरक्की का प्याला लबालब होगा। एक अकेला हजारों की मदद होगा। और उंगलियों को ऐसे पर लगेंगे, काम नहीं करतब होगा।
आज हम बनाएंगे मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट अचारी आलू टिक्का।
हर जगह पे तू जाहिर होगा, हर जुबान में तू माहिर होगा। और चाहे जितने भी हो फासले, चैन की तू सांस ले। बुरी नजर पे तेरा कहर, दिन दोपहर हर शब होगा। और पहले ही भांप लेंगे मर्ज की क्या और कब होगा, कुछ ऐसा अजब होगा। गूगल AI, सोच बनाओ सच, चाहो जब। जो अब होगा गजब होगा।
What do 25 years of experience look like? It all began in 1998. Every passing years we evolved ourselves, and we are now a diversified group having businesses ranging from manufacturing of diagnostic devices to setting pathology labs to promoting renewable energy via solar street lights, smart meters, and manufacturing of electric vehicles, to equip our country's defense in anti-drone technology, to providing affordable insurances to masses, to helping farmers with eco-friendly fertilizer products. Lord's Mark Industries. Sustainable business with a global vision.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल। तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक, पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
Under Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, more than 14,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendra have been opened, and it is now the largest pharmacy retail chain of the country. Jan Aushadhi provides assured quality at affordable prices. Be it Kashmir or Kanyakumari, Jan Aushadhi is everywhere, and around 1 million citizens visit daily to avail the benefits of the scheme. An initiative of Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at GAIL, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. GAIL, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. GAIL has grown organically and established its international presence in multiple key markets and gas trading across varied geographical and price indexations, positioning GAIL amongst the top 10 LNG portfolio marketers globally. All these attributes make GAIL the undisputed leader and preferred partner of choice of gas market in India. GAIL's pursuit to expand the natural gas network in India continues while ushering in the winds of change towards a greener world. With its unflinching commitment to achieve sustainable development goals and net zero target, GAIL has diversified into renewable energy resources. A slew of strategic moves have been adopted to achieve these targets. The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce, who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. GAIL has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in GAIL, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation and have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea. The golden sun casting bright light in our lives. This dream of an evergreen future is the reason for Young India's smile. And the commitment to bring it to life is GAIL India's passion till the last mile. Guided by the same passion and its goals of availability, accessibility, affordability and acceptability of natural gas, GAIL continues to strive for the nation's self-reliance and energy security. As a conscious corporate citizen, GAIL believes in its social purpose and actively engages in improving the lives of the marginalized and those at the periphery of economic and social development through its CSR interventions. GAIL has been running a digital advocacy initiative, the Hawa Badlo campaign, to combat the problem of air pollution by sharing real stories and several social experiments, resulting in visible behavioral changes in individual citizen level. In the pursuit of excellence and success, GAIL has shown exemplary courage, resilience to overcome challenges, agility to adapt to changing circumstances, and sincerity towards its customers to transact business. No wonder it is the preferred partner of choice. GAIL, energizing possibilities.
हिमालय की शांत घाटियों से लेकर भारत के जीवंत शहरों तक एक अदृश्य धारा बहती है। ये है प्रगति की ऊर्जा, जिसे संजोकर आगे बढ़ाने में जुटी है NHPC। देश के स्वच्छ भविष्य को आकार देने में कंपनी के निपुण हाथों, बुद्धिमत्ता और कौशल का योगदान रहा है।
The Honourable Minister for External Affairs Government of India, who will be in conversation with the Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times, Mr. R. Kumar. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. May I request those who are standing to please be seated?
Good morning, everyone.
Use this?
Okay. If we are not audible, just let us know. We have other mics, we'll use them. Dr. Jaishankar needs no introduction. He is a very well-known face, and strangely enough, because you normally don't expect foreign ministers to do this, but strangely enough, he's also the subject of many viral videos and memes, and the number of people who get WhatsApp forwards featuring Dr. Jaishankar is staggering. So I think it's a very, very unique position for a foreign minister. thank you for being here in this very special Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. It's our 100th anniversary, the centenary of Hindustan Times. And the Prime Minister was here this morning and he spoke about India and how it has changed and what is happening in the country. And you travel around the world. What is the outside-in perspective of India right now?
Mr. Kumar, first of all, let me say what a great pleasure it is to be here, and my congratulations, my felicitations on this important anniversary.
Thank
you. How does the world see India? Well, look, I guess to some degree they look at the political stability in India at a time when the world is actually undergoing a lot of political instability. Particularly, I think, in democratic societies today, it's not easy to get re-elected, and to be re-elected twice is a very big deal. I think they also look at us economically. Again, the world's pretty challenging, to be in that 7-8% zone, and not just be in the zone as a one-off, but you have like decades ahead. And there's a lot of business enthusiasm today, investment enthusiasm today for India, a lot of interest. That I would say is two. Three, the technology, and to some extent, what the PM spoke about, the talent side. The sense today that actually the world is poised to enter this era of AI, of chips, of space, of drones, and you're going to need, countries and partners who are of relevance here. And this is partly also linked to the supply chain diversification and, the digital partnership issue. The fourth, I would say, is actually demography, because for me, it's been interesting last few years, the number of foreign ministers or government leaders who have expressed interest in finding pathways, for Indians to work or to study or to, in some way contribute. That has grown. In fact, even historically, immigration suspicious societies. Today, I guess because of the their own demographic challenges are looking at us very differently. And finally, my sense is the world's also expecting more from India. That is also a challenge for our foreign policy, that if you are the fifth or hopefully better, then the world has a different expectation from India, which was 10th or 15th, than it is when you are 5th.
Like what? What would it expect?
Well, it depends. I think today neighbors expect that in times of trouble we will stand by them. Beyond neighborhood, people expect in some way you would help. So if you have a situation in the Gulf, or you have a natural disaster in Africa, or something in Southeast Asia. There were days when most expectations were pegged around the US and to some extent Europe, you can say the developed world. I think those have pared down because other changes are taking place in the world. And there is a search for more local or fraternity solutions. And there are a lot of expectations of India. It could be in a crisis, but it could also be in terms of development. People feel the world's very cognizant of what we have achieved digitally. So this idea, India is not just seen as tech working for other people. It's also an embrace of technology by Indian society and the improvements of governance which have taken place. There's a lot of interest in other parts of the world saying, we'd like to work with your companies or work with your government to figure out. So therefore, bigger contributions, greater responsibilities, more economic interest, more political respect. Even in conflict situations, maybe a sense, okay, where are you and can you, what are you doing about it? So it's a combination of all of this.
Great. That was a loosener. I mean, Dr. Jaishankar, like most Indians, likes cricket. That was a slow full toss outside the off stump so that he could get his eye in. And now for the more meaty part of the discussion. The US election is over and Trump is won. Not only has he won, he's got the House, he's got the Senate. What does this election tell us about America, and how do you expect a new Republican administration to reshape the US?
Well, I think the election tells us a lot about America. For starters, it tells us that the initial, the reasons why Trump won the first term, many of those concerns and priorities have actually intensified in these years. They have not gone away. So therefore, if Trump is getting larger numbers, it also means that those very trends which drive it have become much more serious. So what are those trends? I think it is a concern in America that globalization has been harmful. Globalization is currently there, has not served American interest, has been in many ways detrimental or harmful to different segments of American society. It has made them less secure, both psychologically and, in terms of conceptually how they view the nation. It's also made them, I think, rethink about the terms of engagement with the world. That, a time when America felt it was big enough and empowered enough and resourced enough to actually take care of every global problem. I think that era is behind. I mean, Americans today are asking themselves, saying, if things are broke at home, why are my resources going outside to fix it?
Yeah, you've spoken about those.
Yeah.
Dominance and generosity, those were the terms that you used.
So, America is asking hard questions of American leaders and, in a sense, of American policies over the last few decades. So, to a great extent, I would say, the verdict is also a reflection on the outcomes of policies which many previous American presidents pursued, certainly in the last 20-odd years.
You have said this before, like I said, you've warned about the US turning inwards. This is something that has also come at a time when China is becoming very, very assertive globally. Will an insular US posture affect us in some way?
No. Hang on. You used two words, inwards and insular. I think you are somewhat misreading what I am saying. The United States is seeking, President Trump is seeking to reset the terms. That doesn't mean he's turning his back on the world. He's telling the world that, there's a different deal on offer. Your access to the American economy, your expectation of American resources and activities, the cost to America, all these will change. So I think it's very important, because look, there are debates in America, like in any society. Political debates are always overdrawn because each party wants to portray the other as an extremist. I don't think it's feasible, or it is actually anybody's case, that America would turn its back on the world. What America would say is, there is a world, if you are the number one power, you have to remain engaged with the world. But the terms you are offering to the world are going to be different from the terms which were there. And that, I think, is going to be the disruption, because the rest of the world has slid into a habit. Some are more habituated because they were closer to America. Some are less habituated like us because we didn't have the same intensity of ties or the extent of dependence or reliance which, say, allies in many cases had. So we are going to see in different domains, US take up different kinds of positions, each one of which will have a global impact. And each one of it will be calculated for its global consequences. So it will be very global. It will be differently global. Its terms on offer would be significantly different.
During his first term, President Trump reset the relationship with China to a significant extent, and the next government, I think, the next administration carried that forward, especially in trade. Do you see more of that coming?
If you interpret the American political verdict as the electorate's disenchantment or unhappiness with the impact of globalization on them. Obviously, when you speak about globalization, you have to talk about China, because China has been the big beneficiary of 25 years of a certain model of globalization, to which in America the Clinton administration acquiesced in the first place. Now, so if you are saying, I'm not going to let my manufacturing be hollowed out more. If you are going to say, I'm going to have to deal with, competition on a fairer basis. If you are going to say, I'm going to rebuild my industry, obviously each one of these has consequences for US-China. And the dilemma of the US, I should also add, is not unique. I think a lot of other countries face their own versions of the dilemma, including us. A lot of our challenges, whether it is on trade, whether it is on FTA, whether it is on China, are not dissimilar. They're not identical, but they're not dissimilar.
Under the Biden administration, we saw three major breakthroughs as far as India was concerned. And I want to speak about each one of these in turn. One was a focus on critical and emerging technologies, and there seemed to be greater willingness from the US to share that. What is the future of ISET under Trump, in your opinion?
Again, it flows from what we had discussed. The United States obviously would be much more self-aware of its economic and manufacturing interests, because also the nature of technology links it to national security. So today, manufacturing, national technology, national security cannot be compartmentalized. Okay? And that's part of the digital and AI revolution. Now, the US, big though it is, still needs global partners. It cannot do everything itself. It doesn't want to do everything itself. But it cannot be agnostic about where it is done also. In a digital era, who has your data, what they do with it, are there angles to it which have security implications, is a very obvious consideration. So I think we have already, the logic of ISET is in different domains of high sensitivity to forge partnerships between countries, governments and societies which have a higher level of trust, where you actually relate to each other and therefore are comfortable with sourcing from there or outsourcing from there or partnering out there. I think you're going to see that as a structural trend. My own sense is if President Trump is determined to make America more competitive and brings to it a strong element of business viability. I think such an America will actually look for partners with whom it can actually work in a complementary fashion. So to my mind, the reworking of supply chains and the engineering of new digital chains, I think will continue.
Great. I think you've answered not just the first point I wanted to make, but the third question I wanted to ask you, because one of the other big changes we've seen is really the fact that the US sees India as an important partner when it comes to diversifying supply chains. The second change that we've seen in our relationship is that it seems to have moved from a buyer-seller relationship when it comes to defense to one that involves co-production, co-development. Do you see Trump's focus on manufacturing in the US, insistence on other countries buying American, leading to a clash of these objectives?
You know, forget Trump for a moment. I think we should be worrying about ourselves. You know, we didn't have the focus on manufacturing and make in India before. So why is this happening now? It is happening now because till a few years ago, we were content to import from outside. And in this country, I mean, let's be honest, we've actually made manufacturing very hard to do. So once it's because now the Make in India is getting traction and Make in India is also getting into the defense segment, that you are even asking this question. If you and I had sat here in 2013, you wouldn't have asked me this question. So the point is, look, today we are at a stage where it is absolutely essential that we expand our manufacturing. Without that manufacturing, we will not create that industrial culture. We will not be able to generate technologies of our own, and we will essentially end up as a market for other people. Now, my sense is, when you have a partner like India, if we are able to get things right, which means making it easier to do business, having the infrastructure, creating the technology institutions, encouraging the startups, improving the business and employment culture of this country, it makes us a worthwhile partner. If there is a worthwhile partner, the United States will be in a market for worthwhile partners. Again, to that extent, I come back to Trump. You know, Trump is not against international partnerships. The best I understand Trump, he says, you know, pay your fare as you go along. So we are a country which pays its fair share. If we are able to bring things to the table, there are obvious benefits for it for America as well.
Moving to China. How do you see this pact on disengagement with China that we have? Do you see it as a tactical thaw in ties, or do you see it as the beginnings of a possible strategic reset? Because our border issues remain unresolved, right? I mean, it's clearly not defined on either side. So are we beginning to see a strategic reset?
I see disengagement as disengagement. Nothing more, nothing less. If you look at our current situation with China, we have an issue where our troops are uncomfortably close along the line of actual control, which required us to disengage. And this last understanding of October 21 is the last one of the disengagement agreements, so that, you know, with its implementation, the disengagement part of the problem is addressed. After this, there is the de-escalation, which means, you know, the massing of troops along the LAC and all the associated developments with that. And linked with that, the other aspects of the relationship. So at this moment, frankly, we are focused on the disengagement. Where will the disengagement lead us? It could lead to, it's a reasonable supposition that there will be some improvement in the ties. But some of the words you used right now, I think, are sort
optimistic.
Perhaps the current situation doesn't necessarily warrant that at this time.
One of the things that we've noticed is over the last year or so, ever since the economic survey came out and it spoke about the need to relax investment restrictions that had been placed on China once the relations between the two really went downhill. The perception we have from the outside is that there seems to be a little bit of tussle between the economic and security arms of your government. The economic arm would want closer and deeper relations with China, and you would insist that it needs to be driven from a security perspective. Is that an accurate way of looking at it?
I think an accurate way of looking at it is that in every government, different ministries have different responsibilities, and flowing from that responsibility, they have a point of view. So you referred to an economic survey. In effect, there would be a national security survey, which you may not see in public, which would have a national security point of view. What the Ministry of External Affairs does is, in a way, it's an integrator of all points of views and takes a overall balanced approach. So if somebody has a point of view, we look at that point of view. We don't say you can't have that point of view, but a point of view at the end of the day is not a policy decision.
Very simply put, and I know it's very difficult to narrow down in terms of definitions. I think one reason why a lot of people struggle, even in terms of how they analyze the situation, is how does India view China? At one point in time, of course, there was this perspective of these two Asian brothers and how the century would belong to them. But how do you view it? Is it an adversary? Is it a competitor in certain perspectives? What is it?
I'm tempted to say read my book. You would get in each book a chapter on China, which would give you some sense. But I'll give you a short, condensed form of the answer. Look, you have two countries, quite unique, partly by the size of the population, partly by the civilizational characteristics of the state, by the length of their history, by their previous contributions and standing in the world, which went through a certain downturn in their respective histories. And today, these two countries are on the upswing again. Now, it so happens that they're located next to each other, which makes the management of if there is a changing situation, a change is difficult to handle at best of times. Two changes are that much more complex. Two changes next to each other are even more complex. So how do you get a sort of a equilibrium or a stability when two big countries are changing so profoundly next to each other? I think is a conundrum which has been very rarely faced in human history. So it is not easy. I mean, while we are next to each other, it's also quite obvious that in many ways the societies are also very different from each other. Our politics is very different, our economics is very different. What we regard as merits and virtues need not always be the same. In a way, I would say the mindsets are also different of these two states. So you have to factor all this in making an approach. And that is why it's such a complicated relationship.
Right at the beginning, in answer to the first question, you mentioned that the world also expects things from India. And this year itself, we've seen Prime Minister Modi actively get involved in communicating messages between President Putin and Zelensky on the Ukraine war, for instance. Where do you see this going? Do we have a role to play in facilitating peace?
Yes, I think we do. Look, when the war started, we took the position that, this was unfortunate, it was tragic, and we never really thought that the solution would come from the battlefield. Okay? We said it at some point of time. Not everybody took it well. We handled the challenges coming out of the conflict, obviously with our national interest in mind. Not everybody took that very well, but we had what we had. Now, the fact is, into its third year now, it's very clear, it's even clearer that you're not going to get a battlefield-based resolution. Okay. Now, what are the choices? The choices is one is to stay on the sidelines and, say, well, it doesn't concern me. The other is to give broad homilies and leave it at that. A third one is to back one side or the other, which some countries are doing. And maybe a fourth one is to say, okay, let me apply myself to this tragic situation. Let me try to do something about it. Maybe it will work, maybe it will not, but why should I not at least, do my best? So how do you go about it? One, of course, to utilize the fact that there are today very few countries and very few prime ministers or presidents who have the ability to go to Moscow and go to Kiev and call up Putin and call up Zelensky, and we should use that advantage. The second is then to apply yourself to the task. So what we have been doing, if you see, we had the elections in June. In June, Prime Minister Modi met Zelensky in Italy. In July, he met Putin in Moscow. In August, he met Zelensky again in Kiev. Then we engaged the Russians. NSA Doval went to Moscow. In September, Prime Minister met Zelensky again in New York. In October, he met Putin in Kazan. So what we've been trying to do is to have conversations in good faith with the understanding that common points or convergences in those conversations, if the other party was comfortable, we were prepared to share it with the other side. Now, it's not going to be easy. To the best of, there have been efforts by individual countries to work out individual problems. The Turks, for example, did the grain corridor. And some other countries did the POW exchange. So there have been occasions when individual problems have been addressed. But in terms of actually looking at the fundamental issue, the conflict, I don't think there are too many others. We have not put forward a peace plan. We don't think it's our business to do that. Our business is to try to find a way of bringing these two countries to a point where they are able to engage, because at the end of the day, they have to engage with each other. Others cannot solve the problem if they are not willing to solve it. And I must tell you, as we embarked on this exercise in the last few months, there was initially more skepticism. I think over a period of time, more and more countries, including Western countries, actually have told us, please keep at it. We see a use for it. And I draw your attention to the fact that Chancellor Scholz yesterday spoke to President Putin for the first time after the conflict began. So you can see what is the direction in which the world is moving. I think the world is, in a way, sort of exhausted. I mean, this conflict has exacted a huge price, obviously from the two protagonists, but from everyone else as well. It is a time when there is a global demand for some kind of solution. And I think we would be stepping up to our responsibilities and the world's expectations by trying to do something.
Great. I have many more questions, but we are out of time, but you have a flight to catch. Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jaishankar and Sir Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain in your places. Our next guest for this session is already here, and we'll just quickly make the changes on the dais. We now have a session with Mr. John Kerry, the former US Secretary of State, who will be in conversation with author, columnist, diplomat, and former ambassador of India to the USA, Mr. Navtej Singh Sarna. May I request you all to please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. The speakers are in the house and ready to start. Please be seated.
Morning, everybody. May we request you to take your seats. We have Secretary John Kerry with us, and we would like to start. First of all, Mr. Secretary, may I extend a very, very warm welcome to you back to India. You are a person who's well recognized, a critical architect of so many different aspects of the India-US relationship. How does it feel to be back?
It's great to be back. In fact, first of all, Ambassador, thank you, and thanks for your distinguished career. And I just say to everybody that I think some of my earliest trips as a young senator, I came here in the 1990s, early 90s, and I brought the first business delegation as then Finance Minister Singh was putting forward all the reforms. And so for a long time, I've been involved in trying to strengthen the relationship and work to help the nuclear agreement and so forth. But let me just say to everybody, 100 years old celebration, and I was sitting there thinking to myself for the first time in my life, I've been around for 80 of those 100 years. And so that scared the hell out of me earlier today. And I'm very busy trying to convince my staff that 80 is the new 60. There we go, 2 octogenarians here. But I want you all to know, I'm also trying to convince them that I can do all the things I used to do when I was 55. I just don't remember what they are. It's a difficult transition, I want you to know. Anyway, glad to be with you.
Well, wonderful. And we're going to take advantage of you being here by going through a set of issues, if you permit. You already saw our foreign minister in the previous interaction here talk a lot about President Trump. And as you can see, there's a huge amount of interest in the US elections, in the suspense that has now resulted in Donald Trump regaining the White House for the second time. Would you like to tell us what you anticipate will be his immediate priorities, perhaps the difference between campaign and actual governance, and what will he give up and what will he push?
Well, first of all, I think everybody in the world has learned that it's very hard to predict anything about President Trump. There's no way to know with certainty exactly what will happen. And that unpredictability is something that he actually cultivates and appreciates in himself. I think it's clear he's going to try to shake some things up. You will see a series of executive orders issued on day one. I hope one of those orders will not include pulling out of the Paris Agreement, but it probably will. And there's really no good reason to be doing that. As the chairman of ExxonMobil said from Baku the other day, he didn't advise it because he thinks it would be counterproductive and against the interests of the United States. But he will do something on day one. He will have other executive orders that probably deal with his deportation promises and that deal with the question of immigration. But he'll take some flagship issues and just try to put them out there right away. You can count on that. The Congress will work carefully on these appointees because there are troubling aspects to a number of them. But I think that, I also think on the positive side, let me say to everybody, I think that President Trump, because of circumstances, you know from diplomacy, diplomacy requires a ripeness to be able to solve a problem. I worked very hard for the 4 years I was Secretary of State to see if we could advance the process in the Middle East. And in the end, the two leaders were both of them, President Abbas, Prime Minister Netanyahu, just not ready to do it. They weren't willing to take the political capital, expend it, do whatever. So it wasn't ripe. And there are plenty of places where things are not ripe. But I think Ukraine is a place where things are ripe. And possibly, depending on the theory of the case, you could have a rapprochement that could take place in the Middle East where you have an agreement with Saudi Arabia and Israel, which is accompanied by some kind of an agreement on ceasefire and you know, how you're going to approach the reconstruction of Gaza, which is very complicated because nobody wants to give money to go do something again. And this is part of the calculation, I think.
Right.
So I think, you know, I think that Ukraine, President Zelensky has made it clear what his vision is, but I think that the pressure is growing among many European countries in the United States and elsewhere to find a way to not have this inflammatory situation just perpetuated. And I can see several different ways where you could have an agreement on land, you could have an agreement on defense, mutual defense that doesn't include joining NATO. You could have an agreement on the economics. You could have agreement on the new border or demilitarized zone or any number of different things you could call it. I think both leaders and both countries are going to look for a way to be able to say they satisfied something of what they needed to do. So Putin can claim a victory and say, look, I got people to recognize that we have a right to some of this land. And on the other hand, I think Zelensky and the people of Ukraine can hold their heads as high as you can hold heads because they've done an absolutely extraordinary job of preventing the takeover of Ukraine and preventing the invasion of Kiev. So you can find something there, hopefully, and hopefully the leaders will leave the political space for that to happen, because if they use the wrong rhetoric or they get involved in the wrong kinds of claims up front, you may make it harder for people to go forward. So it's a good time for some quiet, really effective diplomacy.
But that's wonderful to hear you say that, because the broad sense on Ukraine has been that he's going to abandon it. President-elect Trump is going to abandon Ukraine. The Europeans are extremely nervous. But if you say that he could actually, he calls himself the great deal maker, and whether he can actually make this deal and whether this would be acceptable to Europeans, to Zelensky, as well as to Putin, that would be amazing.
Well, let me say ahead of time, I don't believe this is an issue that requires exceptional negotiating skills. This is a pretty straightforward challenge where the parameters are pretty clear to everybody. And the question is more, will people be willing to overcome ambition and of revenge and other ingredients of personal human behavior in order to be able to find the practical way forward. If President Trump were just to pull out, I think he'd have some major challenges within his own party. And I think that globally the repercussions of that would be just as damaging as anything you could ever imagine, because for Moldova or for Georgia or for Finland or Lithuania, the Baltics, they live with a very real sense of fear of possible mischief from Russia. And Russia plays that on a daily basis. So I think that wisdom will predicate that they really do try to find a way that does not send a signal that you can win everything you want by invading another country. And that's critical for India, vis-a-vis China or someone else. It's critical for all of us, I think. There must be principles that come out of here hardened in any resolution that takes place. And that'll be the big question mark in any kind of negotiation.
Right. And Mr. Secretary, you referred briefly to the other crisis that's in the Middle East. And things look less possible within the scope of negotiations there at the moment. My guess would be Mr. Trump would want to go back to the Abraham Accords, but the things have changed dramatically. Where do you see the path there?
Will you forgive me if I sort of come back to something you first asked about Trump and the election?
Please.
And I was listening to Foreign Minister Jaishankar, who I have great respect for and who's a very smart man. But I wanted to refine a little bit what happened in this election. President Trump, very cleverly in his campaign, writ broadly, did what challenger to the Biden administration succession always do, which is scare the hell out of people and play to the lowest common denominator of politics, fear. And disinformation defined a lot of what people were perceiving. A lot of disinformation, some of it from other countries, some of it on the internet internally in the United States. In the end, the two biggest driving issues were immigration and inflation. Despite inflation coming down, despite significant, strength in the American economy. I mean, I think we're the strongest economy on the planet today. And despite that, and getting better, people didn't feel it. And I had a professor at university who said to me, all politics is a consequence of felt needs. And the felt needs of people in the United States were, we're not getting our fair share. There's an anger, which is a tide over from earlier years, not just during this administration. Globalization, which the foreign minister mentioned, has had a negative impact in many places, even as it's had a very positive impact. But when you see the wealth disparity in our country, if you have any sense of conscience or rectitude, it's disgusting. It's horrendous. And people have a right to be angry about their inability to share on the upsides of a lot of things that are happening. So in addition to those two things, my party, the Democratic Party, I regret to say, was somewhat tone deaf to some of the cultural issues that were out there floating. And there were people who did see it and there were people who didn't.
Yes.
But there was not sensitivity to the deep felt among many people in America, everywhere, that their America somehow is being diluted and changed. And I think there were plenty of ways to address that, but it wasn't addressed. And so I think that's why the loss took place. Now the loss, if you look at it, folks, it's not a huge, I mean, yes, no battleground state was won by Kamala Harris, but on the other hand, everything was within a point and a half.
Yes.
Really close. So the things I just mentioned could have tipped it either way if it had been responded to.
Yes.
So I think every politician in America needs to take note of the dynamics of this last year. Now, coming back to your question about
the Middle East.
The Middle East. Yes, the Abraham Accords will be quickly resumed. And the corollary to the Abraham Accords was the notion that Saudi Arabia could make peace with Israel, and that would lay the groundwork for, sort of moving before it. I spent 4 years as Secretary of State trying to advance the process in Israel. And as I said, the two leaders didn't want to do it. Now I think things have changed a little bit in certain ways, and some for the good and some for the bad. The events of October 7th, honestly, were as egregious, as horrendous, as disgusting, as craven, as bestial, as anything I've seen in a big, broad way in a long, long time. And I fought in a war, I fought in Vietnam, I've been to war, I know what things are like. But this was uglier. There was a misogynistic, racist, deep-rooted rage that was expressed on that day, and it had a profound impact on the body politic of Israel. And Israelis, even those who were pushing for two-state solution and who believe in the fairness of that division, they're chastened today. They feel that there's going to have to be a new definition of security for them to really be able to buy into another state. And so that doesn't mean you can't do it. I think you can do it, but it's going to take longer. It's going to take building capacity among the Palestinians. It's going to take a process of building trust, of gaining confidence. And here's the danger, folks. The government of the right that is currently there, not one single member publicly supports, or even privately, a Palestinian state. And so when the Oslo Accords were signed, there were 110,000 settlers in the West Bank. Today, there are about 600,000. And even 2 weeks into the war, Israel announced 13,000 new units of building in the West Bank. Now, you know full well, diplomatically and so forth, the Oslo Accords promised transition to give land back starting in 1993 and moving forward. It's not happened. And you now openly, last week, saw one minister anyway, maybe a couple, talking about annexation of the West Bank.
That's right.
Now, if you had annexation of the West Bank, folks, everything that has preceded us is difficult to see how it works. I got a set of principles agreed to before I left as secretary, and among those principles, the Arab world accepted the idea that Israel would be a Jewish state. But there are 1.6 million Arabs in Israel, Israeli Arabs. And what is the status of a Jewish state will they be allowed to vote? Will those other people, it won't in fact be if they could elect a prime minister who wasn't Jewish, and that's not going to happen, obviously. So then what kind of state do you have? So this is a monumental challenge still, and it's going to take a lot of work to try to pull people together, and frankly, it's going to take a while. Now, I think Trump, again, is the beneficiary of the agony of these last months, which people will want to get behind them somehow. And I think there will be some momentum to be able to find a way to give people more hope and to begin to build a future. But believe me, there's nothing much left of Gaza. And those people do not want to be driven out. And I think the advocates of a two-state solution are going to continue to press for them to be treated more fairly and effectively.
And thereby hangs the tale, because even the Saudi Arabian ruler, Prince MBS, has said just a couple of days ago that he can't really normalize unless there is movement towards a Palestinian state. So you're absolutely right to lay out that very, very complicated situation. Just moving a little bit away from the Middle East, but not fully away, you were one of the architects of the nuclear agreement with Iran, the JCPOA, and President Trump pulled out of that agreement, pulled the US out of that agreement. Is that a door which is completely shut now, or is that a door which is completely shut, or can we go back on that?
Well, I don't think the door is completely shut, but it depends on whether or not the Trump administration wants to find a way to walk through the door. And I am convinced that Iran sent some signals in the last weeks indicating they'd like to find a better path. The tragedy of what President Trump did in just pulling out of that agreement, folks, for which there was no rational reason to pull out. I mean, I'm just being direct and honest about it. If you didn't like the agreement, you at least had 15 years before anything changed in it. And during those 15 years, you could have worked with Iran to establish greater trust in the Non-Proliferation Treaty Agreement and other things. But just pulling out did the very thing that Ayatollah Khamenei feared the most and said publicly to his negotiators, don't negotiate with the great Satan because they will not be trusted. And when Donald Trump pulled out, he fed that to them. And the result was that the IRGC, the Republican Guard, were elected. And the hardliners came in. Now there's a new group there after the president was killed in the helicopter crash. And it appears that maybe there's a little breath of capacity here to be able to work differently. But look, in that agreement that we came to on Iran, we took a nuclear weapon off the table. We put it away. We made it clear that you could not break out and create a weapon in Iran in the period of about a year and 2 to 3 months. That's how long breakout would take. Today, because of pulling out, breakout is about a week from now. A week from whenever it would occur. And in the agreement we did with Iran, Iran had to destroy 13,000 centrifuges which they used to create uranium enriched in order to have a bomb. You have to destroy them. They have to destroy their plutonium reactor with cement put into the core of the reactor, could never be used again. They had to open up television in all of their production facilities. We put 130 people on the ground in Tehran every day, checking everything. We had, we had limits on we had tracking on their mining of uranium, all the way from the mine through to the post-use of the centrifuges. So they were really in a box.
And Israel was still not happy with it.
No, but the security establishment of Israel all agreed this made Israel safer. And Israel is less safe today, the region is less safe today, because Iran could decide to break out. Now, I don't think they will break out. I think in the end they're going to decide that is not in their interest. And they'll use the bargaining, hopefully, to figure out how the pathway is going to be laid for having a more normal relationship with the world. But that's going to have to require giving up their bellicosity and threats to Israel and their support for Hezbollah and Houthi and Hamas. So big decisions are going to have to be made, but I think there will be a lot of effort to try to push that process forward, and I'm encouraged by that. It is good that there will be effort to try to find a way forward, and I think they will try to.
Of course, Mr. Secretary, another thing which you've invested years on, and you've been flying relentlessly around the world, is to push climate change as the President's special envoy. And we have the COP29 going on in Baku, and we have, in the hottest year recorded in history, we have the prospect of President Trump pulling out of Paris again. Yeah. Can we still carry on the fight for 1.5 degrees?
No, we are blowing past 1.5 degrees right now as we sit here. I want to appeal to all of you. India is a country that has managed very complex challenges, you know, Pakistan, Kashmir, China, borders, so forth, for a long, long time. And one of the things that I appreciate so enormously in India is the consciousness that is brought to public life and to issues. And the very legitimate effort to behave honorably and make things happen that make things good for other people. And you are managing 1.4 billion people in an extraordinarily difficult situation. But I will tell you, we need India, and we need China, and we need Russia, and the United States, and Europe, and some other key countries must come together to deal with this issue, which is existential. And nothing that President Biden tried to do or I tried to do in these last 4 years came from anything political. No ideology, no politics, no liberal, conservative, one party, BCP, whatever. No. It was driven by mathematics and physics and some biology and chemistry. And it doesn't lie. And we are now living globally with the consequences. Just last week, there was a major report that came out from scientists pointing out that forests and land and ocean that are called sinks, it's where the CO2 gets consumed and stored, taken away from doing damage, that they have noticed a significant drop in the ability of those forests to be able to contain CO2. We're seeing an increased rate of melting of the great ice sheets of the Arctic and the Antarctic. Sea level rise higher, storms more intense than ever. Why are the storms more intense? Science will tell you. Because as the ocean warms and 90% of the heating of the planet goes into the ocean, moisture goes up out of the ocean, travels around the planet with the prevailing winds and drops in rainfall, and you have higher acidity that changes the chemistry of the ocean, and it is changing it all around the world. And you also have torrential rainfall because you have this moisture rising into the air and traveling around the planet. There are a whole bunch of other things scientifically connected. I don't even have time to go through them all. But every year is the next year that's hotter than the year before. I was in the Senate in 1988 when Jim Hansen told us, it's happening, climate change is here. And we went to Rio in 1992, and we worked to try to change things. But it was a voluntary system. So nobody wanted to be the first to be really big volunteer and reduce in big amounts. So we didn't. So then we got to Paris. We did the Paris Agreement, which Donald Trump wants to pull out of. In the Paris Agreement, folks, it's a monument to common but differentiated responsibility. Every country only does what they think they can do in the Paris Agreement. And it wasn't until we got to Dubai last year where the UAE consensus produced 200 nations saying, we must transition away from fossil fuel. And we must accelerate in this decade. We must do it in a fair, equitable, and orderly way so as to achieve net zero by 2050. Well, guess what, folks? Emissions go up last year, 1% all around the world. It's going up. And we have gas and oil that's going to go to record levels, and coal, record levels of burning. And you look at the air quality that we see here right now in Delhi. And it's around the world. 7 million people a year are now dying as a consequence of bad air quality on an annual basis. And that is going to grow. So look, I'm not here to just blast people or whatever. But I do ask the question is, what is it about humanity that when we know we're facing something existential, we cannot do the things we know we ought to do? And by the way, those things are not frightening to the economy. I just joined up with a group. We're an investing group. We're going to invest. We're putting out new technologies that can deal with this faster. Solar is now so much cheaper than fossil fuel. Wind, cheaper than fossil fuel. Geothermal will be cheaper than fossil fuel. Hydro, we have the ability today to meet the goals we set for 2030. But we're not on track to meet them because business as usual, greed, whatever, is keeping people from doing what we need to do. I'm telling you, absolutely, every study shows it is cheaper to do what we need to do to transition now than rather than wait. And there'll be far more damage as we wait. And you already see every country, well, we have to do adaptation. We've got to spend money to adapt now to the situation. Yes, we do. But think of what's happening down the road. When I started this in 2020, as a formal position for President Biden, we were heading to 4 degrees, 3.7 degrees of warming on the planet. Because of what we got out of Glasgow, Sharm el-Sheikh, and then Dubai, if we did everything we promised to do, we could actually hold the Earth's temperature increase to about 1.7 degrees. But we're not doing what we know we should do and we know how to do. The economy on the other side of this transition, folks, is bigger, better, more, you will make more money. The new technologies with new transmission lines that can take 5 times the power that we had before. So we have an ability to get power, empower people who haven't been empowered. We have hydrogen is really coming down in price. There are great gains in that. We have batteries now. Germany is at 50% renewable for a very industrialized country. And they're going up to 80% renewable. Why aren't the rest of it? All around the world, my country too. We need to be doing things that will accelerate this process. And I'll put this on the table. We're not going to win this unless, 48 sub-Saharan African states equal 0.55% of all the emissions. They're not the problem. The problem are about 23 countries. The developed and near-developed countries. China's #1 emitter, 30% of all the emissions on the planet. United States is #2. India is #3. Europe and Russia sort of flow behind. Brazil, Indonesia, we know where they are. We have to work together to help each other to be able to find a way forward. We need to put more money on the table for development. We need to be able to deploy those technologies, and we need to make the world a fairer place for everybody who's alive today, but also for the next generation and for our kids and grandkids. And that's really what's on the line, folks. We've got to get those 23, 25 countries in a room and figure out how we are going to do what we know how to do.
And we're going to need your energy, Mr. Secretary, to continue this in or out of office. And I do sense a note of optimism in despite everything you say, because you are an
I know
optimist.
time is up, but can I say to everybody, I genuinely am optimistic. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. President Kennedy said that the problems of the world are mostly caused by human choices, and therefore they can be solved. I believe in that. I believe we have solutions. We've got to, kick ourselves in the rear end and go out and put these things together. But I'm optimistic because actually life is better today for many people, most people in the world. Far, far fewer people are being killed violently than were in the last century. We've cured diseases we never thought we'd cure. We have longer longevity for life. We have extraordinary opportunities in many parts of the world. We're still not, it's not even, needs to get better. But we have a vision that we can build off of from what we have already accomplished. From post-World War II through the next 30, 40 years, a lot of places have grown in their ability to have a decent life day to day. My hope is that we'll recognize that, and it should reinforce that we can do this, but we have to be more determined about making it fair and orderly and equitable as we go about that. And women, particularly around the world, women today, it's not where it ought to be. There's still a glass ceiling, but there is far more CEOs of companies, women in the military sharing responsibilities. There are women in high chief executive offices all around the world. And there's been a real, if you're a woman pregnant, you give birth to a child, that child is 50% more likely to be fed and go to school than they were in the last century. So there are reasons to be really optimistic. And it's just a question of doing what we know we ought to do with the things that we already have available to do it with. Do that, we get it done.
Thank you so much. We know you have a 19-hour flight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Kerry and Mr. Sarna. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next guest here already. Please remain in your places. Please be seated. We've got the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Charababu Naidu, who will be coming up on stage any moment now. Please remain seated. Mr. Charababu Naidu, talking to the National Political Editor, Hindustan Times, Ms. Sunetra Chaudhary. A warm welcome to you, sir. Please be seated.
Mr. Chief Minister, I want to start by asking you, what does it feel like to be one of the most important aspects of this NDA 2.0 government? It's 3.0 government.
Now you are seeing, first time, NDA under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister. India has been recognized globally. For the last 10 years, he promoted India. Now, brand of India is very strong. Once brand is strong, then we can do wonders. That is what he has done. Now he is working Vikasit Bharat 2047. With clear vision, clear direction and process and policies, I am confident under his leadership, India will become, I don't have any doubt, India will become either 1 or 2. Anyway, we are becoming 3rd place. and Indians globally will become number one. It is going to happen.
But Chief Minister, I wanted you to tell us a little bit about when this time, well, a little before this time last year, in September, October 2023, when perhaps you may have been going through one of the toughest times in your life. At that time, did you have any idea that just a year later, you were going to be a key person in this government?
No, this is not the first time we are a key player. So many times.
That's true, yes.
So many times.
Yeah.
Telugu Desam Party as a regional party, always we used to play very crucial role at national level. You can go through the history. In 1889, under the leadership of our founder, N.T. Ramarao Garu, we formed at that time government, NF government led by VP Singh. That was the history Telugu Desam Party had. 95, and also one more government under UF government, and also 6.5 years we supported Narendra Vajpayee ji without any condition, only in the interest of the nation. I think our party is only the party, regional party has played opposition role in parliament. At that time, this is the beauty of democracy. At that time, BJP only 2 seats. Wow. We had 35 at that time. But our state is only one state. Yeah. Then Narendra Modi ji, he has built that party continuously. First, Vajpayee has built, then he strengthened, he stabilized today. You can see from 2 seats, now 11 years, same government, even in future, this government will continue.
So, being inside it, and as you said, you've seen Vajpayee, you've been a part of so many governments. Is there anything you can tell all of us which would give us a little better understanding? Because so much is known about Narendra Modi. But is there some insight that you can share with us about what it's like, how it is different from other people?
He's a strong leader. He's a modern in outlook, very progressive. Now reforms has been started in 1991. With internet revolution, technology has become handy for us. By using all these things, if you see, next level revolution or development Narendra Modi ji has done with consistent efforts. Otherwise, this type of development we cannot see. If you see now, globally, all countries are facing aging problem, or growth is very nominal. Only the country is growing 7.58%, only India. That is the strength of India under its leadership. I am confident there is a scope further. All of us will work together. 10% plus we can grow. No other country is having this advantage.
I'll get back to the population question later because I know you have lots of ideas about it. But when you were talking about working with the PM, are you also able to make it, change his mind in certain ways? I know that the TDP, I read your statement before where you said that if something, we put our point of view forward. So in coalition, sir, are you able to influence them, change their mind about certain things?
No, we are working with them for this great nation. I can say very clearly. No need to influence anybody, but we have to work together. Whenever he's having great ideas, not only endorsing, we will strengthen his efforts. That is where he is leader, we will follow him, we will work with him for logical conclusion. That is what I'm saying.
One of the new things, of course, sir, that has happened is NDA is meeting much more. Like we saw the Chandigarh meeting, you were there, you came down from Chandigarh at that time, they had a meeting much more. And I believe one of the things that they said, the difference in this term is going to be, we will keep consulting with allies much more.
No, that is one. Another thing, he is always working for next election.
Next election.
That is the beauty. If you see, Chandigarh, all of us has thought, it was only swearing in ceremony. After that, we can leave. Then he informed all NDA chief ministers with the PM will meet. Then 4 hours uninterrupted meeting he conducted. He listened everybody's views. Finally summed up. That is his determination. That is the leadership he is providing. That is the great leadership, I can say.
So at that time, you were planning for 2029.
That is what I am saying. Already planned for 2029.
We did not know that.
That is how he is working, just like mission.
So I hope you don't mind, because I know this is something very personal and every individual has a different take on it. I just wanted to ask you, you spent more than a month in prison. What was that experience like? Because a lot of people who I've interviewed, they've always said that it changes you. It changes you. And, you got a clean chit afterwards. It was, they found nothing against you. But what was that? Can you share with all of us?
No, sometimes in my lifetime, I maintain the decorum, and also I am very strict in following very, you have seen now Hyderabad, how I built. So many public policies I have decided. Never anybody has pointed out, even somebody wanted to go to court also, never they are able to prove, not even single allegation. Without any case, they arrested me and then they have given me notice. Then this is what I expected in my lifetime. It should not happen. That has happened in my lifetime. That is where I am very careful, in spite of that it has happened, but only one determination. Person like me is afraid and will have a demoralization, then end of the game. I didn't commit any mistake. It will be proved, but I must be bold. That is what I have done during that 53 days. Not only in Andhra Pradesh, around 80 countries, 53 days, they demonstrated on the roads, they stood by me. Sometimes, after we die, after our death, people will remember us. During my jail period, everybody expressed their solidarity. They stood for me. That is a great experience for my life.
It made you stronger.
Made me stronger and determined to do more for people now.
Is it true, sir, that you said one of the ways that it changed you was, and how you've matured as a politician, is that before you would only focus a lot more on policy, but now you realize the importance of going directly to people, interacting with them. Is that true?
No, what I am saying, I started in 1995 as Chief Minister. 1991 economic reforms. Then Internet revolution has come around mid-90s or early 90s. Then I used to adopt all these things for the betterment of the people. 95, I used to carry people, I used to educate them. At that time also I had so many problems, financial problems, so many problems. I was able to cover up everything by doing new policies and also going on communicating to the people and mingle with people with different programs. Then 99 also have one. Whenever I was obsessed with the name, I lost elections.
Can you elaborate, like how, sir?
Because everybody is praising me, then I thought I am doing right things. Leaving people, I used to move forward. That is where Narendra Modi ji is doing. carrying people with him continuously and doing things. Sometimes both 2004 and 2019, I missed that. So continuity of development has stopped. Now I am very clear. I want to carry people with me. Both I will do it. One is development, one is welfare, and carrying people with me. Then I can do better things in public life. That I will do now.
Do you, all of us, you don't give many interviews. So most of us haven't heard your take on what really happened in the general elections that took place, sir. I'm not talking, we of course know you came back to power and, of course, a lot of that, many people said that was a sympathy factor. Lots of people, they wanted change in Andhra. But I wanted also for you to talk about the national level, sir. What is it, as a veteran, as a senior most politician in the country, what is it that you see was happening among the people?
No, national level is one. Confidence on Narendra Modi ji. People voted for him. Andhra Pradesh added advantage because people are frustrated with the previous government. Then Pawan Kalyan has decided, Janasena, he came forward, there won't be any split of vote. Anti-government vote has to vote for alliance. He announced alliance. Then BJP also joined. When all three parties joined, lot of goodwill and also lot of public had so much of confidence. For the last 45 years, we are doing politics. This election is the 9th election for our party. 93% strike rate, 57% vote. Never it has happened. Only they got 11 seats. Even to have opposition, 18 seats they should get. Only 11 they have given for him. Even that 11 seats, some seats where we are very weak candidates, we lost that seats. Public are very clever, they are watching. They may not come out. At the appropriate time, they will come and then they will decisively take a decision. That is what was happened in recent elections.
Actually, talking about public, everyone is kind of, public opinion, people who do the polls and stuff, exit polls and stuff, they've been getting elections completely wrong. As a politician, can you make out? When you're winning, who is winning? Could you make out that BJP is going to get less?
100% we make out.
You make out? You knew that BJP was getting 240. You knew BJP was getting 240, sir.
No, what I'm saying, we expected clear majority for BJP. Be clear.
But BJP didn't get clear majority in the center.
No, this election we didn't, but we expected majority. Andhra Pradesh, we are very clear, one-side election.
One-sided.
One-side election. Everybody expected, we expected, but some surveys manipulated all these things. It will happen in a democracy, always. That's why you are watching. You predict something, something will happen. That is where some biased views. Science is only one, public opinion is only one, but how we are going to gauge it is important. Objective way of assessment.
Do you know what's going to happen in Maharashtra?
There is no doubt NDA will win. There is no doubt about it.
I had to ask. So, you talked about Pawan Kalyan, and I just want to ask generally about coalition dharma. Now, he has been a little critical of one of your ministers and some of the situation there. So, as a senior politician, and you don't have to speak specific, but I just wanted to know, what are the basic principles of coalition dharma that you keep, even one part, one minister or one other ally may be a little unhappy? How do you make up with them? How do you ensure everyone goes along? What is the coalition dharma?
No, always in a family, even father and son, wife and husband, even among family members, you will have some differences. Everybody is not uniform. But how to bring consensus is very important. How to respect each other is important. Same principle in politics. In a coalition government, we have to talk to each other. There may be some difference of opinion, but ultimately how to obtain consensus is very important. Sometimes some people will respond differently with some information, but if we talk, then it will be solved. That is what we are doing. I am confident as long as we are having public interest in mind, we will be together, we will work together. Small problems here and then will come. All these problems will be sorted out. Even what you said,
Pawan
Kalyan, immediately there is small issue, even social media. In social media nowadays, I am very happy 100 years Hindustan Times, century celebrations you are conducting. Originally, even print media was not available for public, only Doordarshan. After that, print media. After that, electronic media. Now, social media has come. Everybody is an editor, everybody is a correspondent. You can put any views on anybody. Now, there is a competition. But now, more dangerous trend is character assassination in social media. That is much more worst. Even women, character assassination is going on. That is where all of us are feeling. How to control this type of character assassination, otherwise we'll have a big setback.
Yeah, you're of course referring to the crackdown that you had recently on various activists.
No, all various women. Not only that, even that party should not have any balance. They have done character assassination of
their own
party president's own mother and sisters.
So what is...
We may differ people, that is a different issue. We may different politically. We may have some differences, family also. But you cannot put your mother, somebody is putting character assassination of your mother. How can you allow? They are saying, I have to allow all these things.
Mr. Naidu, you're actually bringing up a much larger problem. This is a problem with social media that people across the world face of, having things about them. But, we have Elon Musk who believes that there shouldn't be any censorship. And so on Twitter, we're going to have much more of that and very minimal controls. So as someone who's so familiar, as a politician who's so familiar with technology, what do you see is the way out? Because of what you've done, because what you've done is that people who are posting like that, you are taking action against them as law and order, initiating prosecution. But for people who feel that's censorship, what is the larger way of dealing with this kind of social media harassment of women especially? Women are the ones who face most of this.
No, that is what I'm saying. In democracy, now social media has become very, very vulnerable. Nobody used to talk about information technology. I used to talk about information technology.
Yes.
In 95. Even deregulation of telecommunications sector, I was responsible for that. I fought with the then Prime Minister Vajpayee ji. We are promoting information technology. There is no bandwidth. Then naturally, we cannot progress in information technology. That is how, on the basis of my report, he has deregulated telecommunications sector. Now Indians are doing extremely well because of first mover advantage on technology. Added to that, demographic dividend has come advantage. Now they have become entrepreneurs. If you go anywhere in the world, highest per capita income Indians are getting. Among them, I am very happy to announce 30% are for Telugu community. They are also first mover advantage. So this is how we have done all these things. Now, some criminals or some bad people are using social media to humiliate women or respected politicians. That is the biggest challenge. They want to humiliate, harass, and ultimately by doing anybody, we are all human beings. We have some sentiment, some respect, everything. But how to control, this has to be debated, we have to control it. Otherwise, very, very danger and also nasty things will happen in future.
Are you on social, do you personally spend time browsing through social media? What kind of screen time do you have, Chief Minister?
I'm only an architect. I don't have time to sit in social media going on, but I am using for governance what are all required. Either WhatsApp, now we are establishing WhatsApp governance throughout the state. Last mile, I can give them corrective measures and also monitoring and communication across the table. All employees I can put it. This is the first of its kind in India. WhatsApp governance, we are addressing all problems, we are going to sort it out through WhatsApp governance. In technology also now deep tech has come. Now people are thinking only IT to artificial intelligence. Nowadays, if you see, data is wealth. There is a quality data, then we can do wonders. Then real-time data is coming through drones, IoTs, CCTV cameras, cell phone. Then if you use artificial intelligence and go for deep dive, real solutions, right solution, we can evolve, either health, either agriculture or veterinary, in all walks of life. Then that is a game changer in future. That is where I am working. We need only small smartphone. Anywhere in the world you can work, you can survive, you can do any business, you can work from anywhere to anywhere. That is going to happen now with the decision making.
So you were talking about demographic dividend. I just wanted to ask you, you talked about people needing to have more children. Will you elaborate a little bit on that? Because Chief Minister Stalin also said, I agree with you. And he also said people should have lots of children. So how many children should people have, especially in the South?
No, this is a very interesting subject for all of us. Originally, long back, I gave a call, break silence, talk about AIDS at that time. Nobody used to talk about AIDS. It is a social stigma. Then I started talking about it. That is how we are able to control AIDS. Now I am talking everybody, break silence, talk about population management. People are asking what is population management. You are seeing all European countries, even Japan, even China. All countries are having an aging problem. Only India is having advantage up to 2047. Now South India aging problem has started. Our fertility rate is 1.6. Generally, to maintain population, 2.1 fertility rate we have to maintain. Below, population decrease, above, population increase. In 1950s, around 5.5% or 6 fertility rate. Today, it has come, 2021 census like that, 2.1. Now, exactly borderline we are having. Now it will decrease. That means aging problem is catching in India. Now, if we won't talk, then we'll have a problem. There is a conflict between population and also wealth. People are getting more and more money. They are all thinking no children. I used to promote IT. People had wife and husband or IT. They got good jobs. They used to talk. We had very comfortable, double income, no kids, let us enjoy. That is the biggest danger for humanity in the world. So people may not like it immediately, But I wanted to promote only one thing, population management. If you manage population, nobody can defeat India. We are having 145 crore as on today. China population is only 135 crores.
So
China will become 100 crores or below 100 crores. We will increase up to 175 crores. Then diminishing will start. If you can manage population, 30-40 crore will go all over the world.
So
they will do services everywhere.
in order to...
They will earn money everywhere. Then British people came to India in the name of business, then conquer.
Yeah.
In the name of service, both public and corporate governance, we will rule globally, minimum 100 to 150 countries in the near future if you manage population.
So, Chief Minister, it is basically, so if it's Andhra is 1.6, we can expect a future law in Andhra to incentivize, maybe give money to women who are having 2 children, because most women are having
That is
less
what
than
we have
2.
to do now.
You will do that?
Yeah, I have to do that. Once I had, but long back, I want to go for family planning. Then I brought so many strict regulations. At one stage, more than 2 children, you are not eligible in local body elections.
Yeah.
That is how I brought. Recently, I removed all those things.
So now
I have to put one more rule. Less than 2 children, you are not eligible.
But the North Indian politicians will oppose that, sir. They're still doing family planning.
No, what I'm saying, not necessary. Population as asset in future.
Yeah.
I will tell you only 1 minute I will take. My priorities as on today, it is elite group and historical occasion.
Yes.
Zero poverty. We are all now P3, public-private partnership. We are able to create wealth. Now it is our responsibility. Zero poverty we have to achieve, then only India will be a great country. This is where I am proposing top 10% as to adopt bottom 10% or 15%, mentor them, nurture them, and hold them. You cannot bring along with us, at least you have to eradicate poverty and reduce the inequalities. Second policy, employment. You have to create employment in a big way. Then everybody is having job, there won't be any nuisance value in the society. Third one, human resource development and skill upgradation. From now onwards, you have to think, after 20 years, what is the human resources will require? What are the skills they have to acquire? Plan now itself, from first class onwards. Water scarcity, security. Industry, drinking water, agriculture, you have to give water, link rivers. This is my earlier opinion also. Vajpayee ji has constituted task force at that time. Now we have to complete that.
Thank you, sir.
Focus on agriculture. This is one sector we have to do it. Logistics cost is very high. We have to reduce logistics cost. Then cost optimization, energy and fuel, including green energy, green hydrogen, we have to move in that direction. Product perfection. Our brands are not up to the mark. We have to work in that direction. Then only India will have a bright future. Swachh Bharat, focus on that. Every citizen should have awareness. Finally, deep technology in all walks of life. Then India will be great. Andhra Pradesh wanted to work with these 10 principles to make Andhra Pradesh #1 globally. Telugu community
Thank you, sir.
will be the biggest community in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu Garu and Sunetra. Ladies and gentlemen, from politics to business matters, we'll soon welcome into our midst the chairman of the Aditya Birla Group. May I request... Birla Group, Mr. K.M. Birla, to converse with the Editor-in-Chief, Hindustan Times, Mr. R. Sukumar.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Kumar Birla to this very, very special edition of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Especially apt, although this is not the reason we have him here. The reason we have him here is because he runs a really big group and a really old group. Also really apt that Hindustan Times was really a paper that was, in its early years, funded and founded by his great-grandfather, G.D. Birla. So very happy to have you here.
Good to be here, Sukumar. Thank you.
And I thought we would not do a CNBC quarterly results are out kind of interview. This is the Leadership Summit after all, and when you get an opportunity to speak to someone who runs a business that spans 41 countries, has around 185,000 employees, revenues of $65 billion, market cap of $100 billion, and more importantly, has been around in some form since 1857, which is the first war of Indian independence. It makes sense to talk about longevity. So in this, the 100th year of Hindustan Times, Kumar Birla is going to tell us his secret for longevity, right? And I'm going to start off by pointing out the fact that the average age of the company in the S&P index is only 22, right? And you look at all the big companies which are in the tech field. Google is only 28, Microsoft is only 49, Walmart, which is the company which is on top of the Fortune 500 listings, is only 62. So when you really look at a company that's been around in some form since 1857, you have to ask how, which is what I'm asking you, right? I mean, how do you...
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Sounds like an easy one, but requires some introspection. I think a few important things. One, of course, is that a company is not just a repository of shareholders' wealth. A company is much more than that. It's a repository of people's trust, especially the trust of shareholders, customers, suppliers. So I think trust and values is a very big part of it. Values for us is very important. I think that our values keep us together. The fact that we are so diversified across businesses. We have a multinational presence, different kinds of people and different businesses. Values is a very important thing that I think has passed down. It's something that you kind of absorb, you're indoctrinated into. So I would say it's values is a very big part of it. People, like you said, we are 185,000 strong people. I'm the only person from the family who's actively involved in running the business. My son was actively involved for 4 years, but he's away doing his MBA at Harvard, coming back in May. My daughter is involved partly, but her own business has grown much faster than she had thought. She's in microfinance. So they've made an acquisition in the last 2 years. They've got private equity. So a lot of her time is taken up by that for now. So I think the fact that we are so large, diversified, I'm the only one from the family, obviously means that we are a very highly delegated and decentralized organization, which means that, as I call it, it's a people's organization. It's the people who run it, very people-focused, high performance, high accountability also, since it's so people-driven. And I think we're very invested in our people, invested in their careers, invested in adding intrinsic value to them. And I think the important thing there is that we're a meritocracy. So you rise up the ranks as fast as your performance. There's nothing really else that matters. So in many ways, your career is really in your own hands. So I think the two big pieces would be values, and the other would be the way you treat people, the kind of people you have, empowering them, treating them with respect is something that most people want more than just a higher paycheck. I'd say these are the two big pegs for us.
One of the things in business, and I used to be a business journalist for a long time, was that especially when you, and I know there may be some multinational managers here, and your company is in some ways a multinational, but you know, when you look at the local arms of multinationals, and there's a certain model on how they work, right? At least at the leadership level. The typical stint is for 3 years. So the first year is spent bad-mouthing your predecessor, right? And usually this is done by taking a huge charge. And then the second year you do whatever you have to do, and the third year you basically lobby for your next post, which you want to go to Europe or you want to go somewhere in Latin America or wherever. One of the things that strikes me when I look at organizations such as yours, which has been there for a long time, is really continuity, right? And I buy your fact about you being the only one from the family there and all that, but I would like to argue that, you know, the family does bring something to it, right? I mean, there is something that you have learned from your father, from your grandfather, which has sort of distilled down. What is that?
Yeah, that's very distinct, and I think that's about values. Again, I think that the fact that, you know, my great-grandfather, G.D. Birla, was a very close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. And he fully embraced this, what we call a socio-economic concept of trusteeship, which means that companies are not just emblems of capitalism. They're also institutions of collective prosperity. So it was a more nuanced, you know, sort of description of what a private company should be. And that kind of ethos or philosophy has come down the generations. It's something that's very deeply ingrained. I can't tell you exactly how it functions, but it functions all the time when you're taking an important decision. This is something, you know, it's like being in the DNA. And again, I think it's about people. It's how you, you know, how you treat people. It's about how much, you know, like I said, in our case, we're a people's organization. We truly are. And, you know, people feel empowered. People feel accountable. People know that we invest in them. And that gives a different sort of a sense of commitment. You know, for example, I have more than 4,000 people who've been with me for 20 years and more. So that also brings about continuity because, you know, they've lived with the organization, they've done different things, they've played different roles, they've been in different countries, different businesses. But the fact is that, we've all grown up together. So of course there is continuity in terms of family legacy. I think legacy is very important. But I think the fact that you have employees who are high performers and who've been with the company a long time also brings about an element of continuity.
What is, I really want to know more, so I'm going to ask you a follow-up in a very specific way. What is the one business lesson which you repeatedly give your children?
I think we don't give our children lessons. That was meant for the generation before us. We are more the sandwich generation. But I think one thing that I learned from previous generations, and one thing that I do tell my children, is that there are no shortcuts. That's again very ingrained in our way of doing business. That's a legacy that's come down. And if I look back at the last 30 years of my being there, I don't think we've achieved anything that's significant on account of taking a shortcut. So whatever we've achieved, we've gone through the rough and tumble of it. We've gone through the whole 9 yards. No shortcuts, I think, is a very important one for me, also for my children. I can see it in them.
You spoke a little bit about, this social emphasis that needs to be there for business. And how do you position a business in the social national context? I ask this because, our own example at Hindustan Times, for instance, how it emerged as a voice of the freedom movement. But also if you look at your group's involvement in building India's industrial backbone in the early years, right? So it was positioned in a certain social and national context. How significant are national priorities to a business?
So, if I go back in time, our flagship company, Grasim, was founded just 10 days after independence by my great-grandfather, G.D. Birla. And the idea then was partition had just happened and very large tracts of cotton growing land had gone to Pakistan. And I think, obviously, the desire was that we become, therefore, self-sustaining in man-made fibers, which was the closest substitute for cotton. So at that time, even our metals companies, I think that was how they were born. At that time, the birth of businesses was based as national priority. I think now it's different. You're not going to invest in a business because it's a national priority, but the fact that infrastructure is going to be a big, investment, if we are to grow at 7-8% and see multi-decadal growth, it's very clear that infrastructure, metals, cement, metals will be something that will be required in, good measure. So I think there is an intrinsic involvement of what national priorities are. For example, when we started financial services, it was a nation coming of age, financialization. The average person was becoming more aware about his or her savings, was becoming more financially literate. So there is always an element of the phase of the country's growth curve that you are in that would determine which business you want to get into.
Where do you see our growth curve at this point in time, our country's growth curve at this point in time? Where are the opportunities?
There are lots of them. I think infra is clearly one. Like I said, growing at 7-8%, we are the fastest growing large economy in the world. So clearly, we have to build infrastructure. And I must say that the government has done a very credible job of investing in infrastructure. And infra is one. Digital, clearly, it's becoming a smaller and smaller world because of the digital economy. Again, India has done a great job, especially led by the government. I think that's another big opportunity, and there are several more on, consumer is another one. There's never a dearth of opportunities. India meets opportunities. Talent has more opportunities today than ever before in the past. So I think that there are a plethora of opportunities. It depends on what you have the appetite for and the passion for.
Going back to the social and national context, everyone understands the fact, and this is true of even the new age entrepreneurs, of the need to give back, right? So there is philanthropy, but some of it is it's good, but it's also passive. Your group has done both, right? I mean, there is, you give a lot of money, which is the passive part, but there are also active things that you do, right? Like run really good schools and colleges. I myself am a beneficiary from this. I went to BITS, and I've often told people that BITS made me what I am. And so it's a very deep involvement in certain sectors, and I've seen that you've sort of broad-based that more. You've now got a school of management, you've got a school of law.
I think that's something that gives us great joy. BITS was founded by my great-grandfather, G.D. Birla, and my granduncle, K.K. Birla, ran it for the longest time, grew it on the foundation that was built by his father. I've had the privilege of running it for almost 15 years now. I increasingly spend more time on it. Education. I'm a great believer in education. In my own case, the way life panned out for me, my father passed away very early and all of that. I think if I didn't have the qualifications I did, life would have been so much tougher. So the transformative role of education is something that you can't deny. And that's what drives me to spend time on an institution like BITS. Of course, it's a legacy. But I think the transformation, the transformative impact it has on its students is something that's very apparent. So we've started recently a school of management, we've started a school of design, a school of law. It's a great brand, and I think that it's just a transformative impact, like I said, it has on people's lives. That is so fulfilling.
Everyone speaks about culture, right? I mean, I think it was Drucker who once said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And you hear about companies which do things in a certain way and which were built around a certain kind of culture. What is the Birla way?
So I want to keep coming back to this. One is values. The other is people. Very important, I think. They are the backbone of the organization. They are the asset that sort of doesn't show up on the balance sheet, but is what drives the company. A few more things. One is scale. So we want to be number 1 or 2 in every business that we are in or we get into. So like they say, scale isn't everything, but it's the only thing. Without scale, I think it's very difficult to survive today unless you have something very niche, let's say very high technology, which gives you very high margins. So scale is very important. For example, we built our cement business 100 million tons in 36 years. In the next 5 years, we've got to 150. In another 5 years, we'll get to 200. And, scale is fun. It gives you a much broader canvas to work on. I think that looking at businesses from the long run, that is in many ways a promoter's prerogative. So when Hindalco acquired Novelis, paid $6 billion and acquired a company that in fact was much larger than it. The stock took a beating, investors wrote us off, took about a year to come back. Any professional CEO who had taken that decision would have been sacked because it just seemed at that time to be the wrong thing to do. And I think as a promoter, I had the prerogative and the desire to see much beyond not just quarters, but years. So running businesses for the long run is something that is a culture with us. And another sort of important aspect for us, you can call it culture, it does amount to culture, is the fact that we measure performance by cash. So you have revenue, it's great, you have EBITDA, even better, but at the end of the day, businesses need to have the right economics at a unit level, and they also need to generate cash. That's how you grow and build on what you've grown. that broadly would be the culture that would define us.
Speaking of scale, right, that probably explains why you have been as acquisition-oriented as you have, right? Because if you have to be number 1 or 2 in everything, it doesn't make sense to keep building. Sometimes it also makes sense to keep buying. But like you said, many of these acquisitions, especially the global acquisitions, take some time to pan out. And it's the reason why analysts respond to every acquisition negatively, right? I mean, the share price immediately falls. And you just gave the example of Novelis. But part of that also comes from the fact that this is how you think, right? This is how you have been taught to think. This is the kind of long-termism that probably being a Birla gives you. I mean, someone else may get it by being someone else, but it's a very family thing, isn't it? It's a very family thing.
Long term, yes, very much so. I think that building businesses for the long term has been very much a family legacy. But I think, each one has their own way of interpreting it. My father was a product of, he came in at a time when India was opening its doors to the world. My grandfather, for example, built his businesses in a time of scarcity. My great-grandfather, India was just getting its freedom. So everyone's context has been different. And leadership always has to be contextual.
Does it, when you look at it from the longevity perspective, how important are brands? Or because your strength, at least in the early years, was all in commodities. And you've since ventured into some really strong brands across both industrial products as well as retail products. But how significant and important are brands from the perspective of longevity?
So I think for B2C businesses, clearly brands are very important. They give you stickiness. They create a moat around the business. Many of our businesses up until now have been more B2B businesses. But I must tell you that they have their own set of challenges. So if you're, let's say if you have, Tesla as a customer, or Ford, or Boeing, they are very exacting customers. So you don't have the challenge of maintaining and nurturing a brand, but the challenge is very different. What we have to do for them, let's say, in this case, Novelis again, is very demanding. It's a different kind of challenge altogether. Having said that, we leverage the power of the group's brand, and that is a huge leverage for us. Often the company's name becomes a brand also, more and more in the B2B segment. So I think in the non-consumer businesses that we are in, these are the two brands that we leverage.
We've talked largely about the past. If you were to talk about the future, next 100 years, what are the opportunities you see? Where do you see your own group?
Next 100 years? Talking about next 100 years, days,
next
quarters. Very difficult to, it's crystal ball gazing. 100 years is too far away. But I think that we will be a much more,
what
more...
What would be the outer limit of your crystal ball gazing? 50 years? 25 years?
No. 10 years. I think it's such a fast-changing world. There's so much happening. The pace of change has changed, actually, if you think about it. It's much more ferocious now. We used to discuss 15 years, 20 years in our business kind of strategy plans. It doesn't go beyond 10 years now because it could be a very different world in 10 years. So you're really talking about a world that you have no knowledge about. You have no idea what the world will be, what the consumer will look like, what he or she will want, what the skill sets required to succeed will be. So I think, 100 years. But I do know that India will become a much, much more consequential economy. I do know that HT will have another editor, for example. But I think Yeah, I think that, anything digital clearly is going to be something that will be in fashion even then.
You spoke about the pace of change, and you spoke about, how difficult it is to think beyond 10 years. What does that mean for really long-term investments that probably require more time to pay off? Has that window also shortened?
No. I think 10 years was a bit of an exaggeration, but if you talk about all of our businesses, I mean, the investments we make, we have $20 billion of announced investments that are on the ground. Obviously, you look at, because a lot of them are in the manufacturing space, you would look at the next 15, 20 years. Shorter than that doesn't make sense in the kind of businesses that we're in. If on the other hand, you're looking at fashion retail or jewelry retail or financial services, then you're looking at a much shorter time frame. An investor doesn't think about return on his mutual fund investment 20 years from now. He looks at 1 year or 2 years or 3 years at the maximum, which means that our horizon also, our time horizon as people who are promoting and running the business also becomes that much shorter. So also for fashion retail, I mean, no one's thinking about 20 years from now, right? You go into a shop, you buy what you like, and if you don't, you vote with your dollars and you walk out. So the consumer-led businesses, I think the durability is much less in some ways.
You've entered a clutch of consumer-oriented businesses in recent years. Paints, for instance, jewelry, for instance. What is the logic? How do you identify which businesses to enter?
So retail, we've been around for almost 25 years. So jewelry is a retail format, right? You have an aspirational Indian, wants to spend more on experience, so on and so forth. It's also an industry which is growing very fast. And you have examples of players who've created a lot of value. You have only 1 or 2 national players. So that kind of gave us a niche that we could belong to. Paints, being in the cement business, for example, you have distribution that's common. And distribution is a very important success factor in a business like paints. But, the thing is that we've built 40% of the industry's capacity at one go. The industry capacity has been built over 40 years, I think. And at the end of this financial year, we'll be the combined capacity of the second, third, fourth, and fifth player in the market. So again, scale becomes very important. And that's what's driven these investments. Also, I think we've, from what we've learned in financial services, in some of our retail formats, it's given us more confidence to come closer to the customer.
I have one final question for you, and I'm hoping you'll give it some due consideration before you answer. Like I said, I've been a business journalist for a long time, and one of the things that struck me about your businesses and about you personally was the fact that you've always managed to avoid controversy. So how have you done this? Because these days, it's very easy to get caught up in any of these controversies. So what is your recipe for avoiding
that's not my style to get into controversies. Frankly, I have enough controversies in my personal life over a period of time in a light-hearted way. But I think that controversies take a lot of time and a lot of energy, to be honest, from a very practical point of view. And I'm not the sort of person who will, first of all, we're interested in running our own race. We are really not interested in what's happening with someone else's life or some other business house. That's just not the way we think. And I think that keeps you out of controversies.
Great. Kumar Banglam Birla, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birla and Sukumar. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break for lunch, arranged in Rani Bagh outside. May I remind you to find time to visit the special HT at 100 exhibit that has been set up in Raja Bagh that will take you through the 100-year journey of our country through HT's lens as a chronicler. Please be back after lunch and be seated by 2 o'clock, the latest, for the next segment of the 22nd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Thank you. Please take your belongings with you. We will not be able to take care of it if you leave it behind.
Welcome to this new edition of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, and we start off our virtual sessions of the summit with a huge newsmaker. We have Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, the Minister of Roads, Transport and Highways, joining us from Nagpur. गडकरी जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड आपने चुनाव के समय निकाला हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के लिए, इसके लिए भी वी आर वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल सर।
थैंक यू।
सर, मैं शुरू करना चाहूंगी, मैं देख रही थी आप कुछ ही दिन पहले आपने एक पैकेज अनाउंस किया था हाईवे डेवलपमेंट के लिए 2200 करोड़ पैकेज फॉर महाराष्ट्र, तेलंगाना, आंध्रा एंड गोवा। आई वांटेड टू स्टार्ट बाय आस्किंग यू सर कि हमेशा पॉलिटिकल रिपोर्टर्स हैं हम, हमेशा माना जाता था कि सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी लोगों के लिए है बिजली, सड़क और पानी। तो अब इतना सोशल मीडिया पे है, क्या वो ये तीन इश्यूज, सड़क अभी भी उतना मायने रखती हैं?
वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, ये चार इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जिस देश में डेवलप होते हैं उस देश में कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आती है, और कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आने के कारण इंडस्ट्री, ट्रेड और बिजनेस में बढ़ोतरी होती है। और जब ट्रेड, इंडस्ट्री और बिजनेस बढ़ता है तो उसके दो इंपॉर्टेंट इफेक्ट होते हैं समाज पर। पहला, पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ता है, दूसरा गरीबी दूर होती है, और इसी के कारण रोजगार की निर्मित होती है और देश समृद्ध और संपन्न होता है। तो अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो होता है वो गरीबी दूर करने के लिए और रोजगार निर्माण के लिए और देश के प्रगति और विकास के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। मैं एक छोटा सा उदाहरण आपको बताता हूँ कि हमने दिल्ली से देहरादून पुराना ही रोड अच्छा बनाया तो आने वाले तीर्थाटन करने वाले लोगों की संख्या 2.5 गुना बढ़ी, और 2.5 गुना बढ़े में उतने टैक्सी, बसेस, रेस्टोरेंट, होटल, सब प्रकार का एम्प्लॉयमेंट उसमें क्रिएट हुआ। टूरिज्म तो ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसमें 49% कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट रोजगार निर्माण के लिए होती है, और वैसे भी हम जब रोड बनाते तो इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया आता है, टाउनशिप बनती है, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो है, जो हम देश के विकास के लिए महत्वपूर्ण कर रहे हैं, वो ये है कि अभी देश में लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 16% है, और मेरे मिनिस्ट्री ने 2 इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। एक तो हम 36 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं, जिसके कारण दिल्ली से देहरादून 2 घंटे में जनवरी से शुरू होगा, जयपुर 2 घंटे में, चंडीगढ़ 2.5 घंटे में, बेंगलोर से चेन्नई 2 घंटे में, अब बेंगलोर से मैसूर 1 घंटे में हो गया, और दिल्ली से मुंबई 12 घंटे में। ऐसे हम 36 रोड बना रहे, दिल्ली से मद्रास तक। फिर दिल्ली से कटरा, अमृतसर 4 घंटे में, कटरा 6 घंटे में, श्रीनगर 8 घंटे में। तो कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी तक हमने एक्सिस कंट्रोल ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे भी बनाया है और एग्जिस्टिंग रोड की कैपेसिटी बढ़ाई। और उसका दूसरा निर्णय हमने ये किया कि डीजल और पेट्रोल के बजाय हम बायोफ्यूल और अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल को प्रायोरिटी देंगे, और इसलिए इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो एलएनजी, बायो सीएनजी, इलेक्ट्रिक और हाइड्रोजन, इसको जो हमने प्रोत्साहन दिया, उसके कारण हम लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट आने वाले 2 साल के अंदर, जो आज 14 से 16% है और चाइना की 8% है, यूरोपियन और अमेरिका की 12% है, हम निश्चित रूप से सिंगल डिजिट यानी 9% पे लाएंगे। तो 16 से 9% में आने में जो 7% की बचत है, इसके कारण हम एक्सपोर्ट के मार्केट में और कॉम्पिटिटिव बनेंगे और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट 2 गुना होगा। और जो प्रधानमंत्री का सपना है आत्मनिर्भर भारत, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी और वर्ल्ड की 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी, ये सपना हम निश्चित रूप से पूरा करने में हम इन 2 बातों से उपयोगी साबित होंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
सर ये जो आपने कहा देहरादून 2 घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे, ये हम लोग जो दिल्ली में बैठे हुए हैं उसको सुन के वी फील वेरी हैप्पी। और ये मैंने खुद भी देखा है, जो कि हम पहले जाते थे 10 साल पहले जब जाते देहरादून शायद 6 घंटे लग जाते थे, और मैं जब लास्ट टाइम गई थी तो 3-4 मेरे ख्याल से 4 घंटे से कम, काफ़ी जल्दी पहुंच गए थे। लेकिन सर इसका एक डिसएडवांटेज भी है, जो कि हम जो एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट है व्हाट वी हियर फ्रॉम देम, कि बिकॉज ऑफ दिस too many people are rushing into sensitive areas, because देहरादून मतलब उसके आगे लोग मसूरी पहाड़ वगैरह जाना चाहते हैं। तो आप मानेंगे कि आप जो ये हाईवेज को आप बहुत डेवलप कर रहे हैं और सरकार बहुत डेवलप कर रही है और ये मल्टी लेन एक्सप्रेसवेज वगैरह बन रही हैं, इसका एक डिसएडवांटेज भी है कि जो सेंसिटिव एरियाज हैं, इको सेंसिटिव एरियाज हैं, जो कि हिमालय के पर्वत के जो शहर हैं वहाँ पे उत्तराखंड में, उन में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग जा रहे हैं और उससे काफी ज्यादा डैमेज भी हो रहा है। और इसको आप कैसे, हाउ विल यू बैलेंस दैट आउट?
तो पहली बात तो ऐसे कि ये आक्षेप पूरी तरह गलत है। अभी आप ही बताया कि दिल्ली से देहरादून 9 घंटे जाने के लिए जब समय लगता था, तो पेट्रोल डीजल जो फॉसिल फ्यूल है वो जलाकर 9 घंटे में कितना प्रदूषण होता था। और अब इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो एलएनजी, सीएनजी, इलेक्ट्रिक और हाइड्रोजन पर जब गाड़ी जाएगी तो कितना प्रदूषण होगा। तो पहली बात, समय बचने के कारण फ्यूल भी बचेगा और प्रदूषण भी कम होगा, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव होगा। दूसरी बात इंपॉर्टेंट ये है, क्या हमारे देश का विकास करने के लिए हमारे टूरिस्ट जो है उसकी संख्या नहीं बढ़नी चाहिए? वर्ल्ड में दुनिया भर के लोग अपने देश में टूरिस्ट आए, इसलिए अलग अलग प्रकार की नीतियां बनाते हैं। इस प्रकार की सोच तो वर्ल्ड में कहीं नहीं है। हाँ, एक बात जरूरी है कि जब हम अभी देहरादून जाएंगे तो देहरादून में ट्रैफिक जाम नहीं होने चाहिए, रहने के लिए अच्छी एकोमोडेशन होनी चाहिए। जैसे ऋषिकेश में, हरिद्वार में कंजेशन हुआ है, तो प्लान सिटी बननी चाहिए, वहाँ रोड अच्छे बनने चाहिए, वहाँ बिजली पानी की व्यवस्था के साथ निसर्ग का आनंद लोग ले सकते हैं, ऐसी व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। जगह अवेलेबल है, कोई हम डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर रहे हैं। उल्टा मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि हमने 4,78,00,000 3 मीटर के ऊपर के पेड़ ट्रांसप्लांट किए। अभी हमने 78,000 100 साल पुराने पेड़ ट्रांसप्लांट किए। अभी मैंने नागपुर में ऑक्सीजन बेड पार्क बनाया है, जिसमें जो फल लगाए हैं, सब प्रकार के आम है, चीकू है, जामुन है, तो वो फल केवल बर्ड्स के लिए सुरक्षित रखे हैं। और लेक बनाया है, तो हम जगह जगह पर इकोलॉजी और एनवायरनमेंट का प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं। और दूसरी बात, इस देश में 22 लाख करोड़ का फॉसिल फ्यूल इंपोर्ट होता है, उसके कारण पूरे देश में प्रदूषण है। और उसके लिए ये जो बोलने वाले लोग हैं, ये क्या कर रहे हैं? एक्चुअली हम लोग है कि हमने लगातार अल्ट्रा बायोफ्यूल पर मैं 25 साल से काम कर रहा हूं। मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूं कि परेली जलती थी, अब परेली से बायो सीएनजी और बायो एनर्जी और बायोमास से बनने के 400 प्लांट शुरू हुए हो रहे हैं, उसमें से 65 शुरू हो गए हैं। इस बार 20% परेली जली नहीं है, और अगले साल जब होगा तो मुझे लगता है 60 to 80% परेली यूज होगी, 30% केवल जलेगी, या उसके लिए भी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। पानीपत में परेली से 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल, 150 टन बायोबिटुमिन और उसके साथ करीब 88,000 टन बायो एविएशन फ्यूल, हवाई ईंधन तैयार हो रहा है। मैं आपको बताता हूँ, दिल्ली के गाजीपुर की टेकरी की हाइट 7 मीटर कम की। हमने पूरा कचरा दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे में, UR2 में और चंडीगढ़ में, अभी अहमदाबाद डोलेरा में हमने कचरा यूज किया। हमने 80 लाख टन कचरे की विलेवाट लगाई है। मथुरा में मैं जब मंत्री था तो वहां के गंदे पानी को शुद्ध करके हाइब्रिड यूनिटी में प्रोजेक्ट तैयार करके वो पानी इंडियन ऑयल के रिफाइनरी को देते और सक्सेसफुली इंप्लीमेंट किया। तो ये सब प्रयास करने वाले हम लोग कम से कम एनवायरमेंट के विरोधी तो नहीं है। विकास और एनवायरमेंट दोनों साथ में चलनी चाहिए। हमारे सोसाइटी के 3 पिलर है, एथिक्स, इकोनॉमी, इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरमेंट। तीनों को आपस में टकराव न करते हुए, इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करते हुए, एयर पोल्यूशन, जल प्रदूषण और ध्वनि प्रदूषण को कम करते हुए हम डोमेस्टिक हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स इसको बढ़ाए, ताकि प्रदूषण मुक्त का समाज हो और विकास में सबको रोजगार मिले और अच्छा इकोलॉजी और एनवायरनमेंट के साथ हमारा देश आगे जाए। तो ऐसे इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच में सोचना पड़ेगा। ये जो माइक्रोस्कोपिक माइनॉरिटी है जो एक्सट्रीम थिंकिंग करके इस प्रकार की बातों को फैलाने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो उनका अध्ययन कर लीजिए। वो खुद अगर पेड़ लगाने के लिए आगे आएंगे, वो खुद अगर इकोलॉजी और एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए प्रकल्प को मदद करेंगे तो वो ज्यादा होगा। कैमरा और चलते हुए कामों को बंद करने की कोशिश करना, इससे देश का भला नहीं होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
जी मैं बिल्कुल समझ रही हूँ आप क्या कह रहे हैं सर, लेकिन एक और मैं क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कुछ कंट्रीज जैसे स्पेन है, वहां पे भी मतलब ज्यादा पर्यटक जो आ रहे हैं उसके खिलाफ थोड़ा सा बैकलैश हुआ है। वो कह रहे हैं कि थोड़े मतलब या तो लिमिट किए जाए कितने लोग आ रहे हैं या उनको ज्यादा टैक्स किया जाए। तो पिछली बार जब हिमाचल में भी जो फ्लड हुआ था और वो कोलैप्स हुए थे रोड सर, उस समय भी कहा गया था कि ये बहुत ज्यादा डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है और इतना कुछ बिल्ड किया जा रहा है उस वजह से। क्या आप मानेंगे कि आप तो कह रहे हैं ऑफ कोर्स कि लोग जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे तो कम पोल्यूशन होगा, लेकिन क्या लिमिटिंग पर्यटकों को थोड़ा लिमिट या फिर रोड
मुझे आप जब सवाल पूछ रहे थे, मुझे एक बहुत बड़े व्यक्ति थे, नाम में बोलता था उनका, वो बोला एक्सीडेंट हो रहे, लोग मर रहे, इसका कारण आप है। बोले मैं कैसे हूँ? तो बोला अच्छे रोड बना रहे, स्पीड 20 किलोमीटर से ऊपर होनी नहीं चाहिए। तो आपकी बात को सुनकर मुझे ये प्रेरणा मिल रही है कि जो अच्छे रोड बने, हर जगह 6-6, 8-8 से खोदते हुए मैं गड्ढे में गाड़ियां चले और उसकी स्पीड 10 किलोमीटर से कम हो और उसका आनंद लोग लो, ऐसा कोई कार्यक्रम करो, ऐसी शायद उनकी इच्छा होगी। देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ
जी,
समस्या का सही मूल है पॉपुलेशन, और इसलिए पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल करना अब चाइना ने भी किया है, हम उसके ऊपर गंभीरता से विचार करें। दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि आप अगर मनाली तक जाओगी तब तक हिमाचल प्रदेश एक साइड टूरिज्म है। मैं मनाली के बाद हमने अटल टनल बनाई है, रोहतांग पास जाने के लिए 3.5 घंटा लगता है, अब 8 मिनट में जाते हैं। और रोहतांग पास से निकलकर हम 8 टनल बना रहे हैं, हम लद्दाख लेह को आएंगे, पूरा खाली हिमालय पड़ा हुआ है, सुंदर है। ये जो मनाली के पहले उससे भी कई गुना अच्छा है। और लद्दाख लेह तक, और फिर लद्दाख लेह के बाद हम लोग जोजिला टनल आशिया की सबसे बड़ी बना रहे, जो लगभग 70% पूरी हुई। फिर झेड़मेर जहां भी हादसा हुआ वो भी लगभग पूरी हो गई। और झेड़मेर के बाद हम लोग श्रीनगर आएंगे, और श्रीनगर से जम्मू तक हम 18 टनल लगभग बना चुके हैं, 1-2 टनल के काम अधूरे हैं। और फिर कटरा के पास से फिर सीधा अमृतसर होकर दिल्ली आएंगे, और दिल्ली मुंबई हाईवे से निकलकर हम लोग सूरत तक आएंगे, और सूरत से नया हाईवे ग्रीन बनाया हमने, सूरत से नासिक, नासिक से अहमदनगर, अहमदनगर से सोलापुर, सोलापुर से कर्नूल, और कर्नूल से हैदराबाद, बेंगलोर, मंगलोर, चेन्नई, कन्याकुमारी, त्रिवेंद्रम और कोचीन, पूरे साउथ इंडिया को जुड़ा जाएगा। और मुंबई और पुणे, जो साउथ इंडिया जाने के लिए उत्तर भारत को जाना पड़ता है, वो मुंबई पुणे का ट्रैफिक जाम खत्म हो जाएगा और डायरेक्ट ट्रैफिक इधर से जाएगा, तो लोगों को राहत मिलेगी। तो नए नए हिल स्टेशन बनाना, नए नए एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट, वाटर स्पोर्ट शुरू करना, टूरिज्म के लिए अच्छी व्यवस्था करना, रोजगार निर्माण करना, ये प्रगतिशील समृद्ध समाज में तो आवश्यक ही होता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसको पॉजिटिव रूप में सोचना चाहिए। अगर यही करेंगे तो कल बोलेंगे हम लोग कि पीपल जो है वो ज्यादा निकालने से जंगल का नाश होता है, इसलिए हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स जो है वो 10% करे और वो ज्यादा पेपर अखबार न निकाले। तो ये ऐसे बात
अच्छी तरह लगा। हाँ
तो ये बात कितने संयुक्तिक है।
ठीक है सर, आपने एक नया पॉलिसी लॉन्च किया है, हम सफर पॉलिसी। मैं जानती हूँ आप सेफ्टी के बारे में बहुत कंसर्न्ड है, और पिछली बार भी जब हमारे साथ आपने इंटरव्यू किया था, यू टॉक्ड अबाउट द अमाउंट ऑफ फेटलिटीज, बट आई वांटेड टू आस्क यू, ये हम सफर पॉलिसी व्हिच मेक्स ट्रैवल फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस मच इजियर ऑन हाईवेज, आप मानेंगे सर? और इसको आप क्या, इसके लिए आपने कोई सोल्यूशन सोचा है? क्योंकि जब भी हम जाते हैं एक प्रॉब्लम हर जगह है कि कोई ना कोई, इवन द बेस्ट ऑफ हाईवेज, अगर आप लखनऊ वाले एक्सप्रेस में जाए या फिर राजस्थान वाले में, कोई ना कोई उल्टे रास्ते से आ रहा है, रॉन्ग वे से लोग चलाते हुए काफी स्पीड से आ जाते हैं। So have you thought of a solution for tackling this bad behavior? मतलब बिल्कुल ही ट्रैफिक रूल्स न मानना लोगों का, इसको कैसे आप सॉल्व करेंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि रोड इंजीनियरिंग और ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग 2 बातों में हमने सुधार किया जो हमारे हाथ में है। तीसरी बात, कानून का पालन करने के लिए इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफ लॉ, इसके लिए हमने मोटर सेफ्टी एक्ट लाया है। गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए वो उपयोगी है ताकि सजा होगी लोगों को, वो डर के कारण नहीं करेंगे। पर इन तीनों से चौथी बात महत्वपूर्ण है, ह्यूमन बिहेवियर। कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान में ऐसी विचित्र अवस्था है, और ये हमारे रोड एक्सीडेंट के सबसे बड़ा कारण है। हेलमेट नहीं पहनना, रेड सिग्नल होगा तो गाड़ी डाल के निकाल जाना, लेन डिसिप्लिन का पालन नहीं करना। और इसलिए जब तक लोगों का माइंड सेटअप, लोगों का ह्यूमन बिहेवियर जब तक बदलता नहीं, तब तक ये संभव नहीं है। हमारे देश में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं, 2 लाख मौतें होती है, और 3% जीडीपी का नुकसान होता है, और 18 से 34 वर्ष के यंग लड़के लड़कियां इसमें उनका मृत्यु होता है। कोई कोविड में, कोई दंगे में, कोई लड़ाई में जितने लोग नहीं मरते, उतने लोग इसमें मरते हैं। ये बहुत ही दुखद बात है। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर मैं आपके सामने मान्य करता हूं कि हमें जितनी सफलता मिलनी चाहिए नहीं मिली है, पर मीडिया भी इसमें सहयोग कर रही है। समाज के सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स मिलकर अगर ये कानून के प्रति सम्मान वाली बात के लिए कोशिश करेंगे, और विशेष रूप से हमारे जो बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, जो भविष्य के नागरिक हैं, उनको विशेष रूप से अगर हम ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, पढ़ाई में सिखाते हैं, तो ये भविष्य की जनरेशन अच्छी होगी। मैं कभी कभी याद कहता हूँ, मैं स्विट्जरलैंड में था, मैंने चॉकलेट खाया, तो कागज निकला, मैंने अपने जेब में रखा। हमारे यहाँ स्विट्जरलैंड में रखकर चॉकलेट खाते तो कागज जेब में रख के बाद में डस्टबिन में डालें, तो हिंदुस्तान में रहता तो फेंक देते थे। तो हमें बदलना होगा और लोगों को बदलाना होगा, और उसमें आप जैसे अखबारों की भी भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होगी। आप लोग भी जरूर मदद करिए। हम सबके प्रयासों से अगर ह्यूमन बिहेवियर अगर बदलने में यशस्वी होंगे, कानून के प्रति डर भी है और सम्मान भी है, ये ऐसी अवस्था अगर आएगी तो निश्चित रूप से ये हमारा जो उद्देश्य है ये पूरा होगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
आपने ह्यूमन बिहेवियर की बात की सर, तो एक मैं रिपोर्ट पढ़ रही थी, क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट्स इंडिया में इतने ज़्यादा हैं और आपने इसके बारे में बहुत बार बोला है, तो उनका ये मानना था कि वन ऑफ द रीजंस क्योंकि एक्सीडेंट की वजह से इतने लोग मारे इसलिए भी जाते हैं क्योंकि आजकल अमेरिका में ये प्रॉब्लम थी कि वो लोग बहुत बड़े बड़े गाड़ियाँ, बहुत भारी गाड़ियों को पसंद करते हैं, SUVs, पिकअप ट्रक्स उनको बहुत पसंद है, उनके अमेरिकन कंज्यूमर्स को। आपको लगता है क्या इंडिया में भी ये प्रॉब्लम अब आ गई है कि लोग सब लोग बड़ी गाड़ियां पसंद करते हैं, तेज चलाते हैं, SUVs का जो कल्चर है उस वजह से भी क्या एक्सीडेंट्स का रेट बढ़ा है?
नहीं, मैं तो आपकी बात से बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूँ। मुझे तो मजबूत गाड़ियां जो होती है और उसमें 7 अभी छोटे इकोनॉमिक मॉडल में 6 7 एयरबैग लग रही है। हमने स्टार रेटिंग शुरू किया है, और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से हेवी गाड़ी में सुरक्षा होती है। पर मुख्य प्रॉब्लम यह है कि 30% एक्सीडेंट हुए लोग मरे, उसका कारण उन्होंने हेलमेट नहीं पहना था। जो एक्सीडेंट होते हैं उसमें लेन डिसिप्लिन का पालन नहीं करते, जो रेड सिग्नल लगने के बाद रुकते नहीं है। जब वहां साइंस है स्पीड कम करो, ये कर डेंजरस है लिखने के बाद भी स्पीड कम नहीं करते हैं। लोग रेसिंग कार जैसी गाड़ियां चलाते हैं, स्कूटर मोटरसाइकिल चलाते हैं। तो ये हमारे रीजंस हैं। अभी हमने बसेस के लिए भी नया कोड इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड का मंजूर किया है। 2024 से हमारी बसेस यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड के बराबर रहेगी। तो प्रॉब्लम यह है कि हेवी और ये लाइट वाली बात नहीं है। अगर आप कितनी भी लाइट गाड़ी पे एक्शन नहीं हो रहे हैं, लाइट गाड़ी में ज्यादा लोग मर रहे हैं। आपको मतलब छोड़ो, पहले मारुति 800 करके गाड़ी थी, लोग उसको बड़ा आनंद से हमारे दोस्त ने ली थी, हम उस पर बैठ के जाते थे। अब इस गाड़ी एकदम छोटी थी, उसका पत्रे बदलने लगा। अभी स्टार रेटिंग के कारण 7 एयरबैग्स आई, ये अच्छी लगी, शीट भी मजबूत आई, तो बदलाव आया है। और ये कारण नहीं है एक्सीडेंट का। एक्सीडेंट का कारण इररिस्पॉन्सिबल अप्रोच एंड बिहेवियर ऑफ द कॉमन मैन, ये हमारा कारण है। इसको हम सुधार पाएंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हम इसमें यशस्वी होंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
गडकरी जी, जब मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए रिसर्च कर रही थी तो मैंने पाया कि बहुत लोगों ने ना सोशल मीडिया पे बाकी मंत्रालय के बारे में लोग बात करते या ना करते हो, आपके मंत्रालय के बारे में लोग सबका ओपिनियन है और वो पसंद भी करते हैं, वो हाईवे को वो पसंद नहीं, लेकिन सबका ओपिनियन काफी ज्यादा टोल के बारे में लोग काफी चर्चा करते रहते हैं। तो क्या और इस बार हमने चुनाव में भी देखा कि टोल माफी महाराष्ट्र में इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, वन ऑफ अहेड ऑफ द ये। तो क्या सर इसमें कभी डिबेट आप लोग कैसे डिसाइड करते हैं? आपको आपने ये रिस्पॉन्ड किया कि लोग जो सोचते हैं कि अच्छा हम लोग जल्दी पहुंच गए लेकिन टोल्स भी काफी महंगे हो गए, इसके बारे में आप क्या रिस्पॉन्स देंगे?
देखिए, हम पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट लेते हैं, मार्केट से पैसा उठाते हैं, लोगों से पैसा उठाते हैं, बैंकों से कर्जा लेते हैं, ये पैसा हमको वापस करना पड़ता है। आप मुझे बताइए कि मुंबई और पुणे के बीच पहले 9 घंटे लगते थे, अब 2 घंटे लगते हैं। तो 7 घंटे अगर गाड़ी कम चलती है तो फ्यूल नहीं बचता है, रोज टाइम नहीं बचता है, सेफ्टी नहीं है। तो उसके बदले में आपको अगर समझ लीजिए कि अगर 5 स्टार होटल में प्रोग्राम करेंगे तो उसका चार्ज देना पड़ेगा। पर अगर आप रामलीला मैदान पे बैठ के इंटरव्यू करेंगे तो फुकट में होगा, वही आप चाय पियेंगे और इंटरव्यू हो जाएगा। इफ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट। पर अभी हमने एक काम किया है, अभी हम लोग सैटेलाइट बेस्ड टोल सिस्टम ला रहे हैं, जो गाड़ी के नंबर के आधार पर कहाँ से निकली और कहाँ से गई उतना ही टोल लगेगा। और दूसरी बात, टोल में कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन लाके लोगों की तकलीफ कम हो, इस बात से भी अध्ययन कर रहे हैं। मेरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हम निश्चित रूप से इसका उपाय ढूंढेंगे और लोगों को राहत भी मिलेगी और लोगों का सेविंग भी होगा, प्रदूषण भी कम होगा, समय भी बचेगा और गाड़ी चलाने का आनंद भी मिलेगा।
एक और चीज जो स्कीम के बारे में आपके मंत्रालय ने बात कुछ हिंट दिया था सर कुछ देर पहले कि ये जो अभी जो स्कीम है कि 15 साल पेट्रोल की गाड़ियां और 10 साल डीजल, ये शायद इसमें कोई चेंज लाने वाले हैं। ये कितने साल पुरानी है वो ना देखकर उनकी इमिशंस क्या है, क्या वो इमिशन ठीक दे रही है कि नहीं, उस पे बेसिस होगा। इसके बारे में थोड़ा और बता पाएंगे क्या सर?
देखो, हम देश भर में हर जिले में फिटनेस सेंटर लगा रहे हैं। अभी 67 बने हैं और हमको कम से कम 700-800 फिटनेस सेंटर बनाने हैं। और फिटनेस सेंटर में हम उस व्हीकल की जांच करेंगे। और दूसरी बात, आपको एक ये भी बात बताता हूँ। देखिए, मैं जब स्टूडेंट था तो मैंने पहली बार एक स्कूटर ली थी, तो मैं बोलता था मेरे स्कूटर का 1 लीटर का एवरेज 32 किलोमीटर है, तो मैंने अभिमान के साथ बताता था। अब स्कूटर का एवरेज 84 किलोमीटर आ गया। तो क्या है कि 5 ट्रक जो नए हैं आज के और 1 ट्रक 15 साल का, फ्यूल के हिसाब से भी चेक हुआ है और पोल्यूशन 1 ट्रक जितना करता है वो 5 ट्रक करते हैं। दूसरी बात, टेक्नोलॉजी बदल गई है तो उसमें फायदा है। अभी जैसे एलएनजी 100 रुपए का डीजल जहाँ लगता है, वहाँ 40-45 रुपए का एलएनजी लगता है और 50-60 रुपए का सीएनजी लगता है, और इलेक्ट्रिक 10 रुपए की होती है। तो नेचुरली प्रदूषण न करने वाली इंडिजिनस फ्यूल को यूज करने में सेविंग भी है। ये ज्यादातर पुरानी गाड़ियां जो है ये फॉसिल फ्यूल पे, पेट्रोल डीजल पर है, और हम धीरे धीरे गैस इकोनॉमी की तरफ जा रहे हैं, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल की तरफ जा रहे हैं। और अब इथेनॉल आने लगा है, इथेनॉल पे फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ी आने लगी है। टाटा, अभी सुजुकी, टोयोटो, 5-6 कंपनियां फ्लेक्स 100% इथेनॉल की गाड़ियां लॉन्च कर रही है। फिर बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा ये स्कूटर और मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च करेगा, ऑटो रिक्शा। तो पेट्रोल की जगह इथेनॉल लेगा, जो हमारा किसान तैयार करेगा शुगर के जूस से, मोलासेस से, कॉर्न से, ताकि गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान का भला होगा और प्रदूषण नहीं के बराबर होगा। तो ये आने वाले समय में जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है वो विन विन सिचुएशन सबके लिए है। और इसलिए पुराने व्हीकल, आप देखो, मैं आपको बहुत नम्रतापूर्वक बताता हूँ, मैं अभी हमारी खेती करता हूँ तो मैं गन्ने की भी खेती करता हूँ और ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग मैंने शुरू किया है, ग्रीन हाउस बनाया। इसलिए बना कि मेरे घर पर पेस्टिसाइड और फर्टिलाइजर केमिकल ना है। अब एयर पोल्यूशन, बाद में ये फूड में हम लोग ये पूरा केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड लेते हैं, इसके कारण हमारे स्वास्थ्य में परिणाम हो रहा है। एक रिपोर्ट आया था कि दिल्ली में जो लोग रह रहे हैं वो प्रदूषण के कारण उनका जीवन 10 साल कम हो रहा है। क्या हमने प्रदूषण को कम नहीं करना चाहिए? क्या हमने हमारे देश के गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान, रूरल एग्रीकल्चर और ट्राइबल इंडिया को आर्थिक दृष्टि से मजबूत करने के लिए हमारा किसान केवल अन्नदाता नहीं, ऊर्जा दाता नहीं, ईंधन दाता नहीं, अब बिटुमिन तैयार करेगा, बिटुमिन दाता, और बिटुमिन दाता नहीं, हवाई ईंधन दाता, और हवाई ईंधन नहीं दाता तो हाइड्रोजन दाता बन रहा है। क्या देश की इकोनॉमी के लिए उपयोगी नहीं होगा? और इसलिए आने वाले समय में प्रदूषण से मुक्त, गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान का कल्याण करने वाला, एग्रीकल्चर रूरल ट्राइबल इंडिया के विकास को गति देने वाली नीतियां हमें आवश्यक है। और इसलिए हम ये प्रदूषण से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए हम 15 साल के बाद जो गाड़ियां हैं उसको स्क्रैपिंग करें, और वो स्क्रैपिंग करके हम नई गाड़ी खरीदी करें। और उसमें नई स्कीम हमने लाई है कि स्क्रैपिंग के बाद ये जो गाड़ियां आएगी उसमें पुरानी गाड़ी स्क्रैप करने के बाद नई गाड़ी के लिए 2 से 3% डिस्काउंट भी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी देगी। हमारे तरफ से भी हमने इंसेंटिव दिए हैं, और मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि आने वाले समय में बैंक भी नई गाड़ी खरीदने के लिए जो स्क्रैपिंग करेंगे उनके लिए कोई इंटरेस्ट में बचत देने का भी काम करेंगे। तो आने वाले समय में मुझे लगता है कि ये सबके हितों में है, और प्रदूषण से मुक्त भारत का निर्माण करना ये एक प्रकार से सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट और हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स, डोमेस्टिक हैप्पी ह्यूमन इंडेक्स, ये दोनों बातों को पूरा करने के लिए आवश्यक है। हमने इसको इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच में सोचना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मत है।
तो इसका मतलब सर एक लाइन में कि लोग सोच रहे थे वो स्क्रैपेज पॉलिसी या फिर कितने साल वो चेंज होने वाली है, आपने क्लियर कर दिया ऐसा कोई चेंज नहीं होने वाला है।
नहीं, जैसे जैसे सुझाव आते हैं
जी,
हम लोगों के सुझाव लेते हैं, अभी कोई सुझाव आएंगे तो करेंगे, और उसको हम लोग प्रैक्टिकल अप्रोच में सुधार करने के लिए हम ओपन माइंडेड है। हमें कोई उसमें ऐसा पक्का नहीं कि ऐसे ही करना पड़ेगा।
गडकरी जी आप हमारे साथ हैं तो आपको थोड़ा बहुत तो मैं पॉलिटिकल पूछना ही चाहूंगी, क्योंकि आप इतने सीनियर मंत्री हैं सर, इतने दिन से, यू आर सच अ वेटरन इन पॉलिटिक्स। सर सब लोग यही कह रहे हैं कि इस बार वी आर गोइंग टू सी अ महाराष्ट्र इलेक्शन लाइक नो अदर, बिकॉज नेवर बिफोर हैव वी सीन 3 parties on each side, महायुति वर्सेस महाविकास अघाड़ी, तीनों साइड में 3-3 पार्टीज हैं। पहली बार है कि 2 पार्टीज हैं जो कि स्प्लिट हो गई हैं, फैक्शंस लड़ गई हैं। आपने इतने सारे चुनाव देखे हैं, आपको लगता है कि इस चुनाव में एक बहुत ही ज्यादा यूनिक बात है?
मैं आपको ये बात विश्वास के साथ बताऊंगा कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने जो किसानों के लिए, गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान महिला युवाओं के लिए जो काम किया है, और जो कांग्रेस के 60 साल में नहीं हुआ, वो 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में काम करके दिखाया है, उसका परिणाम आज भी लोगों के मन में है। दूसरी ओर महाराष्ट्र में हमारी ताकत बढ़ी है, 3-3 फोर्सेस पार्टियां इकट्ठा हुई है, इसलिए हमारी वोट बैंक बढ़ी है। महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने भी अच्छा काम किया है, अब लाडली बहन योजना का भी बहुत अच्छा इम्पैक्ट है, और इसलिए आने वाले चुनाव में हम निश्चित रूप से तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर महायुति का विजय होगा और हमारी सरकार आएगी, ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है।
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आप लोगों का स्ट्रेंथ बढ़ा है, 3 पार्टियां उनकी स्ट्रेंथ आई है, बट सर ये हमें जून में क्यों नहीं दिखा? जनरल इलेक्शन में आपके नंबर 17 में बहुत ज्यादा गिरे थे। महाराष्ट्र एक ऐसा राज्य था जहां पे भाजपा के नंबर बहुत ही गिर गए थे, इसकी क्या वजह है, और जून और अब में क्या फर्क आपको दिख रहा है?
देखिए, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट बात यह है कि कांग्रेस ने, और विशेष रूप से कांग्रेस के पार्टी के सहयोगियों ने एक गलत प्रचार किया, और वो प्रचार ये किया कि हमारी 400 सीटें मिलेगी तो हम संविधान को बदल देंगे, और इसके कारण लोगों को गुमराह किया गया, जबकि संविधान न बदला, न हम बदलना चाहते, न हमारी बदलने की इच्छा है। उल्टा संविधान बदलने का बार बार कोशिश किसने की? तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की, पर लगातार इसका दुष्प्रचार करने के कारण हमें नुकसान हुआ, और इस समय अब लोगों को समझ में आया है कि संविधान बदला नहीं और कोई बदलने वाला नहीं है। इस चुनाव के रेफरेंसेस भी अलग में है, और इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इस समय हम लोग निश्चित रूप से अच्छे मार्जिन से जीतेंगे, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
ये जो एक फैमिली फैक्टर है सर, ये हम काफी देख रहे हैं, मतलब एनसीपी में और वगैरह, लोग उसमें उसके बारे में बातचीत भी कर रहे हैं। कहा ये गया था जब हम लोगों से बात कर रहे थे महाराष्ट्र में, तो वो ये कह रहे थे ये अच्छा नहीं लगा कि एक फैमिली को तोड़ा गया, पावर के लिए इतना कुछ किया गया। और अजीत पवार के साथ जो शरद पवार जी का जो स्प्लिट हुआ, फिर अजीत पवार आपके साथ आ गए, और कांग्रेस भाजपा और एनसीपी में काफी पुराना there's been always rivalry, तो ये सब बदल गया। तो महाराष्ट्र के लोग इस चीज को पसंद नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये आपने सुना होगा। आपको नहीं लगता इसमें एक थोड़ा सा सच है?
मैं पवार साहब की इज्जत करता हूँ, पर महाराष्ट्र में जितनी ज्यादा पार्टियां तोड़ने का विक्रम अगर किसी ने किया तो पवार साहब ने किया है। उन्होंने कांग्रेस को तोड़ा, शिवसेना को तोड़ा, अनेक पार्टियों को तोड़ा है। तब ये राजनीति में होता ही है, कभी दोस्त रहते हैं, कभी दुश्मन बन जाते हैं, कभी इसको छोड़ते हैं, उसको पकड़ लेते हैं। एक बात जरूर है कि विचार भिन्नता से ज्यादा विचार शून्यता हावी होती है, वो बड़ा दुर्भाग्य का विषय है। हमारे देश में हमारा लोकतंत्र जिन 4 पैरों पर खड़ा है, संविधान, विशेष रूप से हमारी न्याय व्यवस्था, बाद में हमारी मीडिया, हमारी लेजिस्लेटिव विंग और हमारी एग्जीक्यूटिव विंग, और ये चारों स्तंभों पर खड़ा हुआ संविधान है, उसमें जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज है वो अपने विचारों के आधार पर खड़ी है। पर्स एंड पर्सन, इसमें पर्सन श्रेष्ठ है। पर्सन एंड पार्टी, यानी पार्टी मीन्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इसमें पार्टी श्रेष्ठ है। और पार्टी एंड फिलोसॉफी, पक्ष और विचारधारा, इसमें विचारधारा श्रेष्ठ है। मैं 75 में इमरजेंसी में जयप्रकाश नारायण जी के आह्वान पर राजनीति में आया हूँ, और इसलिए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का कन्विक्शन यह मेरे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। माय कन्विक्शन इज अ पार्ट ऑफ माय लाइफ कन्विक्शन। मैं उसके साथ जिंदगी भर कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करूंगा। हमारे देश के लोकतंत्र को सुदृढ़ बनाने के लिए और लोकतंत्र में गुणात्मक बदल लाने के लिए हमको आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से विचार अधिष्ठित और सिद्धांत अधिष्ठित राजनीति को प्राधान्य देना पड़ेगा और उसको प्राथमिकता देनी पड़ेगी, और उससे हमारा लोकतंत्र मजबूत होगा। पर सभी पार्टियों में आजकल बड़े प्रमाण पर एक इधर जा रहा, इधर से उधर जा रहा, कुछ तो लोग ऐसे कि हर चुनाव नए पार्टी के चिन्ह से लड़ते हैं। तो ये थोड़ा सा इसको बदलने की कोशिश सभी पार्टियों ने करनी चाहिए। निश्चित रूप से इससे लोकतंत्र में अच्छा बदलाव आएगा।
जी सर, इस बार तो रेबल्स भी बहुत सारे हैं, और ये प्रॉब्लम शायद भाजपा भी फेस कर रही है।
देखो, नाइदर राइटिस्ट नॉर लेफ्टिस्ट, वी आर नॉन अपॉर्चुनिस्ट, ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स की कहानी हो गई है। तो वो क्या होता है कि करियर ओरिएंटेड पॉलिटिक्स हावी हुआ है सभी पार्टियों में। इसलिए मेरे को क्या, हम जो पॉलिटिक्स पढ़े थे वो देश के लिए क्या, समाज के लिए क्या, गरीब के लिए क्या, गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान के लिए क्या। देखो, हर आदमी को अपना सभी प्रकार की आकांक्षा महत्वाकांक्षा होती है। पैसा नो फिलोसॉफी कैन बी टॉप टू एम्प्टी स्टमक। व्यक्तिगत जीवन में सबको अधिकार है, पर राजनीतिक और सामाजिक जीवन में सिद्धांतनिष्ठ व्यवहार और उसकी राजनीति करना ये भी बहुत आवश्यक है। मैं जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी और जयप्रकाश नारायण जी के उस समय नजदीक से उनको देखने का मुझे मौका मिला है। मैं जब तक हूं तब तक अपने इस कन्विक्शन के साथ राजनीति में काम करूंगा, चाहे जीत हो चाहे हार हो। मैं अपने विचारों को कभी नहीं छोड़ूंगा, और मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि इसी प्रकार के ज्यादा से ज्यादा नेता और कार्यकर्ता तैयार होंगे, उनको तैयार करने के लिए मैं ईमानदारी से कोशिश करूंगा।
I don't even want to ask you again, because we've all heard your statements, sir, about how the opposition tried to poach you and tried to woo you, and you know what you said about it. So they were very interesting and they made such big headlines. But I do want to ask you, because you're sitting in Nagpur, sir. We all know, as political journalists, we all know Nagpur as the RSS headquarters city. आरएसएस के बारे में इस पूरे चुनाव में अगर जून से लेकर अभी तक एक अगर कॉमन थ्रेड रहा है, वो आरएसएस के रोल पे है, और माना ये जाता है कि आरएसएस, यू आर अ बिग फेवरेट ऑफ द आरएसएस आल्सो। आई वांटेड टू आस्क यू, सर, व्हाट इज द रोल दैट दे प्लेड? बिकॉज हम लोगों ने जो लोगों से बात की, उससे ये पता चलता था कि आरएसएस इन अ वे दे टुक अ लिटिल, वो हमेशा काम तो हमेशा ही करते हैं, और अपना जो उनका कैंपेन रहता है, लोगों से बातचीत करना, अपने मीटिंग्स करना, वो हमेशा ही करते हैं, और उन्होंने जून में भी किया, लेकिन शायद इतना एंथुजियास्टिकली जनरल इलेक्शन में नहीं किया। और इस बार बदलाव यही दिखाया जा रहा है, आपके वर्कर्स कहते हैं कि वो इस बार फिर से एंथुजियास्टिकली राज्य चुनाव में वो बाहर आए हैं। तो इसके बारे में आप कुछ कहेंगे सर, या मुझे, जो कि हम बाहर के लोग हैं, आप इसके बारे में कुछ एक्सप्लेन करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, मैं तो संघ का स्वयंसेवक हूँ, और संघ का विचार इज अ पार्ट ऑफ माई लाइफ कन्विक्शन। दूसरा, ये जो आप कहते हो, मैं ना कभी कार्यालय में ज्यादा जाता हूँ, ना मेरे किसी से कोई ज्यादा संबंध होते हैं। दशहरे के और गुरु दक्षिणा के 2 कार्यक्रम में होता हूँ। दशहरे के दिन सोना देने के लिए जाता हूँ। संघ के अनेक नेताओं से मेरे बहुत अच्छे संबंध है, उनका आशीर्वाद भी है, प्रेरणा भी मिलती है। बाकी संघ एक गैर राजनीतिक संगठन है, पर अब आप जैसे बहुत ही पॉलिटिकल लीडर जैसे आप जैसे महत्वपूर्ण व्यक्ति है, आप ही लोग अध्ययन करके इन सब चीजों का एनालिसिस ज्यादा अच्छे प्रकार से कर सकते हैं। पर आरएसएस राजनीतिक संगठन नहीं है, पर पॉलिटिकल कॉन्शियसनेस, सोशल कॉन्शियसनेस और पॉलिटिकल अवेयरनेस, वो तो निश्चित रूप से आरएसएस के स्वयंसेवकों का भी अधिकार होता है। उसके अनुसार वो उचित प्रकार से उचित समय पर निर्णय करते हैं। इतना मैं कह सकता हूँ। बाकी सब बातों का बहुत ही गहन अध्ययन आप जैसे पॉलिटिकल एडिटर चिंतक ही कर सकते हैं और वही बता सकते हैं।
I can just make out how you're such an expert in that. आपने पूरा वो अवॉइड ही कर दिया मेरा क्वेश्चन। लेकिन सर ये अच्छा, अगर मराठा एजिटेशन की बात करें सर, तो मराठा फैक्टर कितना फैक्टर है वहाँ पे, और ओबीसी, क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन ने पहले जनरल इलेक्शन के पहले भी काफी ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन पे बात पाई। अभी अमित शाह जी ने कहा कि अभी भी हमने डिसाइड नहीं किया है कि ओबीसी सेंसस में रहेगा कि नहीं, उस पर हम डिसाइड करेंगे। आपका पर्सनल व्यू क्या है सर? ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन
पर्सनल व्यू ऐसा है कि कोई भी व्यक्ति जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स से बड़ा नहीं होता, उसके गुणों से बड़ा होता है। इस समाज की छुआछूत, अस्पृश्यता, जातीयता समूल नष्ट करनी चाहिए और समाज में सामाजिक और आर्थिक समता को प्रस्थापित करना चाहिए। मैं भी लोकसभा का चुनाव लड़ा था और मैंने कहा था कि पूरे लोकसभा क्षेत्र में जो जनता है वो मेरी है और मैं जनता का हूँ। और मैंने ये भी कहा था कि जो करेगी जात की बात, उसको मैं कस के मारूंगा लात। ये पब्लिकली कहने का मेरे में धाड़स है। न मैं जातिवाद करूंगा, न जातिवाद के राजनीति को प्रोत्साहन दूंगा। और इसलिए मैं अक्सर ये बताता हूं कि ये पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, बैकवर्ड इज बिकमिंग ए पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट। एवरीवन वांट टू प्रूव दैट ही इज बैकवर्ड। और ये जो लोग बात करते हैं अपने समाज की कभी प्रगति और विकास तो नहीं करते। हमें नॉलेज के आधार पर प्रशिक्षित, सुशिक्षित होकर हमें देश के लिए अच्छा काम करना है और हमारे विकास किसमें है ये सब लोग समझ लें, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम निश्चित रूप से हम आगे जाएंगे। हम कभी बड़े फिल्म एक्टर है उसकी जात नहीं देखते, उसका अभिनय देखते हैं। हम किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं दवा लेने के लिए तो हम उसकी जात नहीं देखते हैं, हम उसका इफेक्ट देखते हैं, परिणाम देखते हैं। हम रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हैं, टेस्ट देखते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमने अब धीरे धीरे हम समाज को तोड़ने का काम नहीं करना चाहिए, हमने समाज को जोड़ने का काम करना चाहिए, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
लेकिन सर दलित लोगों का ये कहना है कि ये चीज वही लोग कहते हैं जो कि प्रिविलेज्ड हैं, जो अपर कास्ट है। ऐसा दलित लोग नहीं कह पाते, पिछड़े नहीं कह पाते, क्योंकि उनको डिफाइन ही किया जाता है उनके पिछड़ेपन से। तो आप उनको क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि आज समाज में, मैं खुद अगर आप मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आओगे तो मैं सेवा का काम करता हूँ। हार्ट के ऑपरेशन करता हूँ, पैर लगा के देता हूँ, कैटरेक्ट के ऑपरेशन करता हूँ, चश्मे दिलाता हूँ, सिकल सेल थैलीसीमिया पे काम करता हूँ, जो 90% दलित समाज में लोग मिलते हैं। तो मैं ये मानता हूँ कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, सेवा के क्षेत्र में, विकास के क्षेत्र में, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में महिलाओं के लिए, युवाओं के लिए अलग अलग काम करना। और मुझे खुशी है, मैंने 15,000 लोगों को रोजगार दिलाया और मैं कम से कम 2,500 करोड़ रुपए के टर्नओवर करता हूँ अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट में। तो मैं वही काम करता हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि समाज की गरीबी, भूखमरी और बेरोजगारी ये समस्या है और इस समस्या को दूर करने के लिए शिक्षा का प्रसार करना, स्किल को सीखना, उद्योग व्यापार क्षेत्र में जाना और दुनिया में कभी होगा तो हम लोग स्किल मैन पावर को एक्सपोर्ट करके रोजगार मिला सकते हैं। तो बेसिकली हमारा पिछड़ापन, हमारी बेरोजगारी, हमारे जीवन की समस्या, व्यक्तिगत जीवन की समस्या का संबंध हमारी जात के साथ नहीं है, तो हमारे प्रयत्नों के साथ है। और इसलिए समाज को बदलने के लिए हमने सबने मिलकर जात को भूलकर काम करना चाहिए। गरीब गरीब होता है, गरीब को जात, पंथ, धर्म और भाषा नहीं होती। जिस भाव में गैस का सिलेंडर मुसलमान को मिलता है उसी भाव में हिंदू को मिलता है, दलित को भी मिलता है। आने वाले समय में हम समाज को गरीबी, भुखमरी और बेरोजगारी से मुक्त करें और एक प्रकार से रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान सबको दिलाए और देश में बेरोजगारों को रोजगार दे और देश का विकास करे, गांव, गरीब, मजदूर, किसान का विकास करे। यह कार्यक्रम अगर ईमानदारी से आगे लेकर जाएंगे तो सभी समाज ये निश्चित रूप से समृद्ध और संपन्न होंगे। और हमारे संस्कृति में यह भी कहा है कि सर्वे पे सुखेन संतु सर्वे संतु निरामया। मुझे लगता है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो, ये भाव देने वाला हमारी विचार है, हमारी संस्कृति है। उसके आधार पर हम पॉजिटिविटी के साथ अच्छा काम करेंगे तो ये समस्या ही नहीं रहेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ कि मैं अपने व्यक्तिगत जीवन में मैं केवल बोल रहा हूँ और केवल भाषा जो बोलता आपके साथ बोला वही पब्लिकली बोलता हूँ। मैं अपने जीवन में इस बात का अनुकरण करता रहूंगा और चाहे राजनीति में उसकी कीमत कुछ भी हो, पर मैं उसी प्रकार से करते रहूंगा। ये मेरा विचार है और मैं ऐसे ही काम करते रहूंगा।
सर, बस आखिरी प्रश्न मेरा यही है कि आप भाजपा के अध्यक्ष थे, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे, नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट, and the party is going to soon get a new president. As someone who has been president of the party, what is the kind of outlook, what are the challenges do you think that the new president should look out for?
आपका प्रश्न बहुत अच्छा भी है और सही भी है, पर गलत व्यक्ति को है। आप अगली बार मेरे जैसा नड्डा जी का इंटरव्यू लीजिए और उनको पूछिए, वो ज्यादा अच्छी तरीके से इसका जवाब दे जाए।
लेकिन सर, आप भी थे तो समय वो आप उस समय थे, अब उससे 10 साल हो गए हैं। So what do you think has changed and what do you think the new president should focus on?
पहली बात तो ऐसे कि पार्टी से संबंधित चर्चाएं जो होती है वो पार्टी के प्लेटफॉर्म पर ही होती है। बाहर पब्लिकली मीडिया के साथ पार्टी की समस्याओं की या किसी बातों की चर्चा नहीं करनी चाहिए। ये डिसिप्लिन का संस्कार मैंने लिया है, इसलिए आपसे ऐसी चर्चा करना मेरे लिए संभव नहीं होगा, उचित नहीं होगा।
Nitin Gadkari ji, it's been such a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you so much for being a part of Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Thank you
very much. Namaskar.
Namaste.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance. To stand for progress, the planet and the people. Towards a future made perfect. And be a force creating abundance. Because independence is not a moment in history. It's a never-ending path to prosperity. Aditya Birla Group, a force for good.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
The four rings. A symbol for advanced technologies, for quality, and for iconic design. Determined to push the boundaries. Ready to herald the future of progressive premium mobility. ready to bring iconic cars on the road. Taking Vorsprung durch Technik to the next level.
जो सोचा ना था वो सब होगा, जो पहले न हुआ वो अब होगा, जो अब होगा गजब होगा। समझेंगे मिनटों में दुनिया की बातें, जो भी हमारा मन होगा, और अल्फाजों से जादू दिखाना हर किसी में दम होगा। तरक्की का प्याला लबालब होगा। एक अकेला हजारों की मदद होगा, और उंगलियों को ऐसे पर लगेंगे, काम नहीं कर्तव्य होगा।
आज हम बनाएंगे मेरा पर्सनल फेवरेट अचारी आलू टिक्का।
हर जगह पे तू जाहिर होगा, हर जुबान में तू माहिर होगा। और चाहे जितने भी हो फासले, चैन की तू सांस ले। बुरी नजर पे तेरा कहर, दिन दोपहर हर शब होगा। और पहले ही भांप लेंगे मर्ज कि क्या और कब होगा, कुछ ऐसा अजब होगा। गूगल AI, सोच बनाओ सच चाहो जब, जो अब होगा गजब होगा।
What do 25 years of experience look like? It all began in 1998. Every passing years we evolved ourselves, and we are now a diversified group having businesses ranging from manufacturing of diagnostic devices to setting pathology labs to promoting renewable energy via solar street lights, smart meters, and manufacturing of electric vehicles, to equip our country's defense in anti-drone technology, to providing affordable insurances to masses, to helping farmers with eco-friendly fertilizer products. Lord's Mark Industries. Sustainable business with a global vision.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल। तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक, पहले इंडियन फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
Under Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Aushadhi Pariyojana, more than 14,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendra have been opened, and it is now the largest pharmacy retail chain of the country. Jan Aushadhi provides assured quality at affordable prices. Be it Kashmir or Kanyakumari, Jan Aushadhi is everywhere, and around 1 million citizens visit daily to avail the benefits of the scheme. An initiative of Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India.
India, the land of a billion dreams. Dreams that would make us sustainable and self-reliant. Dreams of growing together in a future-ready world. Dreams personifying Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Through our constant pursuit of innovation, at GAIL, we energize such dreams. With a growing network of pipelines, GAIL holds a strong presence in the entire natural gas value chain. Right from exploration and production, natural gas transmission, processing and distribution, natural gas trading, city gas distribution, LNG shipping, diversifying into hydrogen and renewable energy, and specialty chemicals. Today, GAIL distributes more than 53% of natural gas used in the country to consumers ranging from mega power and fertilizer plants to individual customers. GAIL, recording a rapid financial growth over the years. GAIL has grown organically and established its international presence in multiple key markets and gas trading across varied geographical and price indexations, positioning GAIL amongst the top 10 LNG portfolio marketers globally. All these attributes make GAIL the undisputed leader and preferred partner of choice of gas market in India. GAIL's pursuit to expand the natural gas network in India continues while ushering in the winds of change towards a greener world. With its unflinching commitment to achieve sustainable development goals and net zero target, GAIL has diversified into renewable energy resources. A slew of strategic moves have been adopted to achieve these targets. The credit for setting new benchmarks and achieving hallmark of success lies with the skilled workforce, who are driven by endless creativity and passionate zeal to achieve the extraordinary. GAIL has in turn prioritized health and safety of the workforce with international best practices in place. Transparency, accountability and ethical governance are the core values imbibed in GAIL, leading to ease of business, making it the ideal partner of choice by all valued stakeholders. We foster a culture of research and innovation and have embraced new and smart technologies like automation and robotics to optimize operations. Remember this painting? The first for most of us. Hiking the tall mountains, running in the lush green fields, diving into the deep blue sea.
unchronicled story through the 100-year journey of our country. Please come in and take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We're running late and we'd like to catch up. Please be seated.
यात्रा के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है कम कार्बन फुटप्रिंट के साथ विश्वसनीय बिजली
that features the Right Honourable Miss Elizabeth Truss, former Prime Minister of the UK, sharing insights with Miss Sonia Singh, anchor editor, NDTV Dialogues, and visiting fellow, Cambridge Judge Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honourable Elizabeth Truss with Sonia Singh. Please give her a warm welcome.
Good afternoon and
welcome to this great audience, and of course, a warm welcome to the Right Honourable Elizabeth Truss, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and someone who's had a close relationship with India as well. Thank you so much for being here.
Great to be here.
So we're celebrating the centenary of the Hindustan Times, and it's also a good opportunity to look back at the UK-India relationship in the last 100 years. A paper, of course, first launched by Mahatma Gandhi. At the time, really a voice against British colonialism at the time, and now it's grown so much. How do you actually link the 100 years of India-UK relations so different today?
Well, I live in the present, and I think where we are now is in a very positive relationship. I really hope that we get a trade deal over the line. I think the UK and India have so much to benefit from each other in areas like technology, in areas like defense, in areas like agriculture. I think there are huge opportunities. But also, India's now, is the world's largest country by population, it's the world's largest democracy. It has a huge leadership role to play in the future, and I think that's incredibly exciting. And what huge progress there's been in the last 100 years.
No, and in fact, I think in India, perhaps there was a little bit of pride when we overtook the UK as the 5th largest economy in terms of GDP. So in that sense, when we talk about the India-UK FTA, India is very much there in a bargaining position as an equal. How do you see India's changed role geopolitically vis-a-vis the UK? And of course, other issues which you think the two countries could work much closer on?
So on the trade deal, it is absolutely a relationship of equals, and I think both parties will need to make concessions in order to get a trade deal done, as always happens in these situations. I think India's role in the Quad is very important with respect to the United States, Australia and Japan, particularly as we see the rising threat of China taking place. So what has changed in recent years is the UN as a forum for resolving global issues no longer functions. And we've instead seen the rise of alternative structures like the Quad, like the G7 operating, like things like NATO with respect to Ukraine. So I think we can see more of those types of development, and India ought to be a key part of those arrangements.
You've written a book, 10 Ways to Save the West. Do you think the West needs saving?
Absolutely. I think the West is in serious trouble. You talked about how the British economy has now been overtaken by the Indian economy. And of course, that's partly down to the great economic policies and the reforms that have taken place in India, but it's also down to the stagnation that we've seen in Britain and Europe. And just to give you a sense, at the turn of the century, Britain was almost catching up with the United States in terms of GDP per capita. We are now $34,000 per head behind. And there's a similar story for other countries in Europe. The German economy is in serious trouble, the French economy is in serious trouble, and our continent is sinking. And in the United States, I'm on the record as saying I'm delighted that Trump has won the election in the United States, but there was a real danger under the Democrats that they were heading in the same direction. Too much regulation, too high taxes, an attachment to net zero, which was actually making energy more expensive. So, and also an attack on our civilization from within. If you look at the transgender agenda, this idea that men should be competing against women in boxing matches or using women's restrooms, or the questioning of our democracies and freedoms, the attacks on free speech. These are all the things, I think, that potentially are undermining the West and having a really serious effect on our economies.
So the virus of wokeism, as people would say. But just to take that point, because of course the current government in the UK, you've had the Foreign Secretary David Lammy earlier on record,
not saying very nice things about President-elect Trump. You said that Trump will lead the fight back to save the West. Do you think in Great Britain, which is one of the few major countries that actually elected a left-leaning government, do you think you're going to see a return of the right, the Conservatives, anytime soon, and the whole decimation of the Conservatives? I mean, the fact that you were Prime Minister as well, I mean, surely all of you hold responsibility. The series of Prime Ministers the Tories had.
What has happened in Britain is, although we had a Conservative government for 14 years, it didn't pursue policies that were conservative enough. So we ended up with the highest taxes for 70 years, the government spending 45% of GDP. That is a record that East Germany would be proud of, and the highest energy costs in the developed world. So in the last year, we've seen the last plant producing steel from scratch closed down. We're seeing oil and gas refineries closing down, and our industry is not competitive. Britain has fallen to number 30 in terms of the tax competitive league tables. So what I would argue is that Tony Blair made big changes to the way the UK state and bureaucracy run. He outsourced a lot of power from Parliament to unelected bureaucrats. And frankly, we did not do enough in the last 14 years to turn that around, which has led to Britain's stagnation, which is why people voted against us, because they didn't feel any better off after 14 years of a Conservative government than they felt in 2010. So they rolled the dice and voted Labour. Now we've got a Labour government that are pursuing an even more extreme version of those policies, more taxes, more regulation, and more net zero. And this Labour government is already at record levels of unpopularity. So what the people of Britain actually want, and these are the people that voted Brexit in 2016, they voted for Boris in 2019, they want the same kind of revolution that Trump is delivering in America, which is actually taking on the left-wing establishment, giving more power to people, giving more opportunities to businesses, making it easier to run a successful enterprise in Britain. That is what people actually want, but we have a very powerful bureaucracy who want to keep us attached to Europe, who don't want us doing trade deals with America or India, and who want to continue with the status quo. So that is the battle that is still going on in Britain now.
You have, of course, the record of being the UK's shortest term Prime Minister of 49 days. Why do you think you couldn't do any of these solutions or prescriptions in those 49 days that you were in? Do you regret your mini budget, which critics blamed for everything as saying 45 billion pounds unfunded tax cuts? They blamed the rise of mortgages on that. Do you regret that when you look back? Do you regret your 49 days?
In short, no. I will explain why. So what happened during that period is I did try and change things. So I wanted to unleash supply-side reforms on Britain, getting on with fracking to lower our energy costs, keeping corporation tax at 19% rather than raising it to 25%, making it easier for the self-employed, duty-free shoppers, getting the British economy growing, but also holding government spending down. That was my plan. And what it came up against was massive resistance from the establishment in Britain, who were very attached to net zero, very attached to staying close to the EU, very attached to high spending and high taxes. And the cause of the market movements at the time, the chaos in the markets,
the pound collapse,
was actually, but it was, the key cause was the Bank of England's failure to regulate pension funds properly. So-called LDIs, liability-driven investments. And it's not just me saying this. The Bank of England this year produced a report saying that 2/3 of the market movement back in 2022 were down to movements in LDIs and their failure to properly oversee it. And the Bank of England have a responsibility for financial stability. But the problem is that was not the narrative that the BBC or the left-wing media or indeed the Labour Party wanted to wanted to promote. So even though the Bank of England have admitted that the spike in the markets, which by the way, are not as big as the spike in the markets that we saw after Rachel Reeves' budget. So gilt yields are now higher under this Labour government than they were back in 2022. But what I faced was a massive backlash by the British establishment that didn't want things to change. So do I regret trying to do it? I could have just become Prime Minister, gone along with what the civil service wanted, gone along with what the Bank of England wanted, not pursued any of the policies that I had campaigned on in the leadership election, like fracking, which was very unpopular with Conservative MPs, or like cutting taxes. But what would have been the point of becoming Prime Minister? I wasn't in there to do nothing. I was in there because I wanted things to change. And what I have learned from the whole experience is you can't do it with just a few people in government, because the forces that we face are really quite significant. We need a much bigger conservative movement in Britain, a bit like the MAGA movement in America, but we also need more independent media to actually be able to get our message across. So that's what happened. And people talk about these unfunded tax cuts, but what has subsequently been proven is when you raise taxes, the revenues don't necessarily come in. So they're not, that is a left-wing view that these tax cuts are unfunded. I believe in the Laffer curve. I believe if you push taxes up too high, people will leave the country, they won't set up businesses, they won't go into work. And that's exactly what's happening in Britain now. Our GDP per capita is falling because taxes have been raised too high. And there are lots of people, and people in this room will know these people, who are now leaving the UK to go to places like Dubai, to go to Spain, to go to Italy, because our tax regime is so penal. And so unfunded tax cuts is it's a left-wing mantra that is not true in real life.
You referred to Conservative MPs, but the fact is that your successor, Rishi Sunak, now you beat him in a leadership election, but he came in after that, and you've written in your book about him that you felt that you lost your own parliamentary election because people didn't want to endorse Rishi Sunak as PM. So the knives are out within the Conservative Party as well.
Well, there is a big split in the Conservative Party between those people who think things need to change in Britain, that we have a fundamental problem with the power of our unelected bureaucracy. And let me give you an example. Only yesterday, Andrew Bailey said that Britain needs to get closer to the EU. Now, British people voted for the opposite. This man is somebody who is unelected and unaccountable, and he is pursuing his own agenda. And this is the problem. We've got lots of people like that within the British system pursuing their own agenda. I wanted to take those people on. I think they need to be taken on in the same way as we're seeing Elon Musk and Vivek in the US taking on the bureaucracy through Doge. We need a similar set of people here or in Britain. Rishi Sunak is somebody who instinctively favours the status quo. He's somebody who wanted to be Prime Minister, wanted to accept the advice of the civil servants, and the consequence was that the Conservative Party got our worst results since 1834, because the general population in Britain are not happy about these policies. So that's why we need change. And that is the debate in the Conservative Party. And you can see the same debate in the US between the never-Trumpers, who want to cling on to the Washington establishment, and President Trump, who actually says, no, we need to drain the swamp. We need to dismantle the administrative state.
So do you think you need to drain the swamp in the Conservative Party in the UK and in the bureaucracy as well in the UK?
We need to. We need to. I do not think Britain's economy will be revived. I don't think our national direction will be restored until we deal with our very powerful bureaucracy. And this is the conclusion that President Trump came to after his first term in office in 2016, because so much of what he was trying to do was thwarted by the permanent bureaucracy in DC, which is why he's now appointing people who are actually going to fight the bureaucracy. And I think that's the same lesson that we need to learn in Britain, is that you cannot really get the type of policies we want to see done. So what kind of policies am I talking about? I would love to see the UK completely dump EU regulation and do trade deals with countries like India, like the United States. I'd like to see us dump net zero and by all means pursue clean energy, but also use our oil and gas in Britain and build more nuclear. These are the types of policies that would actually turbocharge the British economy. They're not going to happen whilst we have the current bureaucracy in place.
It's interesting because when you're looking at the West right now, we're seeing governments thrown out after one term. In India, we have the current government, the Prime Minister Modi, in for a third term. What do you see as the key differences, and also the fact that the democratic mandate in India, the legitimacy of India as then a global player in terms of negotiations, whether it is with the peace between Russia and Ukraine, because we're talking to both sides, something which the UK had very strongly opposed?
Well, I think Prime Minister Modi is just, it's an incredible achievement to get elected in this current environment. Every other single incumbent government across the world has got booted out of office. You know, Australia, the United Kingdom, it's going to happen in Canada to Trudeau, it's happened in America to the Democrats. So it is a massive achievement to remain in office, and it is testament to the economic reforms that are taking place in India and the fact that people are feeling the country is going in the right direction. I think India has a huge role to play in the future of geopolitics as the world's largest democracy. I would like to hear more from India in the global debate. And I think with a Trump presidency, there is an opportunity to reshape how international relations work. I'm a veteran of UN General Assemblies. I find they don't really achieve very much, and we need a new way of moving forward, and I very much want India to be a key part in that.
Because India has often talked about the double standards of the West in some ways. So whether it was in terms of India maintaining its relationship with Russia and the fact that India has pointed out that it actually benefited the West because you got cheaper oil once India had actually processed it. And also the fact that what's happening currently with Canada, and again the double standards that India feels that when we are dealing with terrorists on foreign soil, there's a very different standard when it comes from, say, Five Eyes or the West, and when it's supposed to what India is asked to do.
I do think there are double standards, absolutely, and I've written about this in my book, and the Foreign Office in Britain is guilty of dealing with different countries in different ways. I particularly talk about the US and Singapore. Every time I went to Singapore, there'd be a brief from the Foreign Office telling me that I should have a go at Singapore because they have the death penalty. And yet the death penalty exists in America. It is never in my brief from the Foreign Office to have a go at the Americans. And I said, I'm not going to go to Singapore and lecture Singapore on its domestic policies. And I also refused to do that on India. And if you remember at the time, there was lots of push on climate change and India adopting net zero. I'm a net zero skeptic. I think it's been very damaging for the British economy. So I didn't want to go. And Britain is in no position to lecture India. So I very strongly agree. On the subject of Russia, I believe the reason Russia invaded Ukraine was weakness that was shown by the West, in particular by the United States, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the failure to take action when there was the invasion in the Donbass region in Ukraine. And I very strongly believe that Putin should not be allowed to win or be seen to win the war in Ukraine, because I think it would have huge knock-on effects for Iran and for China. And we're now seeing Iran, China, and Russia act together, and that is a huge danger to the West, also to India, and also to global stability.
Do you see a global shift of power now towards Asia? Do you think, in a sense, that when you've written about saving the West, but do you see that there is now a global shift of power where the superpowers of the future will be, say, the US, China, India?
There is definitely been a global shift of power, and regrettably, I think there's been a shift of power towards authoritarian regimes. We have never seen Iran so emboldened. We've never seen Russia, or in recent years, so emboldened, or indeed China. I would distinguish, though, between India and China.
Of course.
India is a democracy. India wants to see the rule of law protected, things like free speech. That is very different from what we're talking about with respect to China. And I think under President Trump, we're seeing a revival of US strength. So I do think we are going to see a changing world. I fear Europe is less powerful than it was. I think one of the reasons Europe is less powerful than it was is it's stymied its own economy. Germany took a terrible bet on outsourcing its power production and cheap gas to Russia. The industrial economy of Germany is now in serious trouble. So Europe needs to get its act together. Otherwise, we are not going to be part of any of these discussions. But certainly, I think the US and India are both on the rise.
Well, one of the interesting hot button issues between India and the UK has been, of course, visas and student visas. A report out just today points out that Indian students going to the UK has dropped dramatically, and that's partly because of new, tougher rules against immigration. How is the West and, say, countries like the UK going to balance the anti-immigration mood within the country and domestic voters, and the need really for, say, students and more open borders for your economy?
Well, we've got two big problems. One is illegal immigration, and this is because of Tony Blair's Human Rights Act. We cannot deport illegal immigrants, and we have a major issue with boats crossing the channel on a daily basis, us not being able to deport those people being put into asylum hotels, which is very worrying for local residents. It's pushing up the cost of housing in Britain. That is very different from legitimate immigration or indeed business travel with our friends and allies. So we need to sort out the Human Rights Act. We need to be able to deport illegal immigrants. But what I would also like to see is us take a different approach to different countries. And it should depend on whether we can trust those countries to return illegal immigrants, whether we can trust people, if people outstay their visas, to be sent home. And the problem we've got, and it is back to the British bureaucracy, is the Home Office want a one-size-fits-all policy that treats Nigeria the same as India, the same as Australia, the same as Japan, the same as the US. Those are all very, very different countries. And I think we should aim to develop bilateral relationships with countries we trust on the basis of transparency and making sure the rules are followed.
Well, you've, of course, called Rishi Sunak a spreadsheet politician, but the fact that an Indian origin politician could become Prime Minister of Great Britain, the fact that Kemi Badenoch is now the first black woman to head the Conservative Party, does represent a multicultural Britain, which many other countries perhaps would envy. But how do you think that's going to represent the future of Britain in the future?
Well, I think it says something about the Conservative Party, that we don't believe in identity politics, that we don't care whether somebody is a woman or which ethnic background they're from. What we care is how well will somebody do at the job? Do we agree with their policies? Do we support them? So we have had numerous senior politicians who are women, men, ethnic minorities, and there has been no comment made about it because we are focused on the policies, whereas the Labour Party endlessly talk about identity politics and never, ever manage to achieve the diversity we've had in senior levels of office. So I believe in meritocracy, and the way, why is it that the US has, not succeeded in having senior. Why did Kamala Harris not get elected? Well, it's because she focused on the fact she was black and a woman, rather than talking about the policies that would benefit the American people.
No, well, just as we're ending, really, some interesting bits that I picked up from a book. One was, of course, that you were the last UK Prime Minister to meet the Queen, and she died within 2 days of you being Prime Minister. In your book, you said that your first thoughts were, why now? Why me?
It's really quite extraordinary to recollect the period. But she of course was very unwell. I went to see her at Balmoral because she was unable to come to Buckingham Palace. And she seemed in very good health. You know, she was very lively. We talked about all the issues of the day. She told me that I shouldn't rush things, which was maybe a bit of advice I didn't take as seriously as I should have done. And then she said, I will see you next week. And I thought this was, that I was going to have the benefit of her 70 years of being on the throne, the benefit of her advice for my entire premiership. And then the next day it became clear that she was very, very ill and unlikely to carry on. And I think she was waiting for, you know, her final duty to appoint her final prime minister. And then apparently she was very relaxed after that. She went to bed and never got up again. But I still can't quite compute how extraordinary that period was. Of course, her first prime minister was Winston Churchill.
Exactly.
And I was her last prime minister.
Yes. And you also written in the book that 10 Downing Street was infested with fleas, and you thought Boris Johnson's dog may have left them in. I mean, that is not a very nice handover gift.
I don't know what life is like as Prime Minister of India, but certainly in Britain, it is not as glamorous as it looks. I mean, we had a big problem with fleas. The flat had to be fumigated. I was itching for many of my first days as Prime Minister. And also just basic things like trying to get shopping into number 10 Downing Street. And people just would not believe when my husband tried to do an order from Sainsbury's. They wouldn't believe the address was number 10 Downing Street. And we could not, you know, we struggled to get basic food into the building. So it's certainly, it was a huge honour to be elected by the Conservative Party to be Prime Minister. It was a huge honour to be Her Majesty the Queen's last Prime Minister. But some of the arrangements in Britain for the way our system works and the way the Prime Minister is supported just are not fit for purpose in the modern age. And this is what I'm saying about things need to change. You know, we have got a serious system problem in Britain that needs to be fixed. And although I'm no fan of Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, I understand how difficult it is now to get the British bureaucracy to actually enact the will of elected politicians, and that is something that needs to be fixed.
Finally, what next for you? I mean, that's a question that I'm sure many in Great Britain also ask, because in the Tories there seems to be some sense of hesitancy. Where do you see your future?
Well, what we've got now in Britain is Nigel Farage did very well at the election on the Reform Party, which is challenging the Conservatives from the right, because too many people in the Conservative Party went along with the leftist establishment rather than enacting Conservative policies in office. And what I would like to see is I would like to see the best of reform, people like Nigel Farage, but also the best of the Conservative Party, people like Suella Braverman, Jacob Rees-Mogg, actually working together to take on the problems that we have in Britain. Because at present, I don't think the Conservative Party can do that alone. What I worry about is, you know, people have voted for change again and again, and it has been blocked by a very intransigent bureaucracy. We need a fighting force. So what I'm interested in is how can we create that movement? A bit like the MAGA movement, the Tea Party movement in the US, that led to the big changes we're now seeing under the Trump administration. Frankly, I think we need a British Trump. I think there's a question of who that individual might be.
Not you.
I'm not putting myself forward. I've already put my fingers in the fire and had them very severely burned. But that is the type of approach we now need to get the change in Britain. And the Trump revolution that we're seeing in the US, that is coming to Europe. You can see the dissatisfaction in France, Germany, with economic stagnation.
Right.
That dissatisfaction is coming to Europe. So you are going to see major changes in Europe as well as Britain in the next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you so much for being with us
Thank
at the
you.
Hindustan
Thank
Times
you.
Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Truss and Sonia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a rather informative session. We are now moving on to our next, which features a father-daughter combination. They'll be joining us very soon. We'll just quickly make the changes on the dais. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. Agarwal, founder and non-executive chairman of the Vedanta Group, and Ms. Priya Agarwal Hebbar, chairperson Hindustan Zinc Limited and non-executive director at Vedanta. Both of them will have a dialogue with Mr. Ravi Krishnan, editor-in-chief, Mint. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our father-daughter combination.
I would like to welcome Mr. Anil Agrawal, founder of the Vedanta Group, and Priya Agarwal-Hebar, who is the chairperson of Hindustan Zinc, to this special edition of the HT Leadership Summit. Mr. Agrawal, of course, is one of the OG entrepreneurs in India. Now he's presiding over a large natural resources conglomerate. And in this conversation, I thought we would touch upon aspects of his entrepreneurship journey. I'd like to start by asking a very serious question, Mr. Agrawal. You are now a social media superstar, one of the few Indian industrialists who have taken to sharing their early experiences of struggles and trying to inspire the youth today. What made you take the leap?
Thank you very much to Hindustan Times and beautiful seminar, and to all of you on the Friday evening, afternoon to be here. Thank you very much. For me, I didn't know anything about social media. Just a couple of years back, my daughter is young and she's insisted that I should come and talk about myself in the social media. And she took the initiative. She had some of her colleagues, and they start working, and I started finding that I thought I am just a piece of nothing. I'm just doing it. But as they keep on opening me, and I find that there's story after story. There are events after events, what happened. So I keep on narrating them, and I keep on telling them, and that's what has happened to social media.
What has been the response that you have received?
They tell me the response because earlier I wanted to be a quiet man. I used to come to India or anywhere, just go. Even I go in London also, and whenever I go, I find that there's somebody who will recognize me, shake hand with me and talk about me. So I'm a little bit conscious now, how I dress, how do I talk. So what I wanted to have a freedom I never wanted in my life to have a security. I never wanted anybody to follow me. I just wanted to eat. कहीं चाट भी खा सकते हैं, कहीं रोड पे खड़े होके मस्ती भी कर सकते हैं. But वो अभी थोड़ा लगता है conscious रहेंगे.
No, but he still does that. On a Friday, first day, first show of every Bollywood movie, he goes alone. If the family doesn't come to the cinema, he gets his popcorn and he watches the movie at peace.
Why not?
So, you're one of the few entrepreneurs, who has emerged from Bihar. I would like to ask you, why hasn't Bihar been able to build on its resource base and offer entrepreneurs like you more opportunities to grow?
No, when Bihar is the place of entrepreneur. When I was growing up, I never heard of Jharkhand. And I could see the biggest mineral was in Jharkhand. What we didn't had, you named it, we have the best of human being, best of skill. We have a Ganges flowing. If you just throw the seed, the crop will grow. You have all the minerals available in Bihar. All the factories when we had the independence was set up around Begusrai, Barauni, Sindri, anything you talk about, it was in Bihar. Even Bihar, so that everything was there. Sometimes takes time, probably. It's only question of time. We are there. And I'm there. I'm looking at a very strong, stable government. And something will happen. There is no question. We are 13 crore people in Bihar. As a big population and educated, good people, you will see industry will come, lot of activity will happen, tourism will come. So those things, I'm expecting this thing will happen. And I'm also looking to set up something meaningful business in Bihar.
Can you share some details on that? This meaningful business you want to set up, can you share some details?
My business is aluminum. My business is renewable. I'm looking at anything which we can relate. It is possible, but just waiting for the right time to come.
Priya, what about you? Would you like to add to that?
With regards to Bihar, I think Bihar is, Papa's heart and soul. That's where everything started for him. And I know every single day it's in his mind, what can I do to give back to Bihar? What can I do to give back to the people of Bihar? And this is something that we will, I'm sure he will definitely do very, very soon. So really, really, and it's absolutely part of his DNA and heart, so it will happen.
Mr. Agarwal, with Priya sitting next to you, what are the few critical things you would want her to do to ensure that your legacy is protected and perpetuated?
I'm hardcore a business person and very hardcore a human. I understand that India is very important for me. Bharat बहुत important है. And I can see eradicating poverty, creating job, and when I see all over the world has created their wealth below the ground. Anything you talk about is below the ground. And India is, I am a geologist, there is no better earth than India, where everything you talk about is there. But somehow the perception has gone that strong, whereby we still believe in importing. Tell me where the best diamond has come from. From India. Kohinoor diamond has come from India. The largest gold is in India. Copper is in India. Potash is in India. Anything you talk about is in India. So I'm a businessman. It's a tough business. So I started manufacturing, gone backward integration, and then finally gone into the exploration. And exploration, India has not been explored. Only 2% our land has been explored. And more and more liberal, our startup, the enthusiasm, the entrepreneur class. I lived all 30 years abroad, but the entrepreneur class and the fire, risk-taking ability I see in India nowhere else in the world. In spite of that, we go America, go everywhere. One generation you find numbers of people have successful. Hundreds of people have made their way forward and created phenomenal, creating wealth being celebrated. In India, creating wealth is punishable. To make money is sin. The kind of startup, kind of entrepreneur, what we have. So I always, anything I will start, anything I will do, the first thing will come, whatever am I doing, is it helping society? Number two, how much further industry can be set up, startup can be set up. So we make sure those things happen. So these are very, very important. Third is the environment. We are, even if you look at from the spiritual book, they have learned this environment now. We know from our scriptural book, which says the environment is the number one, like a puja. Like a puja. It is written in 17th chapter in Gita that we have to protect our environment. When we go back, the land should be in a better position. So that is the legacy. Means we are going to produce, I'm in 4-5 business. Zinc is very important for an environment. Very difficult. We are going to produce 3 million tons of zinc. We are going to produce largest silver of the world. I'm very vocal. We are going to produce one of the largest copper in the world. Aluminium 3 million ton integrated we have set up. Impossible to set up in first generation, but you have to believe 3 million ton aluminium has been set up. We are going to add another 3 million ton. The work has just started. We are going to have oil and gas is my heart and soul. 85% of oil we import. India has a phenomenal patch, a reserve of hydrocarbon. And today technology has gone and we are going to produce 500,000 barrels of oil and gas, which I am looking at. Apart from that, so many other things we are doing, but these are the major things for me to do. Other technology side, lot of things are happening. But she joining me, she's a difficult girl. She's a difficult girl, never wanted to be in a business, never wanted to marry. When he grew up, I found a nice boy, she says, I don't want to marry these Marwadis. I said, Marwadi? I'm so proud of me, my Marwadi. What are you talking? We come from the sacrifice. He said, no. You tell me one Marwadi boy. So I made him meet. She didn't meet somebody. And then finally she found such a nice boy. I was under depression 6 months. What she's doing. And finally I'm very pleased that the Akash Heber come from the south. Amazing boy. And she's been married. So she's her own mind. And that is nice.
So, Priya, coming to you, Mr. Agarwal talked about how wealth comes from below the ground. But metals and oils are both considered as environmentally harmful industries. How do you respond to criticism on that? I mean, Niyamgiri, Thuthukudi, those, where although the Supreme Court absolved your group, but still there was a lot of reputational damage which it possibly caused. So how did you respond?
So first and foremost...
let me answer this. This is, you have seen one failure. Please open my heart. What you told Tuticorin is the smallest failure. I have hundreds of, that's what I tell to entrepreneur. More failure you have, more success you will get. Has to come. This is the first ladder for your success. Because it has come into the public domain. Anything you do, it is, Ram bhi jab gaye the, to unko Ravan hi mila tha. आप आगे बढ़ेंगे, आपको ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में, अगर आपको बड़ा आदमी बनना है तो आप जन्मे खाना पीना खा के हेल्प करके भगवान का नाम लेके सो के निकल गए, वो बात अलग है. लेकिन अगर आपको लाइफ में कुछ करना है तो भैया मजा करो, एंजॉय. और जितना घिसोगे, जितना पिटोगे, जितना मरोगे, ऐसी बेइज्जती होंगी, उसको जहर बना के घूंट लेके पीना पड़ेगा. हम लोगों के पास कोई बाप दादा की कोई है भी तो उसको भी आगे बढ़ाना है, कुछ नहीं है, और उसमें से आगे बढ़ना है. मैं जब इंग्लैंड गया तो पूछ नहीं रहा था कोई मैं क्या करूं. मैंने कहा एक आइडिया आ गया. मैंने देखा इन लोगों को राजा महाराजा बहुत पसंद है इंडिया के, तो मैंने कार्ड एक बनवा लिया, महाराजा अनिल कुमार. क्या करेंगे, ये हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं, कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकाल लेंगे.
But in actual fact, when you really think about it, or when you really read the facts, everyone's talking about the energy transition. The energy transition can only happen with a focused approach with critical minerals, transition metals. The World Bank has said you need $1.7 trillion of investment in mining for this energy transition to happen. And it's absolutely crucial that we should do as much of this domestically. We've only explored less than 20% of our natural resources. Other countries have explored much, much more and has really, really created wealth through that, what Papa was saying. And beyond that, everything today can be done in a way where you leave the environment better than it was before. Today, Vedanta, Hindustan Zinc, by the S&P Global Index, the World Index, has rated Hindustan Zinc as the #1 most sustainable mining company in the world, and Vedanta #3 in the world. So having 2 Indian companies as in the top 5 of the biggest and the most sustainable mining companies in the world is something to be very proud of, and this is something we take very, very seriously. Everything that we do with innovation. And we have also committed to 100% renewable energy over time. We've committed to build before 2050, but 3 of our biggest companies, Hindustan Zinc, GAIL, and Zinc International, will be running on 100% renewable energy within the next 7 to 10 years. And this is disrupting the sector. Globally, other industries want to replicate and are trying to understand what Vedanta is doing to be able to do this process in such an amazing, innovative, and sustainable manner. And we have to lead the way because India can.
So, Mr. Agarwal, on the topic of succession, now Priya has been actively involved in the company for several years. So, are we looking at her as your potential successor?
No, it is a natural. She can be successor of my personal wealth. But we are creating an institution which is going to be there for 500 years. This is how we have born to help the society. So these are the company which has been built. You have to believe that 2 lakh people work in our company, 2.5 lakh people work. We have no union. And I sit in London. She goes, she meets people, heart and soul, we are the first preferred employer in the country. These are the value, and this creating institution, because what we are creating, oil and gas, zinc, copper, iron ore, these are the fundamental to build our India. When I'm in England, everybody asks me where you come from, and अभी मेरे को बहुत ऊंची नज़र से लोग देखते हैं. जब मैं शुरू में गया था तो बहुत नीची नज़र से देखते थे. अब बगल में बैठा तब मैं बोलता था, तब भी मैं बोलता था उनको, मैं भारत का रहने वाला हूँ, भारत की बात सुनाता हूँ, प्रीत जहाँ की है रीत जहाँ, वहाँ के गीत में गाता हूँ. तो भारत हमारा भारत है, और वही एक चीज़ हम लोगों को जो आई है उसी को साथ में लेके चलेंगे. So this will be a complete institution. This will be one of the finest institution I can see in the first generation being built, which is I'm looking forward, and this institution has been built with the proper value. And to convince Priya was born in New York. Priya did all her schooling in England, in university there. And finally, just to give back, she moved to India. I live there, she lives here. And she goes fearlessly to the people, and she is very young, but I can see what courage, the honesty, the value she is bringing, and heart and soul of the people. I'm sure she will take it forward, but the institution is going to run by the people, for the people.
Right.
Most of the wealth, she had taken promise from me, Papa, we don't need much. 75% she made sure I signed the paper that 75% of our wealth will go back to the society for the children, women, and education.
Right, Mr. Agarwal. So, Priya, what is the one thing that you would like to achieve that your father hasn't?
So when anyone asks me that, first and foremost, he's just getting started. Every day, the energy that he wakes up with, this is him getting started, and he has a lot more to do, and he has a lot more want to do. With regards to me, I think the one thing that I really, like he said, I was born in New York. I lived my life in London, and then but every night I knew that this wasn't my home. I want to come back. I want to come back to India, and I want to make a change here. And the best platform, of course, to make a change is in a company that he has built. And the few changes that we want to make: one, Vedanta has to stand for equal opportunities for all. We have, in 2019, we won against the court, and we were the ones who said women can work underground. We were the first company in India to get women underground. And today our mines are being led by women. We have the first all-women rescue team in India at Hindustan Zinc. It's amazing. These women are doing phenomenal things. They're driving the light motor vehicles, they're driving the forklift machines, they're doing heavy lifting, they're doing everything that they once could not imagine. And this is the company that wants to transform and make sure that a company is for equal opportunities for all. We've gone beyond. We're looking at the LGBTQIA vertical wholesomely. We have a transgender policy. We give 200,000 rupees towards gender affirmation surgeries plus 1 month leave for their recovery. And everything that we do, this company is about leadership. Whoever wants to be there, who wants to transform, who wants to make a change for the country, and who have the skill will be a part of Vedanta.
So, regarding succession, I wanted to ask you, is it in general challenging for Indian businesses to hire and retain talented professionals? What are your thoughts?
No, it is in India, succession is the biggest problem in India because we come with that legacy, and I tell all my youngsters when they come to me कि घर में चाचा भी हैं, ताऊ भी हैं, भाई भी हैं, फिर मेरा आइडिया कैसे चलेगा, मैं कैसे आगे लेके जाऊं? And I always tell them that look, don't worry about the succession. You develop the leadership. Once you start the leadership, people will start listening to you. It is a process which work. And we Indian family that happen. एक घर जैसे अब इंग्लैंड में तो है कि अगर एक आपका घर है दूसरे साल वो आपका घर नहीं आपके पेरेंट्स चले जाते तो घर आपका नहीं रहता है because the rule is not there. Here we have a very good rule. खेत हैं, खलियान हैं, मकान है, दुकान है, वो लेगेसी चलती रहती है और उसमें हर फैमिली में झंझट रहते हैं. But I have a feeling that this will go on as far as I'm concerned. This is the first generation. We have done it. I've done it well. She has already taken 75% of her money. That's good. So she has taken for the charitable purpose, which is very good. And they want to run it, and we have a family, and she's going to take care of everybody. So things are going on, and I have our business can grow because this is the change the country. This kind of business, if you do it right, it's change the country. And I'm looking forward how like we are very good foothold in Africa. I see the similar situation, but I don't see. One is a legacy. How do we look at in our family? Absolutely harmony, very nice, very comfortable, and other family also very, very important. And these are the challenges we have to overcome.
Right. So you were one of the early movers who talked about making fabs and semiconductors in India. Yet now, other companies have moved ahead of you in enlisting partners and setting up factories. So what happened there, and how do you plan to take this forward, this idea of yours?
Yeah, semiconductor is a very important thing for any country's development. And we are already in the glass business. We make optical fiber. We make glass for the TV, for cell phone, for laptop, in Taiwan and Korea. This is one of the ingredients. And we thought we will go with. And we worked through the collaboration. We were going. If you ask me my heart, If everybody is with me and I'm still working, because this is not my core strength, but I can definitely deliver. If I find the government is with me, the people are with me, everything is with me, we have evaluating. Pleased that the other company has come in, the Tata has come in, the Adani has come in, the other people have come in, and it is a huge, it is like ocean. Look at a semiconductor after semiconductor. So let it go, let it go. And I always find the work still speak by themselves. At this point of time, we are prepare everything. We have a land, we have a collaboration, we have everything. But if you ask me, are we aggressively working towards that? I'm not.
We'll take a couple of audience questions now, right? First one for Priya. You often speak about empowering women and, looking after the children of the country. What is the motivation for that?
So I think the motivation really is quite natural. When I entered the boardroom in 2000, a decade ago, it was me, one 20-something young girl with 8 head honchos of the business, all men. And, I was very nervous. I didn't feel like I belonged. I didn't feel like I could participate or add any value. I didn't know what I was doing there. It was almost frightening. However, over time, I realized that, look, if any company has to progress, the only way it can progress is if you get diversity of thought and you get different thoughts on the table right at the leadership level. And that can only happen. It's not only about women. It's different cultures, different thought processes, different genders. You need different ideologies to make any company progress. And that's really where the basis of it began. And today we have committed to 30% women in leadership by 2030. We're already over 20%, and we think we'll get to 50% by then. And this is in a company that is known as a male-dominated company. We're going to make sure it is dominated equally by men and women. And that is how the real change will come. Beyond that, it's not only within the company. We have a commitment, which my father has set for us, that we have to enable and help 2 crore women through our Nandghar program. We're educating and skilling women every day to make sure they can be financially independent. And financial independence of women is the only possible way of the country's progress. 50% of our population is women. If they don't come into the work stream and start earning, we're not going to progress the way we want to. So this is absolutely natural, and I think everybody will be with us on this journey.
So, a 2-part question for you, Mr. Agarwal. One is, what keeps you so energized even after achieving so much success? And you have so many life lessons. So can you share a few that you would want Priya and others of her generation to adopt? Second, you have so many life lessons. Can you share a few which you would want Priya and people of her generation to adopt?
I can tell you one thing. I'm not saying because all of you are here. India is in the demand. Indian people are in demand. Indian products are in demand. The way India want to do things, people want to follow. People want to employ Indian people. Even if you today see whether it's Ramaswamy or Tulsi, and you take, everybody is adopting Indian value because this is in the air. It is the best chance for us. Because there was a time when you say made in India was never looked high. But today, the moment you say, my mother I lost my mother at 92. She used to live with me. And she always in the Indian attire. The kind of respect she used to get, she never couldn't speak word of English. But this is what I'm saying, the kind of, please take the chance of this opportunity, move forward. It is, God also say, you take first step you have to take. So lot of opportunity, every sector for India, the kind of, the world don't have skilled people. People don't have people. Everywhere there is shortage of people. People are shutting down, and we have surplus of people. We have a cultured people. This is what is happening. These are the opportunities coming. In India, the growth, I can see the at least 35% of the population, which is underprivileged, below the middle class, will jump into the middle class. Everybody needs a scooty, everybody needs a gas cylinder, everybody needs a roof on the head, everybody wants a laptop. Anything you talk about, people need, and it is going to be there. You cannot stop. And these, you can imagine the kind of opportunity will be there. Everything, these things are not there in the world. Then our value system. You go to China, I'm not saying that anything is bad. The relationship, the value system is not there. For us, the family is so important. Our Bihari people sitting here and having 2 square meal, and 80% of money he's sending back to his home. And he's dreaming that my daughter, my sister, my mother is happy. That happiness giving him celebration. So this is the kind of value we are living. We are very fortunate that we are Indian, we are living in democratic country, and people started believing us. The whole world is believing us. The future looks very, very, very big to me. My only thing is hard work. To all the youngsters, be very, very positive. Just keep doing your work. There is no question the success will not be there. Everybody has been destined to do something. Keep remaining there. Don't look at left and right. Just remain there and keep working. If you're working even for some company, make sure your boss is entrepreneur. We call it a co-entrepreneur. All the youngsters, don't think, somebody can start thinking starting own business. But if you want to learn something, go to the co-entrepreneur, learn how he talk, how he walk, how he doing things, and then you can pick up. So those things will come, and we have plenty of the people. Our girls is, I think I've never seen the female like this in the world. The value system they have, they're multitasker. They can do everything. So this is, we are very fortunate that we are in this country. I have no doubt. If you see 1.4 billion people with the surrounding country, what we have, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, all this, we are 2 billion people. And 2 billion people, same thing with the China. Out of 6.5 billion people, 4 billion between those two countries. So we have a lot of opportunity. I'm looking lot of wealth created to become in this in India. Please give them very important to our government officers. Our politicians are doing very, very well. The government officer, the kind of intelligence they have, I don't think anybody has. How they take it positive. Self-certification is very, very important. When you can do excise on the self-certification, income tax on the self-certification, if you can do sales tax on the self-certification, why can't we start the factory on the self-certification? So think and move faster. So these are the things I'm looking up. I thank you very much that you have called me for this. Thank you very much.
So on that optimistic and positive note, we must end, as I'm afraid time's up. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Thank you, Priya.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to hear both Mr. Agarwal and Priya. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you very much, Ravi Krishnan, for that fascinating discussion. We are now at our 8th session of the 22nd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. And our 8th session is all about health. We're going to quickly make the changes on the dais, and then we will have our guests come in. Thank you very much. we've got with us Dr. Ash Tiwari, Professor and System Chair, Milton and Carol Petrie Department of Urology, Director of the Center of Excellence for Prostate Cancer, Tisch Center, a Cancer Institute, the ICANN School of Medicine, Mount Sinai Hospital, and he's going to be in conversation with the Senior Communications Officer of WHO India, Ms. Sanchita Sharma. May I request those who are standing to please be seated? Please be seated, gentlemen. Sanchita, it's over to you.
Hi, Rini, do we have questions or? No. Are we doing the Q&A? No. Okay, good, thanks. Okay. Hello and welcome to the session on cancer. Today I have with me one of the global pioneers in precision surgery on cancer, Dr. Tiwari. Welcome to the session. And it's 100 years of Hindustan Times, and in the last 100 years, when you talk about cancer, it's the treatment options now have made a huge difference. 100 years ago, it used to be a death sentence, but now cancer survival is going up. So how have things changed for people with cancer today, Dr. Tiwari?
I think cancer used to be a death sentence maybe about 100 years ago, but things have evolved quite a bit in the last 25, 30 years. We have a better understanding of why cancer happens. We have a better treatment for treating a cancer which, when found early enough, we understand the biology of the cancer, we understand how cancer interacts with the rest of the body, and we have major victories in the cancer. While in the last 15 years I have come third time, we have a lot to celebrate, but it's still, this is a battle we haven't yet won. And I'm not sure we are there to talk about celebration, but we are here to talk about strategy. So there are many things can be done, why cancer happens, what we can do to reduce, but the most important thing we can talk about is how to find it early. So yes, in the last 100 years, cancer has been made a dent, but story hasn't yet been over.
So we have some data from India which was published this year, which said that 71% of deaths were in people in their 30 to 69 years age group, cancer deaths I'm talking about. So is cancer affecting younger people now as compared to maybe 30 years ago?
So cancer is, in sheer number, is getting greater because people are living longer. Second thing is that people used to have a problem because of the heart diseases and the lung diseases. Once we have won that battle, cancer has become in the forefront. Still, every year, about 18 million people get diagnosed with a cancer. 1 in 5 people, you will be knowing, will have a cancer of some kind of other. About 9 million of them, about 50% of them, we lose every year due to the cancer death. But there are many who are living. At this time, about 46 million people are living who have had cancer. They are either fighting it or they have beaten it up. That 46 million, just to put things in perspective, it's more than the population of entire Canada. So that many people are living. So the cancer battle is not all about finding cancer and beating the cancer, but how to make the cancer battle livable. What I mean is that the cancer people don't die just because of cancer, but the side effects and certain things they have to live with for next 20 years. That also is an issue. And so the survivorship in cancer is a very important topic, and we have to focus on that.
So do we have a better understanding today of cancer genesis? Is there anything we can do to prevent it? I mean, I know saying no to tobacco and vaccination, but if you could just elaborate on that.
There are things we have done to kind of make a dent on the cancer. One of them is very simple one, and every Indian knows about it. Smoking is one of a known reason why cancer can happen in the lungs, can happen in many other parts of the body, including the prostate, tobacco in one form or the other. Dents which we have made in the papilloma virus discussion. So smoking, tobacco, vaccines, they definitely have an impact on beating this cancer. But there are certain things which we don't think about it, but may have an impact on the cancer. And even if it doesn't prevent cancer from happening, it prevents cancer from taking our lives. And that is our metabolic syndrome, that is our diet, that's our exercise habits, that's our diabetes. That's about the obesity. Because an diabetic body or a metabolic body is a little bit inflamed body. And an inflamed body, anything goes to the next level. Inflammation sometimes is a friend, but many times it's a friend with the cancer. So managing inflammation is a very important part of our strategy for fighting cancer. So this is something we should be focusing on. Diet, exercise, lifestyle changes, stress. Stress can have an impact on having cancer or not having a cancer, or if have a cancer, a different outcome about the cancer is very related to stress. Stress impacts the body hormones. Stress impacts our food habits. Stress in certain cancers like pancreas and prostate can actually form a network of interactions between the cancer cells and the nerves. So what is happening in our mind may ultimately boost up the cancer in becoming more aggressive. So yes, there is a lot can be done, but the journey has just about started now.
You mentioned stress, so I'm going to ask you a couple of obvious questions. One, when people have allergies, then your body's under stress as well. And these days I run into every second person has some allergy or the other. Does that play a role as well? Do we have any information about it?
There is a stress and there is a stress. Stress of an allergy, stress of a cough, stress of a minor problem is not that stress I'm talking about. I'm talking about a lingering stress of where the food will come tomorrow, lingering stress of certain things which are going in our mind. Certain societies have that issue. So we, as a human, as a living, will have to deal with this stress, but what I'm talking about is a lingering stress about which we cannot do anything. The cause persists, so we are recycling those thoughts back and again. So there is a way to either get the problem out or learn how to manage the stress, and that's what we say. You don't have a control on what hits you, but we do have a control on how we handle what hits us. So managing our mind, our body, coming from India, Deepak Chopra's callings may have an impact here.
What about air pollution? We live in Delhi, so that's something we suffer every day.
That's my way of handling the stress. I cannot do anything about it. So we have to control our surroundings. But the cancer journey, when I'm answering any questions or responding to you, Sanjita, I'm doing it from three perspectives. One perspective is of a surgeon who has been doing it for the last 20, 30 years. I have operated on maybe about over 10,000 patients. I have seen maybe about 25,000 patients with cancer. So as a surgeon, I have a very close interaction with the patient, with the cancer, so I have some understanding. But the second part of the answer comes from as in what you call a policymaker. I also have a role in a cancer hospital where I make certain decisions as to what to be done and what not to be done. But I have a control on only in my hospital, in my atmosphere. But there is a third level of interaction should come, and that Prime Minister Modi or someone else can do it. That is, we can bring up the question in front that the pollution is not good, diet needs to be looked into it, what exposures we are getting from in food, from the air, from water, that may have an impact on the cancer, but there are things which I can do. I can still get out and exercise, I can still get a good night's sleep, I can avoid certain foods. That's in our control, so everyone should do that while we bring up the discussion up in front of the policymakers, and that's what we should do.
So we should control the things we can. That's the message.
Yeah, I think we should control our actions, we should control our surroundings, we should control people around, and we should focus on our lifestyle.
So Doc, how did you decide to become a cancer surgeon? Do you remember the first life you saved? As a surgeon or otherwise?
Cancer surgeon discussion versus first life I saved was in two different discussions. I was in a medical school in Kanpur. I was in a second year medical student. It was a weekend, and I was in a house in the first floor. And then suddenly there was just the neighboring house, there was a construction going on, and there was a small child, a baby, drowned in the water. You gave me the name. What is that?
The Hodi, the construction water well.
The construction water was being collected there, and then there was a baby who drowned in that water. And that taught me that the timing is everything about medicine. I happened to be there. I jumped onto that area, And somehow I managed to revive that few months old baby the mom had brought to the work because that's the only way they could do it. So that was my interaction with the life and what the timing in the medicine matters. About the cancer, I got involved with the prostate cancer about 25 years ago. This was not an easy cancer to fight. Many other times in cancer you talk about, did you take all the cancer out? That's an important goal. But in prostate cancer, it happens to be a very complicated organ that it is very close to the urinary system and it's very close to sexuality. So finding a fine balance between the nerve sparing and muscle sparing and then still getting all the cancer out, it was a complicated cancer to fight. And I thought if having left India and doing something, why not just do that?
So prostate cancer, since you mentioned it, globally it's the second most common cancer in men. But it's not talked about enough in India. The casing, I mean, and people getting older, cases are rising. Why is that? I mean, what is the barrier? Why aren't more people discussing it, like breast cancer or lung cancer? What do we need to do to raise awareness?
So prostate is one of the most common men's cancer. And in India, it used to be number 11 about 10 years ago. And right now, amongst all cancers, all genders, is number 3. And as Lancet is predicting, we may be heading towards a tsunami coming our way, in which the number of prostate cancer cases will double in next 10, 20 years. We don't talk about it because that's an organ we don't even know what it does. We don't talk about it because it's a delicate organ to talk about sexuality and it is a very awkward place to locate it. And we don't talk about it because initially, first time when we found the cancer, it was usually in the bone or is in much more advanced stage. So there was no cure available. So we didn't even know that this patient is having the problem because of prostate cancer, because cancer was in the bone or cancer was in the lung, even though it started from prostate. But now the awareness is increasing, and the reason we are talking about it today, because this is going to be number 1 cancer even in India in next 10, 20 years. And the good news is it's 95% curable cancer. It's a cancer I have the most friends for last 20 years, 25 years. But it's a curable cancer if we find it in time. And that in time is the discussion about India, because in USA, if I find a prostate cancer, 90% of them, they are curable to start with. Here in India, the numbers are about 50-50. So the only difference is it only took 5 extra years for us to find a cancer in India than what we are doing in the United States. And that makes us handicapped. So if nothing else happens, this discussion about prostate cancer and changes the perspective about us, let's talk about it, I think that will have a major impact, and hopefully we will change the dynamics here also.
But in the US, PSA, prostate cancer screening is very routine. In India, it's still not. People have to ask for it. So what is your advice? When should people go in for screening? Like breast cancer screening now is part of your annual routine health checkup.
So before I answer the question about the PSA and when it should be done, I think I should also mention that the prostate cancer screening is not a standard screening, because sometimes it can cause alarms which are unnecessary. PSA can be high, not just because of cancer. PSA can be high because patient has a very enlarged prostate. PSA can be high because prostate is inflamed. PSA can be high because patient had some urinary issue or infection recently. So if every abnormal PSA is going to cause anxiety, if every abnormal PSA is going to cause a biopsy to be done, which is an invasive procedure, that may not be what I would like to convey. But having a PSA, starting at the age of maybe 45 years of age, is a good idea. Don't do it beyond 70 years of age based on the life expectancy, unless and until your father, who is 101-year-old, is telling you to go and get the PSA done, then yes, you can get it done even at old age. That means you have a life expectancy in your family. If someone has a family history of prostate cancer, what I mean is that brother had it, father had it, grandfather had it, ladies had some kind of a breast cancer, someone had a pancreatic cancer, that means that there is a cluster of a cancer growing around in the family, then we can start a little early. We can start at about maybe 40 years of age. But getting a PSA doesn't mean getting a biopsy. Getting a biopsy doesn't mean that everyone will have an aggressive cancer, because cancer can be relatively at different shades of cancer. And we can have that conversation because not every patient with the prostate cancer we diagnose needs a treatment. Many of them can be watched, what we call an active monitoring. But there are the ones who are sitting time bomb, and we need to find them and diffuse them before they have really clicked off. And that's the whole benefit about finding it early, because later on we win in months, early on we win in decades. So the victory, 30 decades, 20 decades, versus 3 months extra survival versus 6 months, just because we found it much later.
So are there any early signs that people should watch out for, or is it already too late by the time, symptoms are appearing?
Just like hypertension, prostate cancer is what we call a silent killer.
That's a very scary term when it comes to disease. The silent disease and silent killer.
So by the time cancer is curable, it will not produce any symptoms. It will not produce any symptom, even though the organ in which it is going to come will produce symptoms, which we may get confused. So the same prostate which is developing cancer in 1 in 7 men, 1 in 8 men, has enlargement of the prostate which starts after 56 years of age, and patients may have to go again and again to urinate. Patient may have a difficulty in passing urine. Patient may have some pain and burning. Patients may have some infections and all those things. They come usually late because of cancer, but if someone is having those symptoms, getting it checked for prostate cancer itself is a good idea. But my message is, don't wait for a symptom to come in a prostate cancer journey. Get yourself checked before, because that's when it is curable. We can still win a fight, but the victory is not that well managed if we let the symptoms come in.
So you're recommending checking every year or every 2 years, like breast cancer?
So if we start at about 45 and the PSA is below a certain number, then you don't have to do it next for 2 years. But if PSA is borderline, then you can come back in a year. If PSA is abnormal, then repeat it in 2 months. And if it still is abnormal, get an MRI imaging. There is a lot more being done on the biomarkers. PSA is one of the biomarkers. And maybe this is the time I may flip towards understanding the cancer a little bit more, because what is cancer? We have to reflect upon it. Cancer is our own cell. It's not something a virus has come inside our body or it is something outside. It is our own cell which somehow felt that their life is in danger. It may happen because they have some bad chemical around them. It may be there because air conditioning in that part of the area has some more pollution. It may happen because there is a more heated area in that area, or it may happen that a particular part of our body is not getting enough oxygen. So the cell in that neighborhood is feeling threatened. Our own cell didn't do anything wrong, but now is feeling that I am at verge of dying. When they are dying, we should also know that every given minute, about 1 million cells are being changed in our body, and about 1 trillion times there is a mutation in the body which happens every day. It is all controlled. So the combination of a cell feeling threatened, they start making certain changes in themselves to survive, to the point that they become super smart. Once they survive, they forget that one of the sole reasons for the existence is that we have to respect the social system, that in this room we can have maybe 5,000 people, but if there are 20,000 people in this room, in one corner of it, it will cause trouble. They don't know when to stop. So that is what's happening in the cancer cell because of some reason or other. It could be infection, it could be inflammation, it could be a virus, it could be a radiation, it could be a chemical. They somehow are at death risk and they have figured out how to not to die. But in that process of living, they have lived too well that they are now killing the irregular cells. And that's what the cancer journey is. And that's the reason we have to manage it in a more holistic way rather than just taking it out. And we do treat them out by surgically radiation or some other chemicals, but it's a complicated story.
So cancer is treatable, we know that, but still people are very scared of cancer treatment because of the side effects, because of, so you have come up with techniques for surgery which lower the risks of side effects after surgery. So could you just share that and tell us about it?
So let's talk about prostate cancer, because prostate cancer happens to be very close to certain nerves which are literally touching the organ, and these nerves are controlling the urinary control, and it's also controlling the sexual function and ejaculation and everything. And the difference between the cancer cell and these nerves are literally in millimeters. So I had to spend last 10-20 years to understand the anatomy of those nerves a little bit better, use a robot to get me a magnification, develop certain methods of delicately dissecting it out, and still in not all the patients, in the right patients, in majority of them, we can get the function back if we find the cancer early. So yes, the quality of life discussion is an important discussion definitely in prostate, and developing a nerve sparing procedure with the robot, with the delicacy, I think has been a winner, but the journey is not yet over. Still there are patients who don't get the function back.
So you're also using systemic therapy for treatment. So is that resulting in better outcomes?
So when the cancer, and let's continue the discussion on the prostate cancer, if you find it early, you have one option. If it is not very aggressive, you can watch it. So that's known as an active surveillance. Some patients have a cancer which is significant enough that they will cause trouble day after tomorrow or next month and next year. We remove them. There are some which are a little bit more aggressive, or the patient is older. We can give them radiation. But there are ones in whom the cancer is not only in prostate, but it's also in the lymph nodes, it's also in the bones, it's also in the lungs. These are the patients who benefit not just by the local removal of the mothership, but they also benefit from giving something which circulates in the body as in chemical. In prostate, there are hormones we give, there are chemotherapies we give, and they don't impact just the cancer cells. They impact the normal cells of the body also. So that's the reason the cost of curing or treating that cancer gets a little bit more annoying. But yes, we do give chemotherapies and hormones in that situation. Of late, we have leveraged our understanding of cancer to the next level of treatment. In order for cancer to become cancerous, it has to have some mutations. These mutations give them an edge that they can out-survive the normal cells. But that mutation can be targeted as a precision therapy that we can find in a special molecule which will only go and impact those people, those cells which have that mutation. And if we find that mutation and we deliver some medicine or a bomb just to those cells which have that mutation, it can have a little bit more precise treatment of that. So that's the field which is evolving. We call it theranostics, we call it targeted therapy, we call it dual targeted therapy. We have immunotherapies coming up and a lot of exciting things coming out right now, but it's better to find it when you can take care of it in a cleaner way than to resort to these more aggressive forms of treatments.
So technology has emerged as a great equalizer, not just for treatment of all cancers and also diagnosis of cancers. So are you at your institute using AI for prostate cancer?
I think this is serendipity. And year was 1996 when I wrote the first paper on AI and prostate cancer. And it took about 20 years before technology and the field got totally ready to fight on it. So we have a couple of different projects going on in AI. And I personally think AI could be a great equalizer. Think about, and there is no better place than India that it can be done. Cancer happens because of lifestyle. Cancer happens because of genes. Cancer happens because of what we eat. Cancer happens because what exposure comes to us. Cancer happens because of the radiation which is coming to us. Cancer happens because of the medications we are consuming. Cancer happens because of the food which is bringing chemicals. It's a multifaceted cancer journey which ultimately results in cancer. I go through the airport looking at my retinal scan. Out of 6 billion, 8 billion people in the world, it knows that it's me, and I just go through the security in 30 seconds. If I can collect all this information in about 1 million patients in next 2 years and trained an AI to predict which patient among this is in higher risk of developing A cancer versus the B cancer. Triage them to the 3 categories: low risk, intermediate risk, high risk. Intermediate and high risk can be sent for the next level of screening. Low risk, go ahead and come back in about 2 years. Get this test done, get this test done, your weight is a little high. That, I think, is going to happen. And a country where we have phone in everyone's hand, it's possible to implement this kind of a technology and develop it. And I personally believe that this is the best time for cancer treatment to evolve, because AI could be one of the best equalizer. And I personally believe the Million Strong could be a project we can do, and India should be a launching pad for that.
I think I completely agree with you. I think India is a great place where we can actually do things at scale and deliver and reach results. So what makes Indians such great doctors? I mean, Indian doctors do well, so here, well, and then when they go abroad, they do very well. So what is it about Indians that, you know, is associated with good medical care?
Say it again, what is about the Indians, why we get the care?
Why are Indians such great doctors? What makes, well, you a great doctor, or the doctors sitting here great doctors?
I think Indians, I think credit goes to the parents. The education and working hard and basic work ethics comes from the parents. I mean, I think generationally we have been hammered into it, that that's the way we are. But we also happen to have one extra tool possibly. It's only Indians who, if they find someone slipping on a floor on the road, they will stop and they will engage. We have empathy. I think we have more empathy than most other cultures. We want to get involved. And I think empathy within work ethics and possibly some luck, I think that may help us. So,
thank you so much, Dr. Tiwari. It was a pleasure talking to you as usual. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari and Sanchita. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to foreign policy. Quickly make the changes on the dais. And we have with us an academician who's going to join us very soon. We now have Mr. Walter Russell Mead, columnist and author, and James Clark Chase, professor of foreign policy and the humanities at Bard College, New York, conversing with the South Asia head of Eurasia Group, Mr. Pramit Pal Chaudhary.
So, Walter Russell Mead has to come to India every now and then because he's the Curry Fellow at the Hudson Institute. And just for that alone, he comes in. But of course, he's coming in at a perfect time for us because he is an expert on American foreign policy and in particular the, should we say, ideological strands of American foreign policy, and he's particularly good at connecting it with American domestic politics. And we've just had a major US election and a school of American foreign policy that he identified, the Jacksonians, of which Donald Trump is right now the only representative, I guess, in the White House, has just come back to power. And from what I can tell, he's going to be ultra-Jacksonian this time. So tell us, what do you see looking at the appointments that he's already made, statements that he's already said on the world, what do you see, what are the contours of a second Donald Trump presidency as far as the world is concerned?
Well, it's going to be interesting. Trump is, I think we're going to see a less ideological American foreign policy. You know, when President Biden looks at the world, he sees a contest between authoritarian powers and democratic powers. When Trump looks at the world, I think he sees friends and enemies, allies of the United States and adversaries of the United States, and cares much less about the political orientation, authoritarianism, or anything like that of potential partners. And this is a strain in American foreign policy that's actually been around for a long time, that a lot of Americans don't really care very much about whether foreigners believe in one God, 50 gods, no God, whether they have democracy, absolute monarchy, theocracy. As long as they don't attack the United States, we don't care what they do. And you can see that idea very much, I think, in both in Trump's appointments and in some of his early decisions about personnel. That said, there are a couple of exceptions. One would be Israel. And we should note here again that it's actually not opinion among American Jews that tends to drive American policy toward Israel. American Jews, yet again, did not vote for Trump, although he got more votes this time than he has in the past. It is both evangelical Christians and others who see in Israel a kind of a sign of really, they see Israel as just an inherent ally for a mix of political and religious reasons. And we've seen that very strongly in his early appointments.
So I'm looking at some of the present hotspots in the world, whether it is Israel, you've mentioned already. I think what you're signaling is that there's American support for Israel is not going to wane at all, especially now that it's become a Iran versus Israel rather than necessarily just a Palestinian versus Israel conflict. But we're also, one of the other, probably the most nervous government in the world about Trump is Ukraine, because his language on Ukraine has been very clear. He does not think this is a war America should be supporting, or at least funding.
Yeah. And here, I think it's important to look a little bit under the hood, that if we look at what the sort of Schultz-Biden policy on Ukraine has been, it is not a policy about helping Ukraine win the war. They're too worried that Russia might escalate in response to too much Western support for Ukraine. So the idea has been to kind of keep Ukraine fighting, prevent a collapse, but after a certain period of time, the Ukrainians will get themselves tired of fighting a war that they can't win and will come to Putin asking for some kind of a support. And I think the Trump idea here is, well, you know, if Ukraine is going to lose the war anyway, why should we spend $200 billion trying to... Now, I think where both Trump and Biden are likely to have problems is I don't think Vladimir Putin is looking to give the West or Ukraine an easy off-ramp off the war. His intention, his goal in the war is not simply about Ukraine. It's about weakening NATO. It's about dividing the Europeans from the United States. And I don't think he's going to want to give up the war until he feels that he's gotten about as much progress in that direction as he can get.
So if we were to then turn to our part of this part of the world, you have a Indo-Pacific, you have a Quad, which Trump was as enthusiastic about as Biden has been. In fact, there's been remarkable consistency, I would argue, on the East Asian and South Asian front between the two administrations. But there are some points of contention. Trump has argued that he wants all allies or people to pay their way, and so at least on Taiwan, he's been a little bit wobbly. Though I think if he just wants them to give more money after that, he doesn't seem to care. And every now and then he has a strange policy on China. It is bad, it is good, but it is bad, but maybe I can do a deal with them. Where do we see the China policy in the second Trump administration going to be like?
Well, I think he will not close the door on some kind of grand bargain with China. But again, I think it's much easier to have a big, bright picture in your head about a grand bargain with China than it is to actually work out the details. So I would be surprised to see that actually happening, though I think given the state of the Chinese economy, there's probably more disposition in Beijing to explore that road than maybe there would have been a couple of years ago or when Trump was last in office. But you're right that probably the area in American foreign policy where there's the greatest degree of bipartisan consensus is on Indo-Pacific policy, and that would mean both India and China. That I think Trump will be supportive of the Quad. I think he'll be very supportive of the relationship with India. India is not asking the United States for military guarantees. India pays for its own defense budget. So in all those respects, India is much more the kind of associate power that a Trump would be looking for. And India's trade with the United States, and that's also certainly likely to be an issue in a Trump presidency, is much more weighted towards cyber and IT than it is to trade in manufactured goods. And for whatever reason, Trump doesn't seem to have the same sort of protectionist instincts about tech that he does about steel and cars and things of that nature.
So when Trump complains about India's tariffs, which are high, but then he complains about everybody's tariffs, what should be the Indian response? What do you think he would really be looking for?
I think I would say that from an Indian point of view, the place where there's the greatest opportunity with the United States would be in this idea of the creation of a kind of a free world technosphere. That is, whether we like it or not, we can see that the Chinese are building one tech system, and other countries who don't want to be part of that are looking at alternatives. And to see sort of India, Israel, the United States, and the Europeans, I think, would come along into a block of that kind. I think we would see the Saudis and the Emiratis and others getting involved. You have a very powerful, trusted tech alliance. Right. And I think in the rulemaking that would go along in the establishment of that, all of these things so that there's an Indian voice at the table, and also that the system evolves in a way in which India is an integral part of it. That's probably the key opportunity.
I think India's also taken out an insurance policy. If the Indian press is correct, there are now more Trump towers and Trump resorts in India than any other country in the world besides the United States. When we're looking at we don't yet know Trump's economic team, hasn't really come together yet. But one of the things he seems to be very obsessed about is the strength of the US dollar. And he's denounced moves for de-dollarization by certain economies. For example, within the BRICS, China and Russia have led that. India has been less enthusiastic. But one of the things we do hear is that the Chinese warning that if America does impose sweeping tariffs against China, China will consider renminbi devaluation, which would have huge secondary effects on the rest of the world. how exactly do we see America's, should we say, financial or currency policy play out geopolitically with a Trump administration?
That's a very interesting question, because I think Trump's own instincts about the dollar are conflicted. That on the one hand, he likes a strong dollar as a sign of national prestige and strength, and certainly doesn't want other countries taking action against the dollar. On the other hand, he doesn't like trade deficits. And a high dollar actually means that we get a large flood of imports into the United States. So how he will balance, how policies that both are driving the dollar up and driving the dollar down would actually work out in financial markets, how Trump would then read the signals from those markets and then adjust policy. All of this, I think, is very hard to predict. But I think the idea that we might see a volatile set of conditions in financial markets, for example, that as Trump's spending plans became clearer and many on Wall Street felt that these were unrealistic, we've already seen long-term Treasury interest rates rise with the prospect of Trump coming. That has now gotten so severe in the last couple of days, it seems to have affected stock prices. Trump reads the financial press, and I don't just say this because I write for the Wall Street Journal. Trump is a New Yorker, and financial markets are part of his natural world. He pays attention to what Wall Street thinks about what he's doing. So there's a feedback loop there. We just don't know quite how it's going to work.
I get a sense now of a Trump that will be transactional, but that I don't think is a problem for India. As you mentioned, India does not accept military aid. It doesn't accept much aid, in fact, from anybody. But on one area we have noticed, or we have seen over the past two administrations, including partly the Trump administration, has been a technological relationship that you've mentioned. But what Biden has been very good for India on is the so-called ICET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, where America has been remarkably generous, given that India is not a military ally, a treaty ally of the United States, in giving India access to very high-level defense technology, and basically said, we get that you want to build your own defense equipment, and America is prepared to help you. Would I be right in saying that we should expect Trump to look at that and say, I don't see why the Indians should be getting this technology, given that we spent billions developing it?
I think it's fair to say that what Trump would do is look at that in the context of the broader U.S.-India relationship, and people would have to make an effective case to him that this was in the American interest. There's a quid for the pro quo of some kind. Doesn't necessarily have to be economic. There are lots of ways. Trump, unlike the way most negotiations in international affairs have gone since World War II, really, Trump believes in aggregating things so that you don't just have a trade negotiation that's in isolation from every other piece of your relationship. So I think what one would need to do is think about how the relationship overall is going to look in Trump's eyes, and how does this particular piece of it fit in. I think the countries that have done the best with Trump in the past, and India was very successful in the first term, and I think Trump and Modi managed to work out a good relationship. But often what they do is they come up with a list of things that they have on offer to Trump, as opposed to what I would sometimes hear from our European friends who would come to Washington with a very long list of things they wanted Washington to do for them. But actually, you look at the list of what they wanted to do for Washington, and there was nothing on the list. I think India has a shrewder idea of how to approach these kinds of negotiations.
Yeah, I was once talking to a Japanese diplomat who was working with the previous Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, the late Shinzo Abe, and he said, we quickly realized this is the first Trump presidency, Trump was transactional. So we had been planning to buy a bunch of Tomahawk cruise missiles from America, but we held that back, waited for him to be elected, and then went to him and he said, what are you going to buy from me? And he said, we'll buy Tomahawks, which they were planning to buy anyway, but Trump was very pleased and he said, wow, I got you to buy Tomahawks from me. And after that, the relationship went very well. But one of the areas that Indians are nervous about is immigration, because at least illegal migration has been one of the one or two most important issues in this election. He has people in his administration like Steve Miller and his deputy chief staff who were very clear that even legal migration, for example, H-1B visas, in their view, is something America should not be allowing. But of course, immigration, or at least the Indian-American community now, has been become one of the strongest links between the US and India. I went to college in America in the early 1980s, and I can say if I said I was an Indian, people would ask me, was I Apache or Navajo? Now they'll ask me whether I'm a Punjabi or a Gujarati. Right. I'm neither. But now there's a knowledge about India that wasn't there before. How much should we be nervous about that?
I think the H-1B visa question, which is really the one that is of the most interest, as I understand it, for Indians, is in a different place from the sort of unguarded or southern border, as many of Trump's supporters would characterize it. And it's important from an Indian point of view, I would suggest, to try to keep those issues separate. And you know, there are people like Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and others who well know from their own experience the value of the H-1B visa program. And I know we were discussing U.S. healthcare and the importance of skilled migrants for that system. So I think the thing to do is to look at the industries that have Trump's ear, whose interests are very much engaged with this. And I don't see any reason, sort of any existential reason why this could not be managed effectively.
So Trump comes he gets sworn in January. Normally in an American administration, it's really the first sort of 1.5 years where you see the bulk of policy making actually be accomplished. After that, you have a midterm election where almost every president does a little badly and probably lose at least some of their strength in the Congress. So over the next 1.5 years, what do you expect to see coming out of the Trump administration, but not just in terms of foreign policy, but in terms of domestic policy that will probably have international repercussions?
Well, you know, I think a lot of it is likely to be consumed. Again, let's just say when it involves Trump, prediction is even more difficult than it usually is. So please don't play back the footage of this conversation in 6 months and come back at me. But for President Trump, I think he is very, very interested in this business of restructuring the state. I think we should all understand that this is the first battle in something that is likely to be happening globally, that the information revolution is ultimately a gun at the head of bureaucracies. Because what is a bureaucracy? Well, it's really a very crude form of AI in the sense that you have a lot of people applying algorithms to data to come up with standard answers. And a good AI system ought to be able to replace thousands of bureaucrats, giving decisions that are faster and more in accordance with the law or the intentions of policymakers. And every corporation, every government around the world is going to be looking at this. And of course, every civil servants union is going to be looking at this too. And so Trump's idea of bringing deep disruption to government is partly about revenge on various forms of the government that he felt treated him unfairly during his first term or between terms. But it is also this idea of a sort of Elon Musk concept. Just as Elon Musk was able to do much more than NASA could do with the money on his rocket program, aren't there ways of doing the state that are cheaper, more efficient, and maybe more policy flexible? That struggle, political struggle that involves, the countless interests that touches on, is a vast kind of sea change that Trump is likely to be trying to push forward. You can look at that Heritage 2025 program. A lot of that is looking at some of these issues. And this is likely to be such an all-consuming political fight, even for Trump. I don't know how much energy there's going to be left for other things. But I would pay attention to this front.
Actually, that's an area where he and Prime Minister Modi could have a long discussion over, because in many ways, I would argue that is at the heart of a lot of what the present Indian Prime Minister has been trying to do.
Honestly,
or has done over the past 10 years.
If the U.S. government could deliver services as effectively as the Indian government does, our bureaucracy would not be happy, but our citizens might be.
So in that case, what we may then see is a foreign policy team that will have actually a remarkable degree of independence as the Prime Minister focuses on his, the President focuses on his internal battles, if you wish, that other than some basic contours or directions. If so, who would we need to be looking out? I mean, who would you be looking out for inside the foreign policy team, much of which seems to have now been assembled over the next 1.5 years?
In general, he seems to have picked a foreign policy team that's more in line with what you could call traditional Republican priorities. And that's quite interesting. And voices that call for some kind of major change, U.S. pulling out of NATO, ignoring the Middle East, so on and so on, at this point have been frozen out. Now, it will be, again, we have to see who does he call into the White House, how much authority is he willing to give these folks, but it looks as if he's starting out with, by Trump's standards, a non-disruptive approach to some of these. Now, again, I would say that the area where there's a potential for real conflict would probably be with Iran, and that a lot of the early energy of the administration is going to be focused on, I think, the Middle East.
So I think with that, I'll just, one last comment from you perhaps. How, should we say, after Trump, would you guess was going to happen in terms of American foreign policy?
After Trump? Oh. That's a big question. I think if you look at United States trade, about a third of it is with the Western Hemisphere, a third of it crosses the Pacific, and a third of it crosses the Atlantic. That would suggest that the United States is going to remain a country which is global in some ways in its thinking, that there will not be regions of the earth that the United States is going to ignore. I think the rise of countries like India we're seeing a world that's going to be more multipolar than in the past. But there's a difference between adversarial multipolarity, say China's contest with the US, and sort of competitive multipolarity, where you have a group of countries who broadly accept the framework of the international system, and then each is trying to maximize their own interests within that framework. That's probably where the Americans would like to see it go. My guess is this is also what India would like.
Thank you. With that, we'll come to this session to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mead and Pramit. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest is here already, so we're just going to make the changes on the dais and move on to the next session. And we're almost at the last segment of our day-long summit. We're delighted to have with us the National President of the Samajwadi Party, who's going to join us. NDTV, Sumit Avasthi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है और हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स की लीडरशिप समिट में 100वें साल में इस मंच पे आके आपने हम सब लोगों को जो मौका दिया है आपसे सवाल जवाब करने का, कुछ बातें पूछने का, कुछ बातें जानने का, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। चुनाव के बीच से समय निकाला अखिलेश जी आपने, इसके लिए ज़्यादा धन्यवाद।
मैं आपका धन्यवाद देता हूँ और जब 100 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं उस समय मुझे बोलने का मौका दे रहे हैं, इसके लिए मैं आपका और हिंदुस्तान अखबार के सभी परिवार के सदस्यों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ।
मुझे पता लगा कि बहुत पुराना संबंध है इस अखबार के साथ अखिलेश यादव का। अखिलेश यादव ने अपने स्कूल के बाद या कॉलेज के बाद कुछ समय गुजारा है, इंटर्नशिप वगैरह की है। क्या किस्सा था, वहीं से शुरू करना चाहता हूँ मैं।
ये तो बड़ा मुश्किल में मुझे फंसा दिया क्योंकि कार्यक्रम हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का है। कभी कभी मुझे डर ये लगता है कि जो नाम बदलने वाले लोग हैं कहीं हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का नाम न बदल दें, क्योंकि हिंदुस्तान से वो परहेज रखते हैं, टाइम्स से भी थोड़ा बहुत दूरी रखते हैं। मेरी इंटर्नशिप, क्योंकि इसी ग्रुप का जो दूसरा कारोबार है और जिस समस्या से न केवल दिल्ली बल्कि दुनिया इस बात को सोच रही कि आखिरकार कैसे परिवर्तन लाया जाए, मैं वेम ऑर्गेनिक्स में जो इन्वायरमेंटल डिपार्टमेंट था उसमें इंटर्नशिप इंजीनियरिंग के बाद कुछ समय मैंने गुजारा था। और दिल्ली जैसे शहर में जो आजकल बड़ी समस्या है वो है आपके कि आपको सांस लेने के लिए बिल्कुल साफ सुथरी हवा कैसे मिले।
तब ऐसी दिक्कत थी?
उस समय क्या था, क्योंकि मैं इंजीनियरिंग के बाद गया था, क्योंकि हर इंजीनियरिंग कोर्स के बाद इंटर्नशिप कोर्स चाहिए होता है, आपको सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए होता है आगे की पढ़ाई के लिए। इसलिए मैं एनवायरनमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में कुछ दिन वक्त गुजारा। लेकिन अब मैं राजनीति में हूँ और राजनीति में जो पॉल्यूशन फैला हुआ है उसको सफाई कर रहा हूँ। उत्तर प्रदेश से शुरू किया है, जहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी डबल इंजन की बात कर रही थी। इंजन तो पहले ही टकरा रहे थे, अब उनके नारे भी टकरा रहे हैं। उनके नारों को भी कोई स्वीकार नहीं करना चाहता है। जो नारा कभी अंग्रेजों ने दिया था, डिवाइड एंड रूल, वो हिंदी में बोल रहे हैं, बांटो या काटो। अब उन्हीं की पार्टी के लोग उससे किनारा कर रहे हैं। तो सोचिए, जिस प्रदेश से मैं आया हूं उसी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। उस प्रदेश ने प्रधानमंत्री पहले भी बहुत बनाए हैं। इसलिए आजकल मैं राजनीति का जो पॉल्यूशन है उसको ठीक करने में लगा हुआ हूँ, उसी का रास्ता अपनाया है और पॉल्यूशन और पीडीए के साथ मिलकर के मैं सफाई के अभियान में हूँ।
अखिलेश जी, आप पूरी तरीके से राजनीतिक बातचीत करने के मूड में हैं। मुझे शुरू के 2 क्वेश्चन में ही समझ में आ गया। मैं सीधे चुनाव पे आ जाता हूँ। बटेंगे तो कटेंगे नारे के साथ आपने कहा कि वो लोग आप देश को बांटना चाहते हैं, समाज को बांटना चाहते हैं, पर उनका ये कहना है हरियाणा में हम जीते तो इस नारे की वजह से जीते, महाराष्ट्र में हमको जो बड़ा समर्थन मिल रहा है, उनका ऐसा कहना है कि 4 महीने का जो परिणाम थे लोकसभा के वो बदल रहे हैं अब आते आते, और उसमें इस तरह के नारे, इस तरह के सेंटिमेंट्स अब हमारे साथ हैं। वोट जिहाद की बात भी की जा रही है।
अगर दुनिया के लोकतंत्र में हम अगर देखेंगे और भारत के इतिहास में देखेंगे तो इतना नकारात्मक नारा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने नहीं दिया होगा। इतना नकारात्मक नारा है ये। और सवाल ये नहीं है कि हम तो उत्तर प्रदेश में देख रहे हैं कि इंजन टकरा रहे हैं दोनों, जो डबल इंजन का दावा करते थे, अब तो नारा भी इनका टकरा रहा है। जो लोग इस नारे के पक्ष में हैं वो तो जरूर कह रहे हैं, लेकिन बड़ी संख्या में उन्हीं के दल में लोग हैं जो इस नारे से किनारा कर रहे हैं। जो इनके सहयोगी दल हैं वही डिवाइड हो गए हैं इस नारे से। तो ये नकारात्मक नारा है, जनता कभी इसको स्वीकार नहीं कर सकती। इसीलिए समाजवादी पार्टी पीडीए के नारे पर जनता को जोड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये तोड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों की कोशिश है लोगों को जोड़ करके इनका मुकाबला किया जाए।
उन्होंने तो एक है तो सेफ है का नारा भी दे दिया है।
वो इसलिए दिया क्योंकि वो बांटेंगे काटेंगे नहीं कह सकते हैं, इसीलिए मैंने कहा नारा टकरा रहा है। लखनऊ वालों का नारा है और दिल्ली वालों का नारा दूसरा है।
मैं आपकी रैलियां देख रहा था पिछले कुछ दिनों से, जो आप यूपी में प्रचार कर रहे हैं उपचुनावों में। आप बार बार इस बात को कह रहे हैं कि 23 नवंबर के बाद मुख्यमंत्री जी बदल जाएंगे। ये आप कहाँ से निकाल के ला रहे हैं कि योगी आदित्यनाथ की लखनऊ में छुट्टी हो जाएगी, कोई नया मुख्यमंत्री आएगा? ये कौन सी खुफिया जानकारी आपके पास है?
खुफिया जानकारी इसलिए है कि हरियाणा में क्या हुआ था। हरियाणा में क्या हुआ?
बीजेपी चुनाव जीती थी,
मुख्यमंत्री बदला उन्होंने।
तो पहले ही बदल
आप
दिया था।
अपने ही सवाल से भटक गए।
तो पहले ही बदल दिया था, चुनाव के बाद थोड़ी बदल।
चुनाव के बाद, इसीलिए वो जानते हैं उत्तराखंड में क्या हुआ था। और उत्तर प्रदेश में जो लोग समाज में बारूदी सुरंग खोद रहे हैं, उन्हीं के सहयोगी अंदर ही अंदर उनकी कुर्सी हटाने के लिए सुरंग खोद रहे हैं।
ये कहा जा रहा है कि इस बार पूरा का पूरा संघ परिवार मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहा है। यूपी का बाई इलेक्शन हो, चाहे महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव हो, चाहे झारखंड का चुनाव हो, जो कि लोकसभा चुनाव में नहीं देखा गया, जो कि बयान आया था अध्यक्ष का कि हमको संघ की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अब ऐसा नहीं है।
ये बात आपको नहीं कहना चाहिए, ये संघ के लोग कहें तो मैं स्वीकार करूंगा।
अखबारों में आ रहा है।
जब तक संघ के लोग नहीं कहेंगे मैं स्वीकार नहीं करूंगा।
आपको लगता है कि संघ के लोग नहीं कह रहे?
संघ के लोगों ने जितनी ताकत लगानी थी यूपी में लगाई थी, और उसके बाद भी उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता ने उन्हें स्वीकार नहीं किया। और इसलिए स्वीकार नहीं किया, ये संविधान से खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, आरक्षण से खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र में जो अधिकार हैं उन अधिकारों को छीन रहे हैं। तो ये लड़ाई अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है। जब तक यूपी से और दिल्ली से सरकार नहीं हटेगी तब तक संविधान और लोकतंत्र की लड़ाई इसी तरह चलती रहेगी।
अखिलेश जी, अगर मैं छात्रों की भाषा में बात करूं तो 10वीं की परीक्षा, 10वीं का बोर्ड जो अभी आपका निकला मई जून में, आपने बहुत अच्छे से उत्तीर्ण किया। अब आप 12वीं की परीक्षा की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, जो कि 27 में आपका विधानसभा का चुनाव आएगा। लेकिन इस बीच में ये उपचुनाव आ गए जो 11वीं की परीक्षा है, जो 9 सीटों पे हो रहे हैं। क्या आपको लगता है ऐसा क्या किया था समाजवादी पार्टी ने कि वो नंबर 1 पार्टी इस बार लोकसभा के चुनावों में बन गई और बीजेपी नंबर 2 पे खिसक गई?
ये उपचुनाव जो होने जा रहे हैं, अगर प्रतिशत के हिसाब से मैं कहूं तो 100% इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारने जा रही है। और अगर संख्या के बारे में मैं कहूंगा तो 9 की 9 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारेगी। और इसलिए हारेगी क्योंकि चुनाव क्यों टाले इन्होंने? चुनाव इसलिए टाले क्योंकि डर था उनको चुनाव ना हार जाएं। जो तारीखें उन्होंने दी थी चुनाव की, वो 13 तारीख थी। जब उन्हें इस बात का एहसास हुआ कि पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में लोग दूसरे हिस्से में देश में जो काम कर रहे हैं वो छुट्टी पे आए हुए हैं, त्यौहार बना करके रह रहे हैं, और त्यौहार के बाद वो छुट्टी बढ़ा लिए हैं, वोट डाल करके जाएंगे। इसकी भनक जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी को लग गई पता, तो उसके बाद उन्होंने तारीख बदल दी। आखिरकार चुनाव क्यों टाला? और फिर अयोध्या का भी चुनाव टाला। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग दोबारा अयोध्या में नहीं हारना चाहते थे, इसलिए चुनाव वहां भी उन्होंने टाल दिया।
आप मुझे वो फॉर्मूला तो बताइए कि 37 लोकसभा सांसद कैसे आए? अखिलेश यादव ने क्या तैयारी की थी जो आपका पार्टी का परफॉर्मेंस इतना शानदार हो गया इस बार?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर नारा नेगेटिव है। एनडीए एन से शुरू होकर के नेगेटिव हैं। ये नकारात्मक लोग हैं दलितों के लिए, ये नकारात्मक लोग हैं आदि आबादी के लिए, ये नकारात्मक लोग हैं, इनकी विचारधारा है अल्पसंख्यक के लिए, आदि आबादी के साथ साथ आदिवासियों के लिए भी। क्या कोई कल्पना कर सकता है जिन्होंने कुकर्म किए हों उनको माला पहना करके स्वागत करते हों? अभी हाल ही में प्रयागराज में जो आंदोलन हुआ, एक बेटी जो थी उसकी बैसाखी छीन ली इन्होंने, बैसाखी छीन ली इन्होंने। और फिर बीएचयू जैसी प्रेस्टीजियस यूनिवर्सिटी में वहाँ पे जो घटना हुई है उसमें सभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग उनका सम्मान कर रहे हैं। ये नकारात्मक से भरे हुए लोग हैं, इनकी सोच नकारात्मक, इसलिए वो हारे हैं। पीडीए का जो नारा था वो एनडीए को हराने के लिए पर्याप्त था। पीडीए पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिक्स का नारा है, पीडीए जोड़ने का नारा है, पीडीए आदि आबादी को हक और सम्मान दिलाने का नारा है, पीडीए सामाजिक और आर्थिक रूप से जो पिछड़ गए हैं उनको बराबर लाने का नारा है।
अगर पीडीए सबको जोड़ने का नारा है तो अखिलेश यादव महाराष्ट्र में क्यों इंडिया ब्लॉक के अगेंस्ट में अपने कैंडिडेट को खड़ा कर रहे हैं? वहाँ एमवीए के साथ आप क्यों नहीं हैं?
समाजवादी पार्टी ने गठबंधन के साथ रहने के लिए कुछ सीटों की चर्चा की थी। हम उन्हीं सीटों पर लड़ रहे हैं जिन सीटों पर समाजवादी पार्टी का संगठन है और समाजवादी पार्टी का प्रत्याशी मजबूती से लड़ रहा है।
लोग बाग ये भी कह रहे हैं कि आप उन्हीं सीटों पर लड़ रहे हैं जहाँ पे असदुद्दीन ओवैसी की पार्टी लड़ रही है, जहाँ पर वो मजबूत है, आप उनको कमज़ोर करने का है।
किसका क्या है नज़रिया देखने का? हमारे एमएलए पहले से हैं वहाँ। समाजवादी पार्टी का जिन जिन विधानसभाओं में पहले से संगठन था या पहले से हमारे बोर्ड थे, उसी विधानसभा में चुनाव हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं।
पर अखिलेश जी, इससे महायुति को, बीजेपी को फायदा नहीं हो जाएगा? आप इंडिया ब्लॉक की पार्टियां आपस में लड़ रहे हैं, एंटी बीजेपी वोट्स आपस में डिवाइड हो रहे हैं, ओवैसी साहब, समाजवादी पार्टी, इंडिया ब्लॉक, एमवीए।
समाजवादी पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन वहाँ जीते, एमवीए जीते, उसके पक्ष में काम करेगी।
पर कहाँ हो रहा है, तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे।
जहाँ हमारे सिटिंग एमएलए हैं, 2 सिटिंग एमएलए हैं हमारे, और जहाँ अच्छी सीटें लड़ रहे हैं, एक हमारी अलायंस में है, शरद पवार जी की पार्टी के साथ है हमारा एक, और बाकी 2 जगह हैं, 3 जगह हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं और कहीं नहीं चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। वहाँ वही जीतेगा, इंडिया गठबंधन का जीतेगा।
सरकार किसकी बन रही है महाराष्ट्र में?
कह पाना मुश्किल है, लेकिन इंडिया गठबंधन अच्छे वोटों से वहाँ जीतने जा रहा है, अच्छी सीटें जीतने जा रही है।
आपको भरोसा नहीं है कि शरद पवार, उद्धव ठाकरे कांग्रेस से चुनाव जीत सकते हैं?
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि एनडीए और इंडिया गठबंधन भारी बहुमत से जीत करके आ रहा है।
ये आपने सेकंड क्रॉस क्वेश्चन में आपने कहा है, पहले आपने जो दिल से कहा था उसमें ये नहीं कहा था। कोई डाउट है, संशय है?
क्या है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग ऐसे हैं कि एग्जिट पोल में भी जुगाड़ कर देते हैं। अभी हाल में आपने एग्जिट पोल नहीं देखे थे, जुगाड़ क्या थी उनकी? वो एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता उनके लिए, ऐसी जुगाड़ है। लोकसभा में याद कीजिए यूपी में क्या था एग्जिट पोल, क्योंकि उनके जुगाड़ के बैठे हुए लोग वहां पर एग्जिट पोल दिखा रहे थे। बाद में परिणाम क्या आया?
मैं वापस आपको यूपी की तरफ लेके आता हूँ, महाराष्ट्र से। अखिलेश जी, कैसी केमिस्ट्री है आपके बीच में और राहुल गांधी के बीच में? क्योंकि आपने यूपी के 9 की 9 बाई इलेक्शन की सीटें आप खुद लड़ रहे हैं। कांग्रेस 5 सीट मांग रही थी, आपने एक भी नहीं दी। महाराष्ट्र में भी आपने उनको चुनौती दे दी। तो राहुल गांधी से कोई वैमनस्यता है या दोस्ती है?
इसका मतलब यह कि आपको कोई जानकारी नहीं है। समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस की ये रणनीति है। हमारी और राहुल गांधी जी की ये चर्चा होने के बाद फैसला लिया गया है कि पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में जो बाई इलेक्शन हो रहा है उसमें समाजवादी पार्टी लड़ेगी, इंडिया गठबंधन का साथ है और कांग्रेस के सभी पदाधिकारी हमारा साथ दे रहे हैं।
अमेठी में क्या हुआ? राहुल गांधी चुनाव लड़ने आए, शुरू में था कि लड़ेंगे नहीं लड़ेंगे, क्या ऐसी कोई चर्चा हुई कि समाजवादी पार्टी ने, अखिलेश यादव ने भरोसा दिलाया कि हम आपके साथ हैं, आप लड़िए आके?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर बेईमानी नहीं करती तो उत्तर प्रदेश में 55 और 60 इंडिया गठबंधन सीटें जीत जाता। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने बड़े पैमाने पे बेईमानी की वहां पर, और मैं केवल यही नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं रिजल्ट आने के बाद भी और कई मौकों पर बोला। इस बार जनता ने मन बना लिया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ मतदान करेंगे, और उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और समाजवादी पार्टी का अलायंस अमेठी में लड़ा, वो भी जीते, रायबरेली में लड़े, हालांकि पहले से जीत थी, वहाँ भी जीते हम लोग, और बहुत सारे महत्वपूर्ण नेता जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के थे वो सभी हार गए, और देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी भी वोट से हारे। वो जीते जरूर, लेकिन पहले से ज़्यादा जो उनका लक्ष्य था जीतने का, लेकिन वोट में वो भी हार गए।
राहुल गांधी को कैसे भरोसा दिलाया कि वो अमेठी जीत सकते हैं? वो लड़ना नहीं चाह रहे थे, वायनाड में खुश थे। वो
कांग्रेस पार्टी नेशनल पार्टी है, वो हमसे बेहतर समझती है चीज़ों को, इसलिए मैं राय क्या दूंगा उनको। लेकिन हमारी पार्टी ने पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ जो अलायंस में लोग लड़े उनके साथ खड़े दिखाई दिए।
2 चुनाव ऐसे थे, 2 सीटें यूपी इलेक्शन में ऐसी रहीं जो चर्चा में रहीं, देश में आज भी हैं। एक तो अमेठी की हमने बात कर ली, दूसरी अयोध्या की। अयोध्या का चुनाव आप जब प्रचार करने गए थे तो आप अपने ही विधायक को पूर्व विधायक बोल गए, और फिर वही अवधेश जी चुनाव जीत के सांसद बन गए, और आज सबसे करीबी आपके सांसदों में से वो हैं। तो अयोध्या आप कैसे जीते, जहां पर बीजेपी ने इतना काम किया? बीजेपी कहती है
काम क्या किया है वोट से पता लग गया, और वोट से न केवल अयोध्या हारे हैं लोग, कई सीटें और भी हारे हैं। मुझे याद है लोकसभा में जीतने के बाद कुछ लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे कि अयोध्या बीजेपी हार गई, हम लोगों ने तो इतना काम किया वहाँ पर, हम हार गए। ये बात जब मैंने सुनी तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि आपने तो 1000 करोड़ का मंदिर बनाया था, आप चुनाव हार गए। मैंने तो 15,000 करोड़ का एक्सप्रेस वे बनाया था, मैं चुनाव हार गया। तो जनता क्या स्वीकार कर रही है? और जहाँ तक सवाल, क्योंकि हमारे मंच में बहुत सारे साथी पूर्व विधायक थे, गलती से पूर्व विधायक में उनको भी बोल गया, उन्होंने मेरी गलती सुधारी, मैंने सुधारा, और परिणाम ये हुआ कि जनता ने अयोध्या में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को करारी हार दी। और अयोध्या की वो हार है जिसकी वजह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग सो नहीं पा रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये मैं सही समझ रहा हूँ अखिलेश जी कि बीजेपी की हार ज्यादा है, पीडीए या सपा की जीत कम है? ये बीजेपी अपने कर्मों से हार रही है, आप ये कह रहे हैं?
मेरी किसी बात पे आप नकारात्मक बातें ना निकालें। वो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी पे छोड़ दीजिए। उनकी नकारात्मक सोच की वजह से ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारी है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो नकारात्मक सोच है उसकी वजह से हारे हैं। सोचिए आप, जिस स्टेट ने और जिस स्टेट के पास जो समाजवादियों ने काम किए थे, चाहे वो एक्सप्रेस वे बनाए हों। मुझे याद है वो दिन जिस दिन प्रधानमंत्री जी हरकुलिस विमान से सड़क पर उतरे थे, वो डिज़ाइन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नहीं थी। वो अलाइनमेंट, वो डिज़ाइन अगर किसी की थी तो वो समाजवादी सरकार का बना हुआ हाईवे उस समय की डिज़ाइन थी। वो हाईवे आज तक आगे नहीं बढ़ा पाए। समाजवादियों ने जो बड़े बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम किए, जो पावर सेक्टर में काम किया, इस सरकार ने केवल बिल ज़्यादा लिया, महंगी बिजली कर दी, चाहे वो इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस को हो, चाहे आपके डोमेस्टिक हाउसेस को, सबकी बिजली महंगी कर दी। एक भी पावर का बिजली का कारखाना नहीं लगाया, और जो ट्रांसमिशन लाइन से लेकर के डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में जो सुधार हुआ था वो भी सुधार बीजेपी ने नहीं किया, और उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उत्तर प्रदेश से हारना पड़ा। अगर उन कामों को और अच्छा किया गया होता और उत्तर प्रदेश को लाभ मिला होता। ये डबल इंजन की सरकार तो बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन डबल इंजन ने यूपी को क्या दिया? आप बताइए, देश में दिल्ली वाले दावा करते हैं कि हम एक्सप्रेस भी बना रहे हैं, जिस उत्तर प्रदेश ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 2-2 बार सरकार बनाई। अगर NHI ने एक भी एक्सप्रेस वे उत्तर प्रदेश को दिया हो तो बता दो। ये सीमाओं की सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं। मुझे याद है जब चीन से सवाल उठा था, उस समय समाजवादी पार्टी का सुझाव था कि सीमा को जोड़ने वाला जो सबसे पुराना हाईवे है, जो ग्वालियर से लेकर के लिप्पू लेक को जोड़ता है, हम लोगों ने 6 लेन मांगा था, स्वीकृत 4 लेन हुआ, बन रहा है डबल लेन पेव शोल्डर। कहते हैं कि हमारे पास बजट नहीं है, और प्रदेशों में आपके पास एक्सप्रेसवे बनाने का बजट है, लेकिन दिल्ली की सरकार ने, जहां से प्रधानमंत्री जी चुने जाते हैं, वहां एक भी एक्सप्रेसवे अगर NHI ने दिया हो तो मुझे बताइए आप। एक नया एम्स दिया हो तो बता दें हमें, कोई नया मैनेजमेंट का कॉलेज दिया हो, IIM दिया हो तो बता दें। आप जो सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, जो प्राइमरी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, अगर उत्तर प्रदेश को 10 साल में कुछ दिया हो तो बता दें। तो जब आप दोगे नहीं और डबल इंजन की बात कहोगे, अच्छे दिन आएंगे, 15 लाख दे लिए, दिए नहीं आपने। आपने जो MSP की बात की वो दी नहीं आपने। आपने जो किसानों की आय दोगुनी थी वो दिया नहीं आपने। नौकरी को लेकर के सोचिए, कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि हर पेपर लीक आउट हो जाए वहां पर? 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा बच्चे, परिवार के लोग सफर किए हैं। अभी आप क्वेश्चन पेपर बदल रहे हैं। आपने कहा कि भर्ती करेंगे पुलिस की, 30% बच्चे आ नहीं पाए। 30% क्वेश्चंस आपके क्वेश्चन पेपर में गलत हैं। आप अग्निवीर जैसी व्यवस्था लाए और कहते हैं कि हमारे पास क्योंकि बजट कट करना है हम लिए, इसलिए अग्निवीर नहीं लाएंगे, अग्निवीर इसलिए व्यवस्था लाए हैं। तो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता और नौजवान कभी स्वीकार नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एजेंडे में रोजगार, नौकरी नहीं है। जो लोग ये कहते हैं कि $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाएंगे, और दिल्ली वाले कहते हैं $5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाएंगे। $1 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने के लिए आपको कितना चाहिए? आपको ग्रोथ रेट क्या होनी चाहिए? क्या ग्रोथ रेट आप पा रहे हैं? आप प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट कितना ला पा रहे हैं? आपने MOU साइन करा दिए 3 लाख या 5 लाख करोड़ के, लेकिन जमीन पे इन्वेस्टमेंट क्या पहुंचा? आप कहते हैं कि माफियाओं से हमने 64,000 एकड़ जमीन वापस ले ली है, लेकिन आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए चाहिए 1 लाख से ज्यादा एकड़ जमीन चाहिए आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए। क्या किया आपने? और फिर आज जब हम देखते हैं, आज के दिन अफगानिस्तान रुपए के मामले में मजबूत हो रहा है और भारत कमजोर दिखाई दे रहा है। आप गूगल कर लीजिए, अभी पता लग जाएगा कि अफगानिस्तान का रुपया हमसे आगे बढ़ गया कि नहीं बढ़ गया। ये क्या सपने दिखा रहे हैं? इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारी है उत्तर प्रदेश में।
पर अखिलेश जी, इस लंबे से जवाब के बाद ये ज़रूर समझाइए कि आप प्रयागराज क्यों नहीं गए? छात्रों का प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, अभी भी चल रहा है। ये कहा गया कि समाजवादी पार्टी पीछे से फ्यूल कर रही है इस चीज़ को, क्योंकि चुनाव होने वाले हैं, वोट पड़ने वाले हैं।
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नकारात्मक सोच है। नकारात्मक जो सोच वाले हैं वो नकारात्मक ही बोल सकते हैं। मैंने अपने अयोध्या और प्रयागराज जाने के बाद, जो मैं प्रयागराज गया, उसमें मैंने यही कहा कि लोग ये सवाल खड़ा करेंगे कि हम इस आंदोलन को राजनीतिकरण कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए मैं जानबूझ करके नहीं गया। और हमारा समर्थन उन बच्चों के साथ है, जो बच्चों की मांग है वो जायज़ है, सरकार को स्वीकार कर लेना चाहिए। और तब सरकार को स्वीकार करना चाहिए जब सरकार ये कहती है कि 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन। आप ये एग्जाम नहीं करा पा रहे उत्तर प्रदेश में, और क्या सपना देश को दिखा रहे हो कि 1 इलेक्शन 1 नेशन? आप एक क्वेश्चन पेपर नहीं कर सकते।
आप तो मुख्यमंत्री रहे हैं, मैं आपसे प्रशासनिक तौर पर पूछता हूं अखिलेश जी, क्या ये व्यवस्था यूपी के अंदर है कि इकट्ठे 10-11 लाख लोगों के साथ एक शिफ्ट में पेपर करा लिया जाए?
यही सवाल मैं आपसे पूछता हूं कि इतने बड़े देश में क्या 1 इलेक्शन 1 कर सकते हैं आप? 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन कर सकते हैं आप? आपको कितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए?
मैं छात्रों को लेकर कंसर्न हूं, मैं चुनाव पे बाद में आऊंगा। क्या ये संभव है एक शिफ्ट में पूरा एग्जाम हो जाए? 10-11
क्यों नहीं हो सकता है?
यूपी में इतनी सुविधा है,
क्यों नहीं हो सकता है? यूपी में किसी चीज की कमी नहीं है। और अभी कुछ दिन पहले इन्होंने खुद परीक्षा कराई थी पुलिस भर्ती की, और ये दावा किया था कि हम देश की नहीं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी भर्ती का परीक्षा कराएंगे। तो जितने बच्चों की आप संख्या बता रहे हैं वो आधी भी नहीं है। 40 लाख बच्चे कुछ बैठे थे एग्जामिनेशन में, पुलिस भर्ती में 40 लाख बच्चे बैठे थे, और एक दिन में कितने बैठे होंगे? 20 लाख। और आप कितने बच्चों की बात कर रहे हैं? आप
10-11 लाख।
तो सोचिए, जो सरकार ये रिकॉर्ड बनाने के लिए 20 लाख बच्चों को एक साथ एग्जामिनेशन में बैठाया, वो कुछ हजार बच्चों का एग्जामिनेशन नहीं करा सकती। सच्चाई ये है कि आयोग अयोग्य हो गया है, अयोग्य है वो। इनके एजेंडे पे नौकरी नहीं है, नौकरी उलझाना है। और अगर नौकरी का रिजल्ट भी आ जाए तो ये जाकर के कोर्ट में उलझा देते हैं। आप देखिए 69,000 वाले बच्चे हाई कोर्ट से लेकर के कितना लड़ेंगे, कितने साल हो गए उनके लिए। आप उनके आरक्षण के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं। जो लोग ये कहते हैं कि संविधान और का मुद्दा खत्म हो गया है, बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी का संविधान की बात अब नहीं होगी। 69,000 वाले बच्चे अभी तक आंदोलन कर रहे हैं।
इसीलिए आप योगी वर्सेस प्रतियोगी बोलते हैं, आपको इसमें चुनाव दिखता है, वोट दिखाई देते हैं।
नहीं, योगी बनाम प्रतियोगी इसलिए बोलता हूं कि सब पढ़े लिखे बच्चे हैं जो कोचिंग करके आए हैं, अपनी मेहनत से परीक्षा देना चाहते हैं। जो मेज और टेबल और कुर्सी लगा करके पढ़ते थे उन्हें आपने धरने पे बैठा दिया, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं।
आप में एक नई ऊर्जा, नई स्फूर्ति दिखाई देती है अखिलेश जी। मैं आपको थोड़ा सा पीछे लिए चलता हूं। 2017 में जब आप चुनाव हारे मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर, 17 से लेके 22 तक का जो दौर रहा, जो 4-5 साल का वक्त रहा, क्या करते थे आप, क्या सोचते थे आप, रिवाइवल का क्या प्लान बनाते थे, कहाँ से कोचिंग ले रहे थे, कहाँ से लेसन सीख रहे थे?
कोचिंग कहीं से नहीं ली, केवल पीडीए बना दिया मैंने। एनडीए को हराने के लिए पीडीए बना दिया। पीडीए से घबराए हुए हैं ये लोग, पीडीए से डरे हुए हैं लोग।
क्या ऐसा लगता था कि लौटना मुश्किल हो जाएगा उस दौर में, कठिन पर रास्ता है, बीजेपी के बहुत नंबर्स आ रहे थे?
देखिए, जो व्यक्ति ये सोच ले कि कल कुछ बदलाव नहीं हो सकता है, मैं उनमें से नहीं हूँ। मैं जानता हूँ, मैं सोचता हूँ कि हर काम हो सकता है, संभव है। इसीलिए लगातार हम लोगों ने मेहनत की, और वो मेहनत जो दिखी नहीं वो रिजल्ट में बाद में दिखाई दी। 2022 के चुनाव के बाद हम लोग लगातार काम करते रहे, और उसका परिणाम ये हुआ कि पीडीए की रणनीति और इंडिया गठबंधन का साथ हम लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 2 नंबर पर पहुंचा दिया।
तो इस पीडीए के फॉर्मूले के लिए आप किसको श्रेय देंगे अपनी पार्टी में? किसने आपको ये आइडिया दिया?
हमारे बहुत सारे साथी हैं, और ये लड़ाई कोई नई नहीं है। ये बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर जी का सपना है, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया जी का वही सपना है, नेताजी का वही रास्ता था, उसी रास्ते पर हम लोग चल रहे हैं। बस केवल उसमें शब्दों का हम लोगों ने केवल बदला है। और देखिए, पीडीए का असर ये देखिए, हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार और मुख्यमंत्री को डीएपी में भी पीडीए दिखाई दे रहा है, और उसका परिणाम ये कि आज डीएपी किसी किसान को मिल ही नहीं रही है, क्योंकि शब्द दोनों में एक हैं। तो उन्हें लगता है कि डीएपी पीडीए है, इसलिए किसी किसान को भी खाद नहीं मिल पा रही है। कोई कल्पना कर सकता है कि आप 1 ट्रिलियन और 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी का सपना देखते हो, और किसान की फसल बर्बाद हो जाए, उसे इंतजार करना पड़ जाए खाद के लिए? ये जो बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे हैं, सोचिए वो खाद नहीं उपलब्ध करा पा रहे किसानों को, और न केवल खाद बल्कि जब पैदावार बढ़ जाए तो उसकी मूल्य भी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं।
अखिलेश जी, कल झांसी में एक दुखद हादसा हुआ। आपका ट्वीट देखा मैंने, आपने कहा कि ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर में आग लगी। खबर ये आ रही है कि वहाँ शॉर्ट सर्किट हुआ है, तो आपने क्यों पहले वो ट्वीट किया? आपके पास कहाँ से जानकारी आई?
हमारे वर्कर हैं, और अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने 500 बेड का हॉस्पिटल बना खड़ा है वहाँ पर झांसी में, जो समाजवादी सरकार में बना है, अगर उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और अच्छा किया होता तो शायद ये हादसा नहीं होता। सरकार आखिरकार काम क्यों नहीं कर रही है? सरकार को जो काम करना चाहिए वो काम क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं? केवल चुनाव, और चुनाव के साथ साथ रणनीति कैसे बनाएं, साजिश कैसे करें, समाज में कैसे बारूदी सुरंग पैदा की जाए, बारूद की सुरंग कैसे बनाई जाए। ये बारूद बिछाने वाले लोग कभी अस्पताल और स्वास्थ्य के बारे में चिंता नहीं करेंगे। इसीलिए मैंने कहा, इन्होंने जो एम्स दिए थे, जो पिछली सरकार में समाजवादी सरकार में बने थे, क्या वो एम्स चल रहे हैं? क्या वहाँ पर्याप्त डॉक्टर्स हैं? क्या पर्याप्त इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है? अगर एम्स में नहीं है और प्रेस्टीजियस जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं आपके, उनमें इंतज़ाम नहीं है, तो झांसी जगह कैसे उम्मीद कर सकते हो? ये सरकार की नाकामी है। ये 10 साल की जो सरकार है दिल्ली की और यूपी की जो सरकार चल रही है, आखिर इनके पास जवाब क्या है? गोरखपुर में भी यही हादसा हुआ था, अगर आपको याद हो। ऑक्सीजन की वजह से न जाने कितने बच्चों की जान चली गई थी, और अब झांसी में ये घटना हुई है। ये संख्या तो कम बता रहे हैं, जब कभी भी जांच होगी, जब कभी आंकड़े सामने आएंगे, इससे ज़्यादा संख्या में बच्चे आपको पता लगेंगे जिनकी जान गई है।
बहुत ही दुखद और बहुत ही अफसोसजनक घटना जो कुछ हुआ बच्चों के साथ कल। लेकिन एक चीज़ और अखिलेश जी, जो इल्ज़ाम आप पे बहुत लगता है कि आप बहुत परिवारवादी हैं, आपको अपने परिवार के बाहर कुछ दिखता ही नहीं है। अभी भी आप उपचुनाव में जो अपनी सीट खाली की, वहाँ से अपने भाई को लड़वा दिया, कजिन को आपने।
नहीं, परिवार इसलिए दिखाई देता है कि परिवार संघर्ष में है, हम कोई सत्ता में नहीं हैं। और हमारे सामने ये था कि जीत हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी बात है। इसलिए जो फैसला मुझे लेना था मैंने लिया, और उसका परिणाम ये है कि जनता ने स्वीकार किया और पूरे परिवार को जिता करके भेज दिया। मैं तो कहता हूँ बीजेपी को कौन रोक रहा है अपने परिवार को न लड़ाएं? क्या उनके परिवार के लोग नहीं हैं? लेकिन कई बार बहुत से लोगों को उनके परिवार दिखाई नहीं देते हैं। उनकी ये पार्टी में भी बहुत परिवारवादी लोग बैठे हुए हैं। क्या उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जी जो हैं वो अपने परिवार की वजह से नहीं है क्या? क्या वो उनके परिवार की वजह से वो राजनीति में नहीं है? अगर परिवार वाला सिद्धांत उत्तर प्रदेश में सबसे पहले लोकसभा में पहुंचने का कोई लागू किया है तो शायद बीजेपी याद करे कि उन्होंने भी ऐसे फैसले लिए हैं।
उपचुनाव में भी जितने आपके प्रत्याशी हैं वो किसी की पत्नी हैं, किसी के साथ हैं, ये ऐसा क्यों किया? प्रत्याशी नहीं
और बीजेपी में भी यही है। बहुत सारे परिवारवादी लोग ही चुनाव लड़ते हैं उनके यहाँ।
अगर मैं आपसे ये पूछूं 2027 में आप अपना मुकाबला किससे देखना चाहेंगे? आपके सामने कौन हो? योगी आदित्यनाथ ही हो, केशव प्रसाद मौर्य हो, या कोई तीसरा शख्स आपके दिमाग में?
हालांकि वो ऑफर खत्म कर दिया मैंने यूपी का। मैंने ऑफर दिया था। उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता 2027 में बड़ा परिवर्तन करेगी। सामने कोई भी हो, परिवर्तन उत्तर प्रदेश में होगा, क्योंकि जो काम समाजवादियों ने किए थे या उस सरकार में हुए थे उसका मुकाबला आज भी सरकार नहीं कर पा रही है।
आखिर में एक आध रैपिड फायर क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ, कुछ ही सेकंड्स बाकी है। अगर आपको किसी एक को चुनना पड़े, 2 नाम बताऊंगा तो किसको चुनेंगे? दोस्त के तौर पर राहुल गांधी या प्रियंका गांधी?
आप एक ही को कहते हो, ये तो हमारे लिए अच्छी बात है कि दोनों ही हों साथ।
और आप अपना बड़ा दुश्मन किसको मानते हैं? दिल्ली में मोदी जी या लखनऊ में योगी जी?
नकारात्मक लोग कहीं हो, चाहे दिल्ली में हो चाहे लखनऊ में हो।
आपका बड़ा दोस्त कौन है, ओवैसी जी या चाचा शिवपाल?
देखिए, दोस्त अच्छे ही बनाऊंगा मैं, जब बनाऊंगा तो दोस्त अच्छे ही बनाऊंगा मैं।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए अखिलेश जी। थैंक यू सो मच ऑडियंस। थैंक यू, लवली टॉकिंग टू अखिलेश जी एज यूजुअल।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much, Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Akhilesh Yadav. Thank you, Sumit, for that conversation.
Talk about a technology that you may have heard of, artificial intelligence, AI, which is impacting every industry, transforming every aspect of the world around us. So I'm part of, within Google, the Google DeepMind organization, where our mission is to build AI responsibly to benefit all of humanity. And while the term AI has become now very popular, we've been doing it for decades. In fact, Google declared itself as an AI-first company almost a decade ago. And a lot of the major innovations that underlie the industry, in fact, have come from Google. Things like the transformer architecture, which is really the underpinning of pretty much every large language model, whether you're using Google's Gemini or ChatGPT from OpenAI or Cloud from Anthropic, they're all using the transformer architecture, which we made available to the world. Another notable accomplishment was this AlphaFold model, for which Demis Hassabis and John Jumper who developed the model, along with the broader team, they received the Nobel Prize this year in chemistry. It pretty much solved the problem of protein structure prediction. And in fact, AlphaFold and its successors, AlphaFold 2 and 3, have been made openly available to researchers. They are being used by over 2 million researchers, in particular for areas like drug discovery. And of course, now we are in this era of Gemini models, extremely powerful models, which have these three key characteristics. This sounds very technical, but I'll make it very simple. The first aspect of this is multimodality, which means, in very simple terms, that these models understand, while they are known as large language models, they understand not just language, they also understand images, they understand speech. And what is that good for? Take a look at a very simple example. Here's a given prompt where you've presented essentially a physics problem to this model, which is a combination of text, some diagrams, some handwritten text, and it asks the model, okay, tell me, has the student correctly answered this question, which is part of this prompt? And the model is able to infer that, oh, this is that physics problem that I remember we used to learn in our high school physics, where a skier is sliding down the slope, their potential energy at the top gets converted into kinetic energy at the bottom, and putting in those terms in the equation and figure out what would be the speed of the skier at the bottom, it's able to point out the error that the student had made. Now imagine the implications of this kind of technology behind personalized learning solutions from learning companies. We often talk about, again, the shortage of good teachers in India. And in fact, education is the key to making people successful. This really now brings the goal of personalized learning at massive scale now within reach. There's another thing called long context window. Again, no need to get into the technical terminology. In very simple terms, what it means is that the amount of data that the model can look at as part of the input, it's not like something that the model has already seen before. It's given as part of the input. It can be now a couple of hours of data. It can be several dozen textbooks. It can be tens of hours of audio. All of that can be given as part of the question to the model, and it'll provide the answer. So let's take a look at this very simple video, which illustrates one of those capabilities.
Drawing of a scene we were thinking of and asked, what is the time code when this happens? This is an example of a multimodal prompt where we combine text and image in our input.
A video has been given.
The model returned this time code, 1534. We pulled that up and found that it was the correct scene. Like all generative models, responses vary and won't always be perfect. But notice how we didn't have to explain what was happening in the drawing. Simple drawings like this are a good way to test if the model can find something based on just a few abstract details, like it did here. These are just a couple examples of what's possible with a context window of up to 1 million multimodal tokens in Gemini 1.5 Pro.
So given a 1-hour video and that question, tell me where in the video does it happen, it's able to provide that kind of an answer. Another technology, which is agent-based now technologies that we demonstrated earlier at Google I/O was Astra. Let's take a look at a very simple example with Astra.
Try to guess this famous figure.
That's a fun drawing. Is it Albert Einstein?
Yeah, what did he do around this time?
In 1905, Albert Einstein published his groundbreaking theory of special relativity. Do you want another hint for your drawing?
Does this remind you of any of his work?
Yes, that drawing reminds me of his photoelectric effect paper, which also won him the Nobel Prize in 1921.
Okay, do you know who this is?
Is this a new famous figure? This makes me think of gravity and Isaac Newton.
Did he share anything with that first guy I showed you?
Both Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein were physicists who revolutionized our understanding of the universe.
Thanks, Gemini.
So imagine the power of technologies like these, which are going to be in the hands of each and every person on the planet. This is the mission that we are after. Of course, AI is also being used now for creativity. You give these models very simple text prompts, and they will generate extremely high-quality photorealistic images. And this is one example from this Imagine 3 model, which has now been integrated into Gemini. And here are other examples of all synthetically generated images, very, very high-quality images that have been generated with very simple text-based commands. So now, as all of these technologies become really, really powerful, what is really important is to make sure they work for each and every person on the planet. And that's the key part of the mission of my team in India. We have been working, and I'll give you some simple examples of what we've been doing as part of our mission to make AI truly inclusive. One area, of course, is languages. Because what we want to do is democratize access to information for every person. What our team keeps thinking about is that people like you and I, we are the privileged ones who understand English as a language, and therefore we have information at our fingertips, right? People say just Google it, and you have that information. How do we provide that same level of information to that laborer's daughter in Chhattisgarh who wants to ask that question not in English, but in her own native language, or the farmer's son in Assam? So I challenged our team, let's make sure all of our AI models work for all of the 22 scheduled languages of India. And I was very happy to see the lead in my team come back and say, Manish, you're not being ambitious enough. He gave me this lecture that, look, do you know there are 60 Indian languages which have over 1 million speakers? And there are 125 plus Indian languages which have over 1 lakh speakers each. So he said, I want to build a model that understands all of those 100 plus languages. Easier said than done. The next thing he told me was 72 out of those 125 languages are zero corpus languages. There is zero known digital data on those languages. Languages spoken by lakhs of people, no digital data exists on those languages. The other challenge is, we all know, the same language is spoken in so many different ways. We have this saying, "Kos kos pe badle pani, char kos par vani," which inspired this project called Vani that we launched together with Indian Institute of Science, where we said we want to really collect speech data from all corners of India. And we have made data freely available from phase 1 of that project. By the end of phase 3, we want to collect data from each and every one of the 773 districts of India. Already, from phase 1, what we saw when we only covered 80 districts, we were able to get data covering 59 Indian languages. And of those 59, 15 are those what used to be zero corpus languages. This is the first known digital data for 15 of those languages, which we are making freely available to the community. Another area is agriculture. We know over 40% of the families in India are dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. And they've seen very few benefits of technology really reaching them. So we asked, how do we tackle these problems like loan to a farmer? Farmer is unable to get loan from a bank and therefore ends up paying very high rates of interest to a loan shark. They are unable to get reasonably priced crop insurance. If there is crop failure, they're caught in that debt trap, commit suicide, and so on. So can we tackle these problems at scale? So our team took this approach of let's analyze satellite imagery, which will allow you, in fact, it enabled us to build the first model that for all of India, through satellite imagery, it is able to now identify all of the field boundaries, the crops which are being grown on the field, which now provide these foundational layers that now, similar to Aadhaar ID, right, which gave a unique identity to each person, and then on top of which you build the Aadhaar stack, unified payment interface, and so on, which allowed us to do all those mobile payments. We are assigning each field a unique ID. And now, by providing additional information about what is being grown and so on, we can unlock all kinds of use cases for the farmers, like loans, reasonably priced crop insurance, or subsidy programs from the government. Of course, we know that AI also has its challenges, which is why problems like hallucination, problems like introducing bias through these models, which is why Google enunciated these AI principles in 2018, and we subject every stage of our R&D to conform to these principles. And in fact, there's a lot of research being done to make sure AI can be developed in a manner that complies with those principles. So in summary, AI was already here and transforming the world around us. We have seen this rise of, technically, these are called foundation models, on top of which all of these generative AI capabilities that you all have started using are really based. And this is really a golden era in AI, in technology, because now we really truly have that ability to build solutions that will bring benefits to billions of people. And we know we face so many problems as a society. We are now at a point where technologies like AI can be used to provide meaningful solutions to all of those. So again, to researchers like me, these are amazingly exciting times. So with that, let's maybe launch into a...
Thank you so much, Dr. Manish, for that introduction and a detailed presentation. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, a little statistic here about the brilliance of the mind that's amongst us today. Dr. Manish has more than 75 research papers, more than 8,100 citations on Google Scholar, and he personally holds 19 patents in the US. So, Dr. Manish, taking a cue from your Project Astra demo from among all the other things that you talked about, clearly the AI that we are using now, that we become used to, is a fraction of what AI is really capable of in the years to come. How do you envision this developing? What sort of use cases do you see emerging from users? And how does the situational awareness capability kind of plug into that ecosystem?
Yeah. See, the basic thing you can now imagine is a really, really powerful, almost universal agent that will be available at the beck and call for each and every one of us. What I showed you over there were learning kind of scenarios where somebody could just, let's say you are a learner, you could just point it to whatever, some question in your textbook and say, hey, help me answer this question, or help me, educate me on the concepts, right? That will help me answer that question. But it could be, I mean, something as mundane as you take that agent and kind of make it scan everything in your refrigerator before you go shopping at your grocery store and then say, hey, tell me, are we out of milk? Or a blind person having this assistant that can help them explore the world around us. They visit a new place and it can tell them where they are. It can tell them about the entire history or help them even navigate. So I think there's no limit to the kinds of, in fact, there are so many new applications that will emerge as these agents become even more powerful than what I showed today.
A lot has happened at Google DeepMind over the last few weeks. There's the AI protein tool that you referenced, which has gone open source. There's even an AI tool to solve conflicts between human beings. The Gemini team is now part of DeepMind. How does that kind of build towards making AI more relevant for users and for the greater good?
Right. No, that's an excellent question. So I think of it along two dimensions. One is, how do we make sure that the AI itself is being developed in a manner that it's not just working for a privileged few, whatever, for the Western world, but pretty much for every human on the planet, right? Which includes, again, doing all of this foundational work in terms of languages, making sure these models can scale to billions of users at a small cost, as well as applying them, right, in areas like agriculture. We've worked with nonprofits like Arman, which is into maternal and child health improvements. And the AI model has been deployed in production to help them, again, do a better job of saving the children's lives, because the statistics are quite humbling. There's a woman who dies at childbirth every 20 minutes in India. And Dr. Aparna, who started that nonprofit, said, look, pregnancy is not a disease. Women should not be dying of childbirth. Childhood is not an ailment. But there are children below the age of 5 who die. I think there's one child that dies again every few minutes. So how do we kind of bring those benefits? So that's one aspect. The other, I think, where I have been now really trying to get even academia in India excited is the possibilities of AI to accelerate science. What we saw with that protein folding and that protein structure prediction problem is just the tip of the iceberg. You name any problem, be it like discovering new materials, be it like solving the problem of clean energy using fusion, there is that expectation that AI can truly be an enabler to help us solve all of these problems.
Generative AI has become so realistic over the last few months and years that there's now very little difference between a photograph that we may click versus a generation done using a prompt. How do you place the ethical considerations in that scenario?
That's a very important kind of a question. So in fact, one of the technologies that Google recently made available in open source to the entire community is this SynthID, where what we do is it started with imaging, where we would watermark each image so that anytime an image has been synthetically generated, it's watermarked and there's a very clear indication that this has been AI generated. It's not a natural or a human, whatever, generated image. So we extended that same technology to text, videos and so on is being extended. So we are making technologies like these available so that when there is misinformation being created, we are providing tools to help catch that. Then of course, we also talk about like search being a very, search, you have to have trust in the information that comes back, right? When you're truly looking for that information. So, which is why AI overviews in Google comes with not only that AI generated summary, but all of the links that you can use to actually verify and validate, which serve as references for the information that has been provided to you.
Dr. Manish, Father Time waits for no one, which is why I must quickly ask you this. There have been instances of humans being unwilling to correct AI when AI gets it wrong. Students have got assignments wrong, legal professionals have got into a soup in courts. Are humans incapable of correcting technology when it gets it wrong?
No, it's not a problem of incapability. I think part of it is also educating people about the technologies, not just the potential, but also its limitations. In fact, some of my colleagues had done a human study earlier, and the title of that study was, because AI is always 100% correct. Because some of the people who were using these technologies, they believed that AI is that infallible kind of a gospel truth that is coming to them. So there needs to be that recognition, first and foremost, that that is not true. And in fact, in all of these Google products, we do provide those mechanisms where there is a thumbs up or thumbs down kind of a capability, or in addition, there's also that capability for you to correct the AI model's output and provide better output to it. So yes, so I think part of it is developing greater awareness of what some of the limitations of these technologies are, apart from their amazing capabilities.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manish.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta and Vishal, for that very engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end. We've just got a final session that is going to have two popular people. and gentlemen, our next guests are both very successful actors from the Hindi cinema industry. They've debuted in the same year, have been friends for decades, are fitness enthusiasts, love doing action stunts, and have also been co-stars in several films. Please welcome to our final session, actor and producer Akshay Kumar, filmmaker and entrepreneur Ajay Devgn, who will both engage in a conversation with the Chief Managing Editor, Entertainment and Lifestyle, Hindustan Times, Ms. Sonal Kalra.
Well, good evening. As you all know, most of you have been here since morning, probably some of you waiting for just this session. As you know, we are celebrating 100 years of Hindustan Times. And today for this special session, I have two gentlemen with me who've actually made headlines in more than 30 out of those 100 years. Both superstars, both supremely talented producers, very savvy entrepreneurs, multiple national award winners, both Padma Shris. I can go on, but you know them. Could you please put your hands together for Ajay Devgn and Akshay Kumar? Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Ajay, Akshay, for doing this. You've both been to the HT Leadership Summit earlier than this also. And this is our 100th year. I know it's a cliched question, but I have to ask you how you're feeling.
Feeling now?
Right now.
Lovely. It's wonderful. The day started very well. I saw my Prime Minister talking, and the day started very well today, and I'm feeling very great.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you must have seen also, Akshay was right here when PM Modi was giving his talk, and I'm sure there was some very inspirational messages that one got from there. Ajay, your initial thoughts?
I think it would be the same. It's very inspiring for sure, and we can figure out what's happening and who's thinking what and where we are headed in our country. So it feels great, and thank you for inviting us.
I must also congratulate you for the super success of Singham again. Of course, a franchisee that you've both been a part of. Ajay, it's your film. Akshay, your entry was mind-blowing in the film. I mean, got so many CTs and talis.
All conceived by my director and Ajay, my producer.
तो फिर producer तो आप पैसे नोट गिनते हुए आ रहे हो मतलब यहाँ पे भी रास्ते में भी?
I think ये थोड़ा myth चलता है कि नोट गिन रहे हैं, because जो film का cost होता है, and then the numbers people talk about, those are gross numbers. And
अजय बोल दे यार, कोई बात नहीं, कोई इनकम टैक्स का ऑफिसर नहीं बैठा यहाँ, बोल दे.
I think, no, that's true also. So the numbers are exactly not what you think they are. It actually boils down to 50% of what the gross collections are.
But the numbers are not what they are also because maybe the actors charge quite a lot.
No, the actors charge, you want to say something? The actors charge according to scripts, according to films, according to projects. And most of us right now are charging according to the recovery of the film. So it's not vice versa. So that's fair.
That's what exactly it is. Like, we both are producers also. So we produce our films. Or if we sign somebody's film, we don't charge anything. We just take a kind of maybe a stake or something, which is there. So the film will not flop. If the film does well, we get a good amount. If we don't, if the film doesn't do, we get a small amount.
So the risk is yours.
It's a win-win situation.
And
for
sometimes
everybody.
there's no amount also. And most of the time when you are producing yourself and you're making elaborate films, somewhere you also have to let go of the price you were supposed to get. So it's also passion somewhere.
You know, one thing that I'm sure a lot of people would agree with me is that we are getting some really good films, and but somehow every film that seems to be doing well, most of the films are a number 2 or a number 3, a 3-2, Bhool Bhulaiya 3, Singham again. So, I'm sure people wonder what is it with Hindi cinema that makes them so inclined towards doing franchises and sequels and remakes. And that's not even just limited to films, it's even come in songs. So most of the songs have, are old hit songs of the past. They're kind of rehashed and given a new packaging. So what's happening to the original stories, the original music?
We do give our original stories, we do, but the audience likes, like you're right, I said, like a Singham 2, Singham 3, Bhool Bhulaiya 1, 2, 3, Stree 1, Stree 2. से अब देखिए मैंने फिल्म बनाई खेल खेल में आई एम श्योर कई लोगों ने देखी होगी और किसी ने तो खेला भी होगा ये गेम सो फिल्म थिएटर पे नहीं चली लेकिन OTT पे बहुत बढ़िया चली सो इट इज सी दैट इट इज द ऑडियंस आल्सो आई वुड से दैट they want to see some kind of the part 2s and the part 3s so now we can't help it. We are trying our level best to get them on with it, to make them, keep them interested in it. So that's what we're doing.
Ajay, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just feel that also with this OTT culture coming in, and the audiences have become very selective. So I would talk about myself also. If I'm watching a show on OTT or something, it takes me a lot of time to decide what to watch if there's something new. And if I've seen something which I'm familiar with and the characters, and I've had a good experience, then I immediately say, okay, let me watch this first, because I know what I'm getting into, and it just connects with a good experience which I had the last time I watched something like this. I think that's filtered down to films also. When the audiences have become very selective, and when they take the time to decide if there's a new film, that should we go and see it or no. But where a sequel is concerned, they know that we've had a great experience, we know the characters, we know the story, we like the story, it's going to be taken forward. So they're more sure to go in and watch. And it's not just happening in our country. I think if you see from 2000 onwards, if you see most of the Hollywood films, which are super hits or box office hits, are all sequels. Yeah. They're also all big franchises and big films are all sequels. So I think somewhere there's been a shift, and the audiences have become very selective, so they take their time to go and watch the film. So they're okay with what they've seen, and if they've had a great experience, they will rush back to it.
I guess the anticipation is therefore capitalized on, but that's also a very positive fact to already come to the halls with a thought that I know what this film or its characters. There's a sense of familiarity. Yeah. And that kind of works. A lot of people know this, but your careers have had very, very similar trajectories. I mean, there are some uncanny similarities between them. I think you both started your career around the same time, 1990, 91. That was the time I'm not even going to the awards that you've received. There's so many that you have. But again, you both were action heroes, are action heroes. Then you also aced the comedy genre. So very, very similar. I'm going to ask you to recall maybe the first time that you all met. Were you friends even before entering films?
No, we were not friends before entering, but Ajay and me, we met at Juhu Beach. Not taking a romantic walk or something, but we met there because his father was the greatest fight choreographer. So I was learning fights from him. So Ajay, I met him there. He also was used to practice. So we both started practicing together. And that's how we met. And our films also started at the same time. Ajay's first film was Phool Aur Kaante. And my film was Sogan. That time also we started together. I think practically we got married also at the same time. He got married somewhere around 1999.
Yeah, around that.
And married 2001, so it's...
Ajay, we noticed that.
There's something you really don't want to remember a lot. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, it was around that.
Yeah. So So I guess then for the splendid action that they both do, I guess Viruji is to be credited. It's amazing that his dad used to teach you both martial arts or generally
No,
action?
do it to how to do stunts and all. So it's a different, martial art is a different aspect, and the learning stunts is different. To do film kind of fighting is a different way. It's a,
Somewhere, Akshay, that Ajay's first film, Fool or Kante, were you also being considered for Fool or Kante at some point?
Yeah, when I was technically pushed to do that film by the director, and earlier Akshay was supposed to do it, but I think this is what I was told, that there was an issue that they wanted to release their film, Fool or Kante, first, and he was already committed to Saugandh. So it's something like this.
yeah, so I was also going to do Fool or Kante, but then I came to know that Ajay is doing it, and Ajay got it, and I'm happy that Ajay got that, and Ajay came into limelight, and जब मुझे उस film से निकाला गया, I got a film called Khiladi. So for we both, it was a win-win situation for both of us.
Amazing. Well, talking of similarities, if I may take the liberty of saying that there's one more big similarity, which is that you're both married to very accomplished, successful women, but also women who do not mince their words. They are as outspoken as one can get. Because I remember both of you have, in your individual interviews, have spoken about how, they are the biggest litmus test for your films at home. So please, आप थोड़ा सा बताओ कि जब do you take them for screenings? Do you show them your films pehle?
We don't take them. I'm talking about my wife. So I have to show her the film, and I have to sit with her next to me. And in my ears, it is shit's scene hai ye. Bekar hai. Very bad. Climax is very long. Not edited well. Ye scene acha hai. So it keeps on coming, and you have to hear it. I still remember, I had earlier also mentioned this. The first time I took her for my trial, and the producer came and asked, "Ma'am, kaisi lagi film aapko?" Bakwas. So khatam. And that producer never worked with me again. So, but I really envy her for speaking her mind out. Whatever is there, she just openly says it. And agar koi achhi cheez lagti hai, she always says it, ki this is wonderful. Like my last film, Khel Khel mein, she was very happy. I felt so happy. Bhale film nahi chali, but I said, mere dil mein to ye hit film hai.
And thank God, तुझे game खेलने के लिए नहीं कहा.
Super. But Ajay, Kajal would you say Kajal is your best critic?
Similar, I would say. I mean, it's just not Kajal, it's the children also.
Yeah.
So, and with the newer generation, that's how we upgrade ourselves and update ourselves, because we come to know also what is working with today's times, what is the thinking, what is their thinking, their friends, people around you. So where they have to criticize, they do criticize. Where they like something, they do. And thank God that there's an invention called AirPods. So after a point, till you've got the point, you can wear them and they can keep speaking.
But does Nisa give you gyan on Gen Z lingo, slangs? Are you
Yes,
more familiar with
she
them?
does. She does. They all do. My son also does.
Right. So, one thing also which is kind of similar about you is the fact that you're very candid in supporting something that probably, the government does, a good scheme, something good, you all tweet about it. We just had the US elections, and we know how in the US, perhaps for Hollywood actors, it's a perfectly legit norm to have a clear understanding and a clear, declaration of what side do they support. And it could be any side, but whatever ideology, whatever government they support. But in India, we see that actors refrain from talking about politics and are very cautious in, wanting to be siding. Do you think there is, you feel constrained by not being able to talk about politics just as any other citizen would?
Well, see, in Hollywood, it is a very different thing. Like abhi election chale the, मैं हिंदी में shift हो रहा हूँ. Election chale the, they were talking about how good is Harris. Some are talking about how good is Donald Trump. Some are saying how bad the other person is, how bad. I always believe that if somebody does good work, you appreciate it. And that's what I have done. Whether you call it diplomat or not, I may say diplomatic or not, I don't want to talk about somebody's anything bad if anybody has done it. I'll just go with the person who has done good. And I have supported that, and I have been very verbal about it. I've always spoken about it. There's nothing wrong with it. So I've gone with that whole thing. What do you think, Ajay?
Yeah, totally. I mean, same here. If we feel that somebody is doing good work, I mean, we're good at speaking it. We do speak about it. And we do somewhere avoid, if somebody is not doing something great, to talk about that. So we are not running anybody down. Yeah. That's where we would like to maybe, but I think our country is also not ready for that. Because I would say, with the social media madness, everybody has an opinion. And in the US, like you were saying, people accept the fact and then they understand your point of view. They like it or they don't like it, or they support you or they don't. We're not asking anybody to support us on what our opinions are. We have our opinion. You can have your opinion. But I think this social media madness is a little too new to our country. We're still growing into it. So it'll take some time. There will be a point where we would be very open and people would accept it. Because I think everybody can have an opinion, but people like us should not have an opinion. That's what I think the social media expects. So that becomes a little difficult also somewhere.
So then we as media should not be too cautious or too restrained in asking you guys questions about politics.
See, I have never seen, मैंने हमेशा देखा हमको पूछा जाता है politics के बारे में, but politicians को कभी आपने नहीं पूछा कि यार एक्टरों के बारे में बताओ या कोई फिल्मों के बारे में बताओ. I have never heard, I mean, कोई भी इंटरव्यू में ऐसा किसी ने जाके नहीं पूछा जी ये फिल्म आपको कैसी लगी.
नहीं, but I'm sure politicians को knowledge होती है. फिल्में तो सब हम.
लेकिन कभी पूछते तो है नहीं, हमने तो नहीं देखा.
So we were planning to do we are planning to do a rapid fire or a fun segment towards the end. यहाँ तो बहुत सारे I can see politicians, I can see people inclined towards politics. If you want, we can ask some politicians about questions relating to film.
Great, you should. Let's see it.
I can see Sunetra raising her hand, though she is a journalist, she is our political editor, but she's pointing towards politicians and saying, Sunetra, could you check with some politicians who are sporting enough to answer cinema questions?
So maybe they are going to answer.
They will answer.
They will answer about films, and what you're going to ask us about.
You will then have to answer about politics. Then we will ask you about. Then everyone's knowledgeable about everything.
We could try.
Let's see. We will come to that if there's time for it. Ajay, I want to ask you about how earlier when people would watch films, they would say the film is good or it's bad. But they wouldn't say things like, iski itni opening lagi, iski itni lifetime collection hai, first weekend, this is the number. Why are the audiences getting obsessed with box office numbers?
Honestly speaking again, I don't think it is the movie-going audience which is speaking about this. It's created by somewhere the film industry also, and maybe some people outside also. It's just been created, but the normal public, the normal general audience who goes to the theater, they either like the film or they don't like the film. And for them, they will like you or they won't like you. So it is actually not there in the audiences. They won't even care. It did well because if they like the film. So it's again a social media created hype, I would say. I mean, I don't know, at least I don't know people who, when they see maybe a trailer, when a film is releasing on social media, on YouTube or whatever, and then you see something about 200,000 comments down. Tell me which actual audience has the time to go on a trailer and comment.
That's right.
Have you ever done it?
No.
Has anybody here ever done it? I don't think so.
But we read about it.
We read about it, but who's writing it? My question is if the actual audience who do not have the time, they only have the time to go and see the movie and talk about it for 5 minutes in their lives, that we like the film or we didn't like the film, and they move on because everybody has their own life. So who is going and commenting good, bad, small details, pause one scene, okay, this is cheated. I don't think the actual audience does that. So I also wonder where it comes from. Because most of the people I know, they like a trailer on social media or a film, and they will say it's nice or not nice to amongst their friends. They talk about it or whatever, but they're not going to go and comment on it.
Yeah.
I hardly know actual audiences.
And also I wonder whatever gets commented on social media or written about it, I mean, look at the overall percentage of people who are on social media platforms.
Exactly.
And the kind of, people, the number of people, the proportion of it in terms of the number of people who go. So do you think that whatever gets written on social media actually translates into ticket sales for a film?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't because it... I don't know. See, there are things like I have seen people buying comments. That also happens.
Yeah, and there are
You
bots.
also know it, I know
There are bots, and you come to know that these are bots. Because
I think sometimes I was just telling Ajay also. So just imagine a rule comes कि आपको अगर एक comment डालना है Twitter पे, you are charged 5 rupees. I think everything will come down properly. It'll come back to normalcy because.
अभी भी कोई रेट होगा, but rate बढ़ा दो तो you're saying it'll come down.
हाँ, sorry.
अभी भी कोई ना कोई rate होगा for these comments.
But that is थोक के
वो तो जो खरीदने वाले करते हैं वो करते हैं, but जो normal लोग हैं वो फिर नहीं करेंगे ना.
So are you saying that actors are really not then bothered when their managers come and tell me कि सर ये लिखा जा रहा है फिल्म के बारे में, Twitter पे hype कम है, buzz ज़्यादा है?
I wouldn't comment about other actors because I don't know what they feel, and there are insecurities attached in our film industry. Where I am concerned, and I'm sure where he's also concerned, we really don't care. I mean,
so मैं तो यही कहूँगा कि देखिए bad comment अभी आज देखिए जैसे मुझे पता है कि 9 into 1 is equal to 9. 9 2 18, 27, 36, 45, फिर उसके बाद 54, फिर 63, फिर 72, 9 9s are 81, 9 10s are 91.
90.
Exactly. कैसे जल्दी से फटाफट एक मिस्टेक पकड़ी जो 9 मैंने सही बोले वो किसी ने नहीं बोला, वो किसी ने नहीं बोला, बहुत बढ़िया. एक मिस्टेक बोली है मेरे पीछे पड़ गए. यही है सोशल मीडिया. आप कुछ एक छोटी सी गलती कर लो सब चढ़ जाएंगे आप पे.
Okay, point well made. But when he was quizzing, my heart was sinking when I thought that this is a math quiz happening and journalists are so bad at numbers that I thought I wouldn't get. But that reminds me, I've taken up this thing of the Bollywood and cinema challenge. But if my team's listening, I'd want to help me with some quiz questions towards the end of the session, please. Okay, Akshay, another thing is about this widespread belief, and actually you see it in their numbers, that the South film industry seems to be more united, seems to be doing better, not just when they have their openings are, I'm kind of contradicting myself in saying openings were not important, but here the thing is that reality, you see 60, 70, 80 crore ki openings, then they seem together, they don't do these clashes. If there's a date on which 2 big films are coming, one of them quietly moves out. There is that sense of respect and unity that one sees. On the contrary, or at least on social media, what one is seeing for Hindi cinema is lots of negativity, those clashes leading to a lot of bitterness. What's your take on that?
I agree that we don't have much unity. I don't know about what Ajay thinks.
That's what I really think, and that's what I keep discussing. I really believe that it's not about openings. Openings are a different story altogether, I would say, because they're the theatres, how many theatres are there in the South and here also come into play. But otherwise, I really appreciate when I come to know so many things that they stand together for each other and stand together as an industry, which honestly speaking we lack in the Bombay film industry or whatever you call it. I would always want that to happen, but I don't think, and where we are concerned, 4 or 5 of us who started earlier on in the 90s, you take it, you take Shah Rukh, Salman, everybody. We are not in any kind of a struggle or conflict. We discuss things, we are there for each other, and we know that we all are there for each other. You will never see that conflict between us. If there is a situation where, you know, Akshay's or my film is releasing together, we speak on the phone and we say, this can't be averted, let's promote each other. And we promote it. We've done that earlier also.
So many times we've done it.
I mean, I'm leaving from here to Chandigarh, and I'm shooting for a film called Son of Sardar Part 2. And that title I didn't have. The title was his. Okay. I gave him a call when we made Part 1. I said, I need this title. He didn't even blink. He said, okay, it's yours. So that is the kind of relationship we all share. But then again, apart from few of us, the industry is really divided in the film industry, which is sad.
Unity is lacking. Yeah. The respect is lacking. And that is a big thing. And I'm sure, I'm very happy that you've asked this question, and a lot of people from my industry will be watching it. And they will understand that is, we are both saying that. And a lot of people say that we don't have that unity within us. And that is the big cause.
And because of that, no unity, we are suffering from a lot of things. I mean, I won't get into those details about what the film industry suffers from. But if we all get united, I think at least we can fight for it. But that's not there.
You know that, okay, that unity that used to exist, if I may say so, or the perhaps the lack of insecurity that existed earlier would also see us having brilliant 2 hero films, and neither of them feeling insecure. And you know, we've had Sholay, and now we are seeing less and less of either there's an ensemble cast and there are 8, 9 people. Why don't we don't see 2 actors or even 2 actresses in lead roles feeling completely insecure? Is that also a reflection of lack of unity somewhere, or lack of trust?
It is. That's absolutely right. It is there. A lot of people don't, like हमने तो कितनी फिल्में साथ में की हुई है, मैंने सुनील शेट्टी के साथ कितनी की हुई हैं, सलमान के साथ की हुई हैं, बहुत सारे. So we have done that, Saif Ali Khan, everybody. But nowadays that whole thing happens very less. And it's sad, but it happens less.
Ajay, another relatively newer phenomenon is that of this term called corporate booking. Sorry, what did you say?
No, I just laughed.
So, I mean, is it a reality? Is it a myth? What is corporate booking, and why are suddenly everyone
I really don't know. I think we both have not found such corporates who'll book for us.
But there are a lot of corporates
sitting here, so you should ask them that who are doing these bookings.
So corporate booking would mean a corporate would kind of buy bulk tickets before the release of the film so that the openings are big.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
But you've not answered whether it exists. You've answered that you all don't get into it.
No, I think the question was because it did exist, right?
Yes. Okay, great. You know, I put out on social media about what questions do your fans want to ask of you so that we don't limit this to people in the audience. And I got lots and lots of lovely questions, but so I just take some of those. But one very interesting one, which actually I also wanted to ask, but a fan of yours, Malhar, has asked Akshay, that, you know, it was here on this Hindustan Times Leadership Summit 2 years ago, I think, where you had told us that you are renouncing Canadian citizenship and taking Indian citizenship. So Malhar कह रहा है कि प्लीज अक्षय से ये पूछिए कि ऐसे कौन से अंतर्यामी बाबा का उनको आशीर्वाद था कि वो इतने सही वक्त में कनाडा सिटीजनशिप से निकल गए. I mean, look at where India and Canada and their relationship is now.
बाबा का नहीं, मेरे माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद था. मैं चुपचाप निकल गया. But yeah, वैसे तो मैंने बहुत पहले अप्लाई किया हुआ था. I think that the COVID time I had applied for it. And why I went there, I had taken my citizenship because मेरी फिल्में उस वक्त मैंने पहले भी बताया फिल्में चल नहीं रही थी, and I had आदमी को काम तो करना चाहिए, काम तो करना पड़ेगा, and I was getting some work there, So I was going to work with a friend of mine in a cargo this thing. So I was going to work there, but things then क्या हो गया मेरी 2 films still it was on release. So that they released and suddenly those 2 films they became a hit. चल गई तो उसके बाद then I came back and I started working. Then by grace of God films चलने लगी. Then I forgot about it and that passport didn't make. I mean, I'm an Indian from my heart, from my mind, from my soul. So that always will be. So I never cared about that. But yes, about 3 or 4 years back, I had, on this stage only, I had said, "Ki I'm good, I'm giving it up." And then it took a little bit time. And last year, I got exactly on 14th or 15th August, I got my passport. And that's it. I came out of it.
I remember you posting Dil Se Hindustani and Passport Se Hindustani now. Okay. Ajay, your truckloads of fans want to know that after Tanaji and, what a stupendous film, you had announced a series on Unsung Warriors, and they're very keen to know when is the next of Unsung Warriors.
We're working on a couple of scripts as the series is the Unsung Warriors. I mean, I could have made a film on Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, but I chose Tanaji because he is the unsung warrior. Shivaji Maharaj, everybody knows. So we're looking for such great characters, lesser told, and who've done as great things. And that's why unsung warriors. And we're working on a few scripts, so I'm sure it'll be.
I know that either you all check your social media yourself, I mean, as in check a lot of social media, or maybe people around you keep telling you. Ajay, abhi recently a small clip, a humorous, hilarious, very funny clip of Rohit Shetty agreeing with you on a lot of things. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you seen it?
I just saw that. It's
a very
funny
funny and a very, very sweet clip. I thought if you've seen it, I wanted to know your reaction on it.
No, there was a smile on the face when I saw it. In fact, I didn't see it. He only sent it to me.
He sent it to you. Yeah. What a lovely sense of humor then. So your fans also want to know if we can see, when are we likely to see an Ajay Akshay full-on collaboration, like maybe the both of you working in a film, maybe one of you directing it, one of you working in it. So Suhag itne saal ho gaye. When is it that?
Okay, this is something we were going to announce later, but I think this is a great platform. We're already working on something together where I'm directing the film and he's on the film. So we will let you know.
Oh, wow. Well,
I'm going to be getting directed by Mr. Ajay Devgn.
Superb. My team would be delighted. We've got our headlines. Sadly, there's a live telecast of this happening, so no exclusives. But yes, thank you. And we would love to know more about it. Itna bata do, do you all have a story in mind? Is it an action, comedy?
Sonal, मैं script ही भेज देता हूँ.
It's a little too early. We'll talk about it.
Well, thank you then for letting us into the announcement. Akshay, I think of all the questions that I got from your fans, 95% of them want to know Hera Fairy 3 kab aa rahi hai. Because that's another thing that you announced over here, that you really are in love with the franchisee. I would never want to give it up. Whatever is happening to Hera Fairy 3?
Yeah, we're just making welcome at the moment. And as soon as producer की हेरा फेरी खत्म हो जाए तो वो फिर हेरा फेरी शुरू कर देगा. Just joking.
Okay, so your fans can look forward to sometime soon, next year?
Yeah, I think by next year we'll start it.
By the next Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, where you're going to say Hera Fairy 3.
I hope so. Everything works out and everything starts. Yeah.
Perfect. You both don't really talk much about the help that you all do for things that you believe in. And when I say help, I mean monetarily. I was reading in a report that maybe in the last 5 years, Akshay, 125 crores you've given to various causes. Similarly, Ajay, again, you don't discuss it, but there are causes that you've supported, like how. I want to know, what is that one cause that's closest to your heart amongst all the things that you keep supporting?
For me, what is very close is Bharat Ke Veer, which we started about 8-9 years back. So that is very close.
Ajay?
I wouldn't say there's just one cause which is very close to me. I would say also that we're trying our best to plant trees all over the country. But apart from that, it's more of, feeding the children and during the COVID also, we had a lot of makeshift hospitals and beds and things like this. So I have a charity firm called NY.
There's also something that you do for the education of underprivileged girls.
Yes.
I was reading.
Yes. So we do a lot of things.
If I were to ask you about each other's favorite film of yours, Akshay, what's your most favorite film of Ajay's that you enjoyed as an audience?
Drishyam.
Drishyam?
Yeah.
What about you, Ajay?
I find Hera Fairy actually very, very funny and fabulous.
And if I could...
and one film which we did together, Khaki.
Khaki, of course, was a wonderful. And Drishyam, we were talking, we in our media fraternity, we keep talking about how before Drishyam came up, we thought that now people are going to go to cinema halls only for larger than life, VFX driven, very, very big action films. And then comes Drishyam, and my God, it told us that perhaps there's no formula to a good film.
Actually, there's no formula. The audience has become very unpredictable. And like I said, the sequels they would definitely want to see if they're good. Otherwise, it could be a big film or a small film. We really don't know in today's times how they are going to open. So they are very worried. They want to find out first how the film is, then go into the theaters.
Yeah. Maybe as a last question, if you could tell us one film of yours which, when you watch, of your own, because it won't be fair of me to ask, of your own which you watched and said, I shouldn't have done it.
Honestly speaking, there are lots of such films. And there are lots of such films, not that after watching you feel that you shouldn't have done it. While making those films, you shouldn't have done it. But I think, again, our generation people, I think today's generation is very smart, which is very good. They do not attach their emotions to their work. We have, I would say, not stupid, but in a way, good, bad, whatever you call it. But we have done work on emotional level also. I'm sure Akshay has also supported so many of his producers, or I have, who needed to make those films at that point because of survival. And we've done those films, and before we started or after we started also, we knew that this might not work. So we've done that a lot in our lives.
But then as committed professionals, you'd go ahead and finish it. But yeah.
Yeah, but then we don't regret it also, because we knew somewhere we started for a different reason, and if that reason is achieved, it's fine. Today it's become very cutthroat, so you can't afford to have a flop, I would say. Earlier, we were let go also, so we could do it more. But now we are also very worried, I guess.
अजय ने आंसर बहुत बढ़िया दे दिया, नाम नहीं बताया फिल्म।
नाम इसलिए नहीं बताया क्योंकि ऐसी बहुत फिल्में हैं, और अगर मैं उन फिल्मों का नाम लूँगा तो लोगों को उस फिल्म के प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर का नाम भी पता चलेगा, तो मेरी तरफ से ऐसे होगा कि मैं उनके बारे में कुछ बुरा बोल रहा हूँ, तो I won't.
Sonal, 3.5 minutes रह गए. If you want to play that game.
I know now. Akshay didn't want to answer that, so he's showing me because अब आपने ये बोल दिया कि प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर को बुरा लगेगा, तो वो तो नाम ले ही नहीं सकते फिर अब. आप मुझे सही में 3.5 मिनट रह गए.
I'm very proud of all my films.
चलो हम ऐसे सोच लेते कि जो फिल्म ये लोग प्रमोट करने नहीं जाते, शायद वो वाली फिल्में उनको समझ में आ जाता है कि maybe there's no point. All right, so where is Sunetra now? Sunetra, do we? Ravneet ji. Oh, Ravneet ji is ready to take the Bollywood quiz. And Shazia, oh, of course. Well, yeah, we'll play standing, but where are Neha's? Guys, please give a big round of applause to very sporting politicians. That's Ravneet Singh Bittu. He's the Minister of State for Railways and Food Processing.
food processing. That's Shazia Ilmi, very popular BJP, national spokesperson of BJP and a very popular leader.
Suppose so.
So,
फंसा दिया आज, हाँ?
yeah, even just you'd have to give me a second to figure this out because तब तक आप एक mic ले लीजिए. Right. So we have here we have team cinema and we have team politics.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask 5 questions first to you, which is about films.
Is there going to be one?
No, let's ask them 5 because I had prepared some rapid fire
And what do we
questions
get
for you
if we
now.
win? Or anybody wins?
Where's the prize money?
We have a hamper जो हमने पहले पता नहीं किस चीज के लिए देना था पर अब इसमें मिलेगा. आपको देना था. I read this is an improv. मिलेगा तो ऐसे नहीं मतलब हम उसका आपको खाली हाथ नहीं जाने देंगे बिल्कुल.
Easy questions, हाँ सर?
Easy questions because it's not from your field. So, okay. All right. So somebody please help me keep the time, Rini, and also the.
So we answer as a team, right?
You answer as a team. Okay. Yes. All right. Which film is India's official entry to Oscars this year?
Lapata.
Lapata.
Lapata औरतें.
Lapata औरतें.
Lapata ladies.
Superb. Please encourage them. This Lapata ladies is a good one. Okay, Ravneet ji. Acha, Shazia is going to be answering all the questions, cinema questions.
Next one is yours.
ठीक है, next one's yours. Acha, name any 3 films that star Ajay Devgn's wife.
दिलवाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे.
Yeah.
Fana.
Ravneet ji.
Help. I know so many.
Kajol.
Kajol ki. I know so many. My name is Khan. And no, my name is Khan.
3.
3 is good.
Only ask for 3.
Acha, फिर
But Sonalji, you have to tell them. I mean, say they can't prompt. There's a
But I
lot
was
of.
thinking of my name is
these
Khan.
people have come in the middle of campaigning
She
from
has
God knows.
she has lots of friends here.
And you? You have fans.
You guys need to help us also now.
All right. But you guys are not doing that. You've got both the answers. अच्छा ठीक है. अक्षय कुमार की एक एक्शन फिल्म, एक कॉमेडी फिल्म और एक ऐसी जो सोशल कॉज पे थी.
Padman.
Why did you tell her
Hera
now?
Pheri. Hera Pheri and Airlift.
Hera Pheri, comedy.
And Airlift.
And action.
And Padman was a social one.
Should Airlift be called an action film? Should
Of
we
course.
give them
No, okay. अरे कितनी ढेर सारी है. Sing is king नहीं है. Action. Sing is king.
Okay. Perfect. वैसे sing. Okay.
Sing is king was action, right?
Sing is King was not an action, it was a comedy film.
अरे बहुत सारी हैं अक्षय की.
Acha. Okay. All right. So they are right now doing, I think, 3.5 on 5 then.
4 out of 5.
4 on 5, says Shazia. Okay, any 2 Bollywood actresses who are married to politicians? Hey guys.
Yeah, well.
अच्छा मैं clue देती हूँ.
Pariniti, of course, married to Raghav Chadha. And, अच्छा. Yeah, but no, Hema Malini is...
Hema Malini.
She's married to a former politician.
Former politician.
Hema Malini को दे दें, technically correct है.
Dharmendra was.
Dharmendra was, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yes. So,
okay.
Okay जी, रवनीत जी को याद है बिल्कुल, हेमा मालिनी की details पता है बिल्कुल. Okay, my last question to team politics is, एक film थी जिसमें अनिल कपूर had played एक दिन का minister.
Nayak.
Yes, very good. A big round of applause.
Super.
Okay. So Shazia and Ravneet ji have done well. Now it's Ajay and Akshay on actually politics, and as I can see, my team's been a little generous to you. Some of these are very easy questions. Okay, name 5 actors who are currently politicians.
Chirag Paswan.
बहुत
Chirag Paswan.
Yes.
Not hardly an actor.
Yes.
One
What?
movie he did.
I'm right, no?
Oh, one movie he's.
One movie. अच्छा एक movie नहीं होती.
बहुत सारे MPs हैं जो actors.
Ravi Kishan.
Yes.
Jayaprada ji. Hema ji. Sunny Deol.
Super. Super. You got 5.
6
Well,
I got 6.
6 you got. There are several more. Mithun Chakravarti.
मिथुन दादा. हाँ.
Yeah. ओके आप दोनों महाराष्ट्र इलेक्शंस आ रहे हैं एज यू नो इन लोग आपके यहाँ से कैंपेनिंग करके लौटे हैं कर रहे हैं आप दोनों आई एम अज्यूमिंग वोट देने जाएंगे सो मैं वोट का नहीं पूछ रही हूँ महाराष्ट्र इलेक्शन की सीट्स के लिए हाउ मेनी सीट्स आर देयर इन द महाराष्ट्र असेंबली
288.
Not
Oh,
bad.
Akshay.
288 फिर से सुन लो.
That is impressive.
That's a right
That is
answer. अच्छा रिजल्ट्स किस दिन है
Result?
रिजल्ट्स किस दिन अनाउंस होंगे 23 ओके गुड वेरी गुड वेल डन आपको मुझे किसी और स्टेट के लिए पूछ लेना चाहिए था झारखंड
Ask for Jharkhand.
झारखंड के पूछना चाहिए था
How
बट
many
नाउ
seats in
झारखंड
Jharkhand?
का?
How many?
झारखंड का जब झारखंड का वक्त आएगा तब.
झारखंड का भी वक्त आ गया ओके देयर इज वन एक्टर हु इज अ मिनिस्टर इन मोदी जी's cabinet who's currently a minister in Modi ji's cabinet, a former actor.
चिराग पासवान जी.
Chirag Paswan, yes, you got it right. It was a trick question. आपने पहले चिराग पासवान बोल दिया, but this is also a Chirag Paswan is the answer for this. Okay, I don't know if you'd have this. There is an actor who's a deputy chief minister currently of a state.
Deputy Chief Minister. He's an actor who is a deputy chief.
He's an actor who is now a deputy chief minister of a state.
Pawan Kalyan.
Pawan Kalyan. Correct. Good answer. Good answer. Very good. Okay, इन्होंने सारे दे दिए और हमें scores यहाँ पर 4. You guys also got 5 and 5, right?
Yes.
4.5.
You can ask one more tie.
अभी मेरे पास टाई ब्रेकर क्वेश्चन भी नहीं है पर चलो देख लेंगे अच्छा मैं आपसे एक ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछती हूँ जिसका राइट और रॉन्ग आंसर तो नहीं है बट मे बी आवर ऑडियंसेस चीयर वुड टेल अस इफ यू गॉट इट राइट इन टर्म्स ऑफ व्हाट द ऑडियंस आल्सो थिंक्स नेम वन एक्टर हु वुड मेक अ ग्रेट पॉलिटिशियन एंड वन पॉलिटिशियन हु वुड मेक अ ग्रेट एक्टर
Akshay would be a good politician.
खुद तो बोलेंगे नहीं
हाँ.
ज़्यादा डिप्लोमेटिक होने का one actor who will be a good politician.
Two bad actors are politicians. One actor who will become a good politician.
No, I'm actually thinking who can be, so.
Yeah.
कोई मेरी तरफ क्यों देख रही?
तू भी सोच ना. We're in the same team.
I think Ritesh Deshmukh. He can be a good politician.
Good. Ritesh Deshmukh is campaigning for his brother at this moment. Yes, he comes from the family. हाँ एक मिनट बस एक आंसर मैं पूछ लूँ कि one politician who will make a great actor.
One politician who will make a good actor will be Kejriwal ji. He is a good actor.
Best answer. मुझे नहीं पता है केजरीवाल जी पॉलिटिक्स में आएंगे कि एक्टिंग में आएंगे कि नहीं बट द ऑडियंस इज रिस्पांस
It's
a compliment.
It's a compliment.
It is a compliment.
He means it as a compliment.
Absolutely. Well, can I see they've all scored and answered all the questions. Which team do you think?
No, don't be mean. No.
Okay, all of those who think team politics wins it, please raise your hands.
Oh, very mean, guys. Don't be mean.
I think it's the last answer that's got you. The hamper. Team cinema, all those who think team cinema wins it. आप कुछ पूछना चाह रहे थे बिट्टू जी?
क्योंकि ये मौका है, क्योंकि मैं भी पंजाबी, सारे भी दोनों पंजाबी भरा ने, ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਦੋਨੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਦੋਨੋਂ
ਗੱਲ ਕਰੀਏ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਪੁੱਛੋ।
ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਵੀ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਫਿਟਨੈਸ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਰਾਜ਼ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਨਵੇਂ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਫਿਟਨੈਸ ਰੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ
ਜੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੇ ਚਵਨਪ੍ਰਾਸ਼ ਹੈ।
I think ਦੋਵਾਂ ਦਾ ਡਾਈਟ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਔਨ ਫੂਡ ਹੈ। ਤੇ
ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ
ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਇਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਨਹੀਂ
ਖਾਓ ਘੱਟ।
ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਨਵੀਂ ਹੀਰੋਇਨਸ, ਯੰਗ ਹੀਰੋਇਨ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਦੋਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦੱਸੋ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੁਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੇ।
ਕਿੱਥੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਵੀਂ ਹੀਰੋਇਨਸ?
ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏ ਕੋਈ, ਅਸੀਂ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖੁਦ ਵੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ।
पुराने चावल.
Akshay, I have a question for
जी,
you.
जी.
When you did Padman, I thought it was a great movie.
Thank you.
And did you ever feel any sort of hesitation? Because you were talking about something that is a taboo, people don't talk about it. And here is an actor who's talking about menstruation, sanitary napkins, and that whole idea. Did you ever feel kind of hesitant in taking that up?
Not at all, not at all. Wow. Not even a little bit.
This deserves an applause, folks.
Not at all.
And that was such a meaningful film. I really want to thank you for that.
No, thank you. I thank my wife for it because she's written it along with Mr. Balki.
So technically, दोनों teams ने 5 answers दिए हैं. So there is a hamper that we have for them, and this one's for the both of them. एक दूसरे की help करने के लिए. Akshay Singh, मिठाई का डब्बा. I really wish sometimes we have a lapel mic here to get these gems. Well, thank you, Ravneet ji. Thank you so much, Shazia, for doing this very impromptu thing with us. Okay, session चल रहा है अभी. With those lovely words, I would like to bring this session to a close. Thank you so much, Akshay, Ajay, for being such lovely sports, for giving us beautiful answers, and for all your time given to the Hindustan Times.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our stars, Akshay and Ajay. Thank you so much, Sonal, for that wonderful session. It's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen, for the 22nd Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. Over the last 3 days, we've had the best minds, leaders in public affairs, renowned politicians, newsmakers, and actors discuss and deliberate on several important topics. We thank you all for having participated so enthusiastically, and we hope to meet you again next year. Until then, thank you and stay safe.
I am the future that was born 100 years ago. I am the purpose that emerged with India's independence, to be a force for business that makes doing good our business. Towards an independence where knowledge sets us free. To think big and achieve bigger. To take India to the world and the world to India. Creating pathways of self-reliance, to stand for progress